A Duke for Diana. Blushing Brides, Book 3. Written and narrated by Catherine Bilson. Chapter 1. In all her 18 years, Diana Creighton had never imagined anything one half so glamorous as the Duchess of Balford's ball. She stood beside her mother in slightly terrified awe, trying not to stare goggle-eyed at the ladies surrounding her, each one dressed more opulently than the last, in silks and satins every colour of the rainbow, and gems of incalculable value. A year ago, Diana was living a quietly respectable life as the daughter of a gentleman lawyer in the city of Durham, her expectations limited to perhaps finding a suitor among her father's acquaintance. Then her great-uncle died before managing to father an heir. Her father inherited a wealthy and influential earldom, and Diana was suddenly a titled lady with a dowry of £10,000 and a whole new set of expectations and limitations on her shoulders. "Try not to gape, Diana," her mother said under her breath, and Diana clamped her lips together tightly before realizing her mouth hadn't even been open. There was no point protesting her innocence, though. Lavinia, Lady Creighton, had already moved on. "Stand up straighter and smile, for heaven's sakes. You're positively Friday-faced. What's the matter?" "Nothing," Diana began, wanting to explain that she was merely a little overwhelmed by the glittering throng. They hadn't even entered the ball proper yet, were waiting in the receiving line. Diana's aunt by marriage, well, sort of, Marianne, was immediately in front of them, greeting their hostess quite warmly. Seeing Marianne again was by far the best thing about this visit to London so far, Diana thought, keeping her back straight and her head high, pasting a smile on her lips. The Dowager Countess of Creighton was not only the most beautiful woman Diana had ever seen, she was also one of the kindest. Diana was thoroughly ashamed of the way her parents had treated Marianne, to the point Marianne had actually fled to her friend Lady Havers with nothing more than the clothes on her back and the small amount of money Diana and her sister Clarissa had managed to raise in her pocket. "Lady Creighton," Marianne introduced them to the Duchess, "and her daughter, Lady Diana." A tall woman with an imperious air, the Duchess looked them over with bright dark eyes. She seemed to consider Diana for quite a while before giving her a little nod. "You must allow me to introduce you to my stepson, Lady Diana." "Oh, Your Grace!" Lavinia gushed. "That would be a great honour." "I shall find you a little later. William will dance with Lady Diana." The Duchess gave them a dismissive nod, and Lavinia tugged on Diana's arm, pulling her on into the ballroom. "A real duke!" Lavinia started nattering immediately. "That will be a coup for you, if she does indeed introduce you. Balford's easily the most eligible gentleman on the marriage mart this year, though, so you mustn't get your hopes up." Diana had no hopes whatsoever. Yes, her father might be an earl now, but dukes married princesses and the daughters of other dukes. An earl's daughter would have to be blindingly well dowered, or an absolute diamond, or probably both, even to be considered, and she was neither. 10,000 was a drop in the ocean compared to the vast Balford wealth, and Diana was self-honest enough to accept her own attractions as merely a sort of bland prettiness. Compared to Marianne, for example, a tall auburn-haired beauty who drew stares wherever she went, Diana was of medium height, with medium brown hair, plain brown eyes, a slightly snub nose, and unspectacular abilities in music, art, languages, and every other skill in which young ladies were expected to demonstrate accomplishment. Lavinia, though, was bound and determined to thrust Diana in the path of every eligible titled gentleman she could manage, starting with the Marquis of Glenkelly. Which wouldn't have been unacceptable at all, considering that Alexander Rutherford was tall, handsome despite a scar on his face, rich, and not even too many years older than Diana. He would have been a marvellous suitor indeed, were he not completely and hopelessly in love with Marianne. Glenkelly was both kind and well-mannered, however, and took Diana onto the floor for a dance when declining would have been embarrassing. He even told her that he hoped she would call on him if she ever needed any assistance, a courtesy she thanked him for with genuine appreciation, because she thought he actually meant it. She just hoped Marianne could bring herself to accept him. Her first marriage to Diana's great-uncle was the stuff of nightmares. Alex returned Diana to her mother at the end of the set, and Diana winced to see Lavinia waiting with a tall, fair-haired man in his middle years, a man with a thin nose and piercing blue eyes, who looked her up and down, his lip curling. "This is your daughter, Lady Creighton," he said, with a pronounced German accent. "Indeed, Your Highness. Diana, this is Prince Stefan Mondenbosch." Diana curtsied, a sense of unreality washing over her. A prince? She was being introduced to a real, live prince. The prince actually sighed and then gave a stiff little bow. "You will favour me with a dance, Lady Diana." She didn't think it was a question, which was rather rude of him, but it was quite out of the question for her to decline anyway, so she accepted his offered hand. He said nothing for the first few minutes of the set, barely looking at her, and Diana felt her awe receding until it was suppressed entirely by a wave of indignation at his rudeness. Prince or not, ignoring her while he was actually dancing with her was the height of bad manners. "Have you been in England long?" she asked, wondering if perhaps she could at least get him talking about himself. The young men she'd interacted with at social events in Durham were always happiest when talking about their own interests, she'd noticed. "A few months." "And are you enjoying it?" she tried again, when he fell immediately silent after the brief reply. "Not especially." He looked her full in the face. "The ladies are not as attractive or such good dancers as those at home in Germany." Diana flushed with shock at the insult. A retort hovered on the tip of her tongue, but she swallowed it, knowing that creating a scene here, at one of society's premier balls, would be the death knell for any chance of her making a successful match. Instead, she clamped the tip of her tongue between her teeth and concentrated on taking every step in the complicated measure with complete accuracy. The prince didn't even return her to her mother at the end of the dance, just escorted her to the side of the floor and walked away, leaving her fuming, almost light-headed with rage. "I see you've met the petulant prince," an amused voice said, and Diana turned to see Lady Jersey, one of the influential patronesses of Almack's, watching her. They had met just the once, when Marianne took Lavinia and Diana to meet Lady Jersey to request vouchers, and Diana had the hopeful feeling the formidable countess might have quite liked her. She sank a low, respectful curtsy. "Good evening, Lady Jersey." "Good evening, Lady Diana. I won't ask if you're enjoying yourself, as from the look on your face, you'd rather be almost anywhere else." "Despite my last partner, I'm quite enjoying myself, I promise." With a glance at the prince's retreating back, Diana asked quietly, "Why is he so petulant?" "Doesn't want to be here," Lady Jersey replied promptly. "He's a fourth son and of no particular use to his father. Something of an embarrassment, if the gossip I've heard is correct, and I can't imagine why it wouldn't be. Sent over here to make himself useful to the ambassador, and perhaps find himself a wealthy, well-connected English family to marry into. Obviously the Creightons aren't wealthy or well-connected enough for his consideration," Diana said dryly, but Lady Jersey shook her head. "Don't take it personally, my dear. Prince Stefan is under orders, but he doesn't care for them. Like many young men his age, he'd rather be gambling and having a good time than settling down to marriage." "I see." "Don't be downcast. There are a few good ones. I heard Julianne say she'd like you to meet William, and I spy him over there now. Come, let me present you." "Who are Julianne and William?" Diana asked, helplessly drawn along in the Countess's imperious wake. "Oh, the Duchess and her stepson, Balford." The last word wasn't addressed to Diana, but to the back of a tall man, who turned around and smiled wryly upon seeing Lady Jersey. "My lady." He bowed politely before his gaze skimmed past her to Diana. Shoulders heaved in a visible sigh, and Diana debated fleeing before she could even be introduced. Lady Jersey's hand locked around her wrist like a manacle. Balford, you should meet Lady Diana Creighton, the new Earl's daughter." The Duke couldn't be many years older than she was, and he was really very handsome, Diana thought. Or would be, without the irritated look he was clearly not trying very hard to suppress. "Lady Diana." He bowed, not an inch lower than was suitable for a duke to an earl's daughter. She curtsied the minimum in return, annoyed by his rudeness. If he didn't want to be here, why had he come in the first place? But then, the party was in his own house, she supposed. It would look a little strange if he didn't attend his own stepmother's ball. "Your Grace," she murmured. "Lady Diana has my permission to dance the waltz," Lady Jersey said pointedly. "Of course she does. Well then, Lady Diana, are you engaged for the next dance?" She really did think about saying no. Dancing with the petulant prince had soured her on dancing for the evening, but the thought of having to sit out the rest of the night because she declined an arrogant duke in a fit of pique was even more unpalatable. So she smiled and tilted her head graciously, laid her hand on his offered arm, and pretended not to notice Lady Jersey's smug smile. All the guests had arrived at the ball now. It would undoubtedly be celebrated as a wonderful crush, but to Diana it just seemed too crowded and too hot. The Duke walked with long strides, making no allowance for her shorter legs or the narrow skirt of her gown, which forced her to take small, mincing steps. She had to almost run to keep up with him, was sweating in a most unladylike manner when they reached the end of the lines on the dance floor, and he spun her around to face him, expression grim. The room swayed around her, everything going cloudy and dim. Puzzled by what was happening, Diana frowned. The Duke frowned back at her. And then everything faded out, and she collapsed in a senseless heap at his feet. Chapter 2. And he just walked away. Diana's younger sister, Lady Clarissa Creighton, sat cross-legged on the end of Diana's bed and stared at her agog. "Well, I didn't see it." Diana sighed, leaning back against her pillows. "But yes, apparently he did, after rolling his eyes and saying, 'Not another one,' loudly enough for half the room to hear him." "What an absolute donkey's behind," Clarissa said. Diana managed a small giggle, though the humiliation of the evening still burned hot in her chest. "He's a duke, Clary. You can't call him a donkey's anything." "I'll call him what I want, since he left my unconscious sister in the middle of the dance floor. If I ever get to meet him, I shall give him a piece of my mind." Clarissa swished her hands in front of her, almost as though pretending to slap the offensive aristocrat in question across the face. "I hope you never do. Undoubtedly, he'd be rude and dismissive to you as well." Pulling her knees up to her chest, Diana wrapped her arms around them, hugging herself tightly. She had no idea what tonight's events would mean for her season, but she had the sneaking suspicion that the answer was nothing good. She'd come around from her faint to find herself in a retiring room, being fussed over by her mother and the Duchess of Balford. There were other ladies present, peering over at them and whispering behind gloved hands, and Diana caught Marianne's name being whispered. Something had happened with her aunt, something shocking enough to distract them from Diana fainting at the Duke's feet. Lavinia went white around the lips when Diana tried to ask, though, hushing her sharply. The Duchess was very kind, but Diana had the feeling the other woman was silently laughing at her. She tried to explain she had just been overcome by the heat, but it was apparent nobody was listening, even her mother. With hot tears of frustration stinging at the back of her eyes, she said quietly that she wanted to go home. "I think that would probably be best, dear," the Duchess said kindly. "I shall have your carriage brought around directly. Do you think you will be able to walk, or shall I call a footman to carry you?" "She'll walk, thank you," Lavinia said hastily. It was only a momentary swoon. Diana is in very rude health, generally. "I've never swooned in my life." Diana couldn't quite believe it had happened still. I didn't know what was happening. Perhaps you're sickening for something, the Duchess said. Or perhaps it's just all the excitement. She gave them a polite smile and left, obviously dismissing them from her attention. Lavinia didn't say a single word on the carriage ride back to their townhouse, just stared in silence out of the window. As they entered the house, she told Diana to go straight to bed before going herself into the parlour, where Diana was fairly sure her mother headed straight for the sherry decanter. As debuts go, I don't think it could have been much worse, Diana told her sister. But it wasn't your fault. I'm fairly sure that's not going to matter. Diana twirled a long curl around her finger, tugged on it, as she contemplated her dreams of a glittering, successful season where her ordinary self was somehow transformed into the belle of every ball. It's not fair. Clarissa's jaw jutted stubbornly in a way Diana knew all too well, and she let go of the curl and reached out to embrace her sister. It's all right, Clary. It doesn't matter. Clarissa gave her a doubtful look, but Diana made herself smile in response, even though the heaviness in her chest gave the lie to her words. She suspected it was actually going to matter quite a lot. When their father broke his arm in some never-quite-explained incident involving a swan in the park the following day, Diana took it as an excellent excuse to avoid going into company for a few days, hoping against hope that everyone would have forgotten about her little faint by the time she re-engaged. A few days was definitely not enough, as she soon discovered, when Marianne, now happily engaged to Alexander, introduced her to a smiling young man at a dinner party about a week after the Balfords' ball. The young man had been glancing down the table at Diana throughout dinner, a smile and an expression of apparent interest on his face, and then approached Marianne once the ladies and gentlemen had regrouped after the meal, with the obvious intention of garnering an introduction to Diana. Rather flattered by his interest, Diana curtsied as Marianne introduced Lord Amberle, a baronet from the island of Guernsey. "My niece, Lady Diana Creighton," Marianne concluded the introduction, and the appreciative smile on Amberle's face faded. He took a step backward. "The fainting flower," he said. "I beg your pardon." Marianne's beautiful face hardened. "Do beg your pardon, Lady Creighton, but I've just remembered a prior arrangement. Must be off." He sketched a hasty bow and retreated with all speed, pausing only briefly to speak with their hostess before departing. "Honestly, he looked more likely to swoon than me," Diana said, when Marianne appeared quite lost for words. "You jest, but I know how nicknames can stick." Marianne recovered herself, took Diana's arm. "Young men can be cruel and thoughtless. I'd have Alex speak to him, but Lord Glenkelly would end up taking half London to task, I expect." Diana shrugged, trying to give the impression it didn't matter, even though internally she wanted to cry and scream that it wasn't fair, it wasn't her fault. "I highly doubt Lord Amberle was the originator of the nickname." That was almost certainly Balford, she thought, fury welling anew at the rude, thoughtless Duke. His behaviour was beyond ungentlemanly. Failing to catch her when she fainted was one thing. She supposed it possible he'd just been caught by surprise, but to walk away and leave her literally lying in a swoon on the floor was quite another, and now to discover she had a nickname which she'd almost certainly never lived down placed him quite simply beyond the pale. "I hate him." If she ever happened to meet the arrogant young Duke again, Diana determined then and there she would give him a piece of her mind. Considering the nickname, she was fairly sure her prospects for finding a husband in London had shrunk to nothing, so she really had nothing to lose with such a confrontation. In fact, she was quite looking forward to it. She'd already written several choice phrases in her journal she'd like to share with him, with some rather pithy language suggested by Clarissa. Just the act of writing them down had felt cathartic, but she was still determined to say them to his face, should she ever be afforded the opportunity. It wasn't until much later that evening, settled into her own bed with Clarissa sitting beside her as was their custom, as Diana recounted the day's events for her sister's edification, that the reality of her situation hit home, and hot tears began to spill down Diana's cheeks. Her season was an utter failure. She was stuck with a nickname she'd never lived down. The only suitors she would attract now would be those desperate for her dowry, and it was all the fault of one selfish, thoughtless, uncaring duke. "I hate him," she sobbed into Clarissa's shoulder. "I hate him." "He's a monster," Clarissa said fiercely, enraged on her sister's behalf. "A demon. The demonic duke." Diana sniffled a faint chuckle. If only that nickname would stick. They both knew it wouldn't. Nobody short of the Prince Regent would dare offend someone as powerful as the Duke of the Realm with such a nickname. The daughter of a newly raised earl was fair game. A duke wasn't, even if he was young and had only held his title a year. Maybe I could tell it to Lady Jersey. She might laugh. Even if she did, her next remark would be to tell Diana never to repeat the nickname to anyone else, lest it come to the ears of the Duke, or worse, the Duchess. Diana's own reputation might be in shreds, but Clarissa would have her own come out in a year, their sister Penelope in 3 years' time. Diana wouldn't risk the family's good name any more than she already had. Annoying the powerful Balfords would be the death of all their hopes. Lavinia had heard the nickname too, Diana could tell, even though her mother didn't mention it. She was decidedly white-lipped and wild-eyed when she entered Diana's bedroom the following morning and told her to get up. They were paying calls that day. "What's the point?" Clarissa said, sitting up and frowning. "Nobody's going to pay court to her, nobody she wants anyway. We might as well just go home to Durham." "Durham isn't home any longer. When will you get that through your silly head?" Lavinia threw up her hands before gesturing around the opulently decorated room. "This is our world now. We need to fit into it." "That's not going so well," Diana muttered into her pillow before sighing and rolling over, touching Clarissa's arm gently as her sister opened her mouth again, obviously about to antagonize their mother further. "Yes, Mamma. Where are we going today, and what should I wear?" "We're going to visit Lady Treve and then Mrs. Timms Lacey, and I've told Anne to put out the pink-spotted satin for you." Diana suppressed a groan. Clarissa let it out for her. "That dress is ghastly, Mamma. Far too many frills and bows. Diana looks a fright in it, no matter how fashionable the ladies' magazine proclaims the style to be. It's the most expensive of your new gowns, and you will wear it. Lady Treve's son is in line to inherit his grandfather's marquisate, and Mrs. Timms Lacey is the older sister of the Earl of Porthcarrick. Both very eligible gentlemen who've let it be known they intend to seek a wife this season." "Neither of whom will want the fainting flower," Diana muttered under her breath, but she knew her mother would not be gainsaid, not in this mood. Lavinia seemed determined to try and brush the whole disaster under the carpet, as though by insisting nothing had happened, everyone would forget all about it. As she sat in Lady Treve's parlour wearing the despised pink satin gown, the fabric slippery and sweaty everywhere it touched her skin, listening to the lady give polite excuses as to why her son wouldn't be able to make their acquaintance that day, Diana tried desperately to think up some reason why she couldn't participate in the rest of the season. Perhaps she could fake an illness. Claim her faint had been merely the first indication of something more serious. Clarissa would cover for her, but a doctor would probably see through the ruse in an instant, she reflected gloomily. She had never had any skill at dissembling. "Well, we must be off," Lavinia said, rising to her feet, drawing Diana up with her perforce, since she had a strong grip on Diana's wrist. "Lord Porthcarrick's sister has invited us to call, you know. Diana is very much in demand." "I'm sure." Lady Treve hid a smile behind her hand, and Diana died 1,000 deaths at the older woman's glance of condescending amusement. "Thank you for receiving us, my lady," she said, somehow keeping her voice steady by sheer effort of will, and a little sympathy softened Lady Treve's expression. "Perhaps a visit to Bath might be in order," the lady said, as they turned towards the door. "For your health, you know. The climate might suit you better than London." There might be some people there who haven't heard about the fainting flower, Diana interpreted the remark, but she thought it was kindly meant. She curtsied. Lavinia, however, was clearly fuming as they left the Treve townhouse and climbed back into their waiting carriage. Bath, indeed! The only husband you'd find there is some elderly, infirm type who wants a nursemaid, not a wife. I think she was trying to help, Diana murmured. She could help by introducing you to her son, as she said she would. Lavinia's nostrils pinched together. It's not as though she signed a legal contract, Mamma. Diana attempted to soothe her mother's ruffled feathers. You're too used to dealing with Papa's clients from his legal practice. I cannot abide people who don't keep their word. Expression tight, Lavinia nodded to their coachman. I begin to realise why your father had very little use for the aristocracy when he had to deal with them on legal matters. They think nothing of lying to your face. So we're going home now? Diana asked hopefully. Certainly not. I sent a note to Mrs. Timms Lacey telling her we would call today. We will keep our promises. And tonight we are engaged for a dinner at Lady Danforth's house. She has 2 sons, both of an age to marry, the Viscount and his younger brother, both very personable, I'm given to understand. Diana leaned back against the squabs and let her mind drift, let her mother's natter become vague, meaningless sounds in the background of the scene she conjured in her imagination. She'd always been happier in her own company than anyone else's, save perhaps Clarissa, because she was always able to retreat into a happier place inside her own mind. The scene she imagined now was a peaceful walk in the woods, giant oak and beech trees towering around her in an ancient forest. Sunlight filtered through the leafy canopy, splashing in bright, random patterns on the forest floor. Birdsong filled the air, lifting her spirits. A light, warm breeze kissed her cheeks, and she breathed in slowly. And coughed, her eyes flying open. London air was a far cry from the sweet, clean air of the countryside, even in late January, when the cold kept the worst scents from lingering in the air. The sheer number of coal fires burning gave the air an acrid, smoky scent, which burned her lungs. "We're here," Lavinia said, as the carriage drew to a halt once again. "Enough daydreaming, Diana?" "Yes, Mamma," she said dutifully, though everything in her yearned to shout at the coachman to keep driving, to take her right out of London, to somewhere the air was clear and the grass green. Instead, she allowed the footman to hand her down, straightened the skirts of the hated pink satin, and lifted her chin, preparing once again to face down those who would laugh at her behind her back. Chapter 3. Almack's was supposed to be the highlight of any debutante's season, and considering the effort Marianne had expended to ensure Diana and her mother received vouchers, Lavinia was not about to let the opportunity pass by. She ordered a new and exceedingly expensive gown for Diana, convinced Arthur that he must attend to support his daughter, and threw herself into preparations with gusto. Things had settled slightly in the 2 weeks since the Balford ball. People no longer snickered behind their hands whenever they saw Diana, and she was even beginning to believe Lavinia might be right, that they might be able to brazen it out. Everyone was talking about Marianne's triumph in securing Lord Glenkelly, and a certain amount of glory reflected onto Diana, easing her path slightly. Everything fell apart within the first 10 minutes within Almack's hallowed halls, however, when she came unexpectedly face to face with the Duke of Balford. Startled, she stopped dead. Several of the retorts she had painstakingly written out in her journal sprang to mind, and she was just mentally sorting through and selecting the most cutting when he obviously recognized her and laughed. Rage flooded through her, her cheeks flushed scarlet, and she opened her mouth to say she knew not what, though it would probably have been exceptionally rude and possibly reputation-destroying. She never got the chance, though, because he turned on his heel and practically fled, his long strides carrying him away at a pace she would have to sprint to try and match. Tears of frustration filling her eyes, Diana turned to flee herself, to find some private place if she could, before the dam broke and everyone saw her crying. She ran straight into her father, who grunted with pain as she crashed up against the sling binding up his splintered arm and put out his other hand to steady her. "Diana, what are you doing, child? Wait, you're crying. Are you all right?" She looked up at him from eyes glazed over with tears and told him the only truth she could find at that moment. "I want to go home." To his credit, Arthur didn't hesitate for even a moment. Putting his good arm around Diana's shoulders, he steered her straight for the doors, pausing only briefly to ask a footman to find Lady Creighton and send her directly to the foyer. "Our daughter is unwell. If our carriage is brought around before Lady Creighton meets us, I will take Diana home and send the carriage back for my wife." Diana wasn't sure how she held the tears in until they were safely in the carriage, away from prying eyes. Lavinia arrived just as Arthur climbed in, demanding shrilly that they stop at once. Diana hadn't even danced with anyone yet. "Get in the damned carriage, Lavinia," Arthur instructed. "Diana's done in." "Done in? We only just arrived." "She was done in a week ago. Can't you see how unhappy the girl is? Look at her. She's thin and wan. She's wasting away in front of our eyes." Her father's unexpected defence was the last straw for Diana. She burst into noisy tears, and Arthur at once put his good arm around her, pulling her face against his shoulder. "Get in, Lavinia," he ordered curtly, and Lavinia, shocked into silence by Diana's tears, obeyed him meekly. "Whatever is the matter?" she asked. "Sir David Reed had just asked to be introduced to you, and he's a very respectable gentleman with a lovely estate in Buckinghamshire, I'm told. You'll have to meet him at the Hallam's ball on Friday." "No more balls!" Diana cried out in desperation. "Diana, you can't mean that." "Leave her alone," Arthur said gruffly. "Can't you see she hates every bit of this? She was raised expecting to marry some quietly respectable gentleman in Durham and live out her whole life without ever even seeing London and what the ton get up to. Let the girl be. She doesn't want to go to another damnable ball." "Is this about that silly nickname? Because nobody is talking about it any more. Another week or two, and it will all be forgot." "It won't be forgotten as long as the Duke of Balford laughs every time he sees me," Diana sniffled. "I can't do this, Mamma. I'm sorry, but I just can't. I want to go home." "London doesn't suit you any better than it does me," Arthur murmured, hugging her closer. "It's all right, my girl. We'll attend Marianne's wedding to show family support, and then we're leaving London. I can't wait to get home either." Lavinia protested vehemently, but her husband's mind was made up. He'd had enough of London and the ton. The most he would concede was that they might return in September or October for a few weeks of the little season. Diana could not have been more relieved. Her father wasn't entirely correct about her hating all of London. She had been swept up for a little while by the glittering fantasy of it all, the beauty of the gowns, and the sheer romance of being whirled around a ballroom by a handsome, titled gentleman. But the reality of one small incident leading to her complete ridicule had destroyed her enjoyment of it all. She could no longer look at the gathered throngs as anything other than a murder of crows, avid to feast on the carcass of whichever unfortunate would be next to fall afoul of the gossips. Returning to Creighton Hall, even in the teeth of a bitterly cold winter, Diana felt as though a great weight was lifted from her. The Hall had been home for a scant year, and yet she felt an immense relief as she stepped over the threshold, and the butler took her coat with the quiet murmur of, "Welcome home, Lady Diana." She breathed out, feeling the tense pain which had cramped her belly for weeks now finally leave her, and smiled in response. "It's good to be home." "Amen to that," her father muttered, stumping past her and heading for his study. "If I never have to go to London again, it'll be too soon." He gave Diana a nod and a wink, and she smiled back at him. You are a pair of killjoys, and how you expect me to find a husband for Clarissa next season, with Diana still unwed, I can't imagine." Lavinia's voice rose shrilly. "Maybe you could let her find her own husband, if she even wants one." Arthur nodded to his daughters before firmly closing the study door in his fuming wife's face. "Papa is an unexpected ally, though a very welcome one," Clarissa murmured to Diana as the sisters made their way up the stairs, doing their best to escape before Lavinia noted their hasty departure. "Having seen what happened to you, I think London is the last place I should go to display myself. I have none of your tact and charm. I should say something regrettable in the first 5 minutes to precisely the wrong person, and the family's reputation would be sealed." Diana did not disagree. Clarissa was fearless, for which Diana often envied her, but she rarely thought before she spoke and was honest to a fault. Containing her tendency to acerbic commentary was likely to be quite beyond her, especially given her generalized anger at how the Ton had treated her beloved sister. "We shall have to settle for marriages to quiet country squires, if any will have us," Diana said, linking her arm through Clarissa's. Clarissa made a face. "You would hate it almost as much as I," she said. "You'd be bored in a month. It's a shame Balford was so dastardly, because you'd be a perfect Duchess." Diana had to laugh. "You are viewing me through a loving sister's rose-tinted spectacles, dearest." "You'll see," Clarissa said, determinedly optimistic. "There must be lots of young men hereabouts who would just love a chance to court you. I know Mamma put off entertaining much company until you were officially brought out in London, but that will surely change now." Now that her hopes for me are dashed, and she must somehow get me married off before next season, Diana thought gloomily. She held little hope for a decent marriage prospect miraculously turning up at Creighton Hall and falling at her feet. They weren't in Durham, with a reasonable-sized population of people of all stations of life. Creighton was situated in the midst of wild, remote country, nothing but small villages within 5 miles of the Hall. Even if some tradesman or farmer should take it into their head to try and court Diana, Lavinia would never let them over the threshold. And in Durham, the nearest town, she already knew everyone, and knew there was no man there she cared to wed. Maybe Diana should have tried convincing Lavinia to take Lady Treves' kindly meant advice. Bath was a long way away, but there were spa towns in the north of England. Buxton, Harrogate, Scarborough, they were all magnets for small gatherings of the upper class. Perhaps in the spring, Diana thought. Lavinia would be going mad with frustration long before then. She might be open to a suggestion of visiting one of the spa towns for a week or two, and Diana might have a chance to meet some new gentleman who wouldn't have heard of the fainting flower. As things turned out, Diana didn't have to put her plan into action. A few weeks after arriving home, her father called her into his study one morning. "You sent for me, Papa?" Diana stopped just inside the door. Arthur looked up from the stack of papers on his desk, brow furrowed. His expression cleared when he saw her, though, and he rose to his feet and gestured her to approach, pointing to a chair set close by the desk. "I've received a letter from Lady Glenkelly," Arthur said, when Diana had seated herself. "I've been writing to her. I owed her something of a debt." Though his arm had healed, and the splints and sling long since been removed, he cradled his wrist for a moment, lips twisting with pain. "She and Glenkelly have been gracious enough to forgive my mistakes, and your aunt was quite distressed over the circumstances which caused us to leave London far earlier than we intended." Over Diana's disastrous debut, Diana surmised, and winced. Kind-hearted Marianne didn't need to be worrying over her niece in the early days of her new marriage. "Did you reassure her I'm not downcast at all?" she asked hopefully. "I told her the truth, which is that you're putting a brave face on things, and she has a suggestion, indeed a most generous offer, for you and Clarissa both. I would not let Clarissa go without you, I must note, which is why I'm speaking to you alone. If you decline, that refusal will be for both of you." I don't understand, Papa. What offer can you mean? Glenkelly and Marianne plan to take a honeymoon to Italy, where Glenkelly's mother is visiting with her sister, who's married to some nobleman from— Arthur paused to consult the letter on his desk. Florence. Marianne requests that you and Clarissa accompany them on the trip. They will be travelling from Glenkelly's estates in Scotland to visit Lord and Lady Havers in Herefordshire in May, before taking ship on a privately chartered vessel at Bristol, sailing directly to Florence. Diana stared at him in utter bemusement, not comprehending until Arthur handed her the letter. Here, read it for yourself. The writing was clearly Marianne's, a looping feminine hand. Diana read the words several times before they truly sank in. They expect to be away from England for 8 months at least, she said. Indeed they do. Clarissa wouldn't have her come out in London next autumn, which will no doubt distress your mother, but all things considered it might be for the best. If you decide to go with your aunt, I'll permit Clarissa the choice of going with you or letting your mother take her to London. Diana had no doubt whatsoever what choice Clarissa would make. A trip to Italy was an adventure beyond their wildest dreams. Clarissa would never be able to resist such a singular opportunity. And though until that moment Diana had never so much as imagined she might be offered the chance to travel so far, suddenly there was nothing she wanted more. I want to go, she said. I rather thought you might. Arthur's smile was wry. Would you like to call for your sister, so you may discuss the matter together? I will handle the task of telling your mother. Diana did not envy her father that conversation. Impulsively, she jumped to her feet, leaned over and put her arms about his neck, kissing his cheek. Thank you, she said. Don't thank me, Arthur said gruffly. It was all your aunt's idea. And your decision to let us go. Well, Arthur looked vaguely sheepish. I wronged Marianne badly. Her judgment is a good deal better than my own, it seems, so I trust her and Glenkelly with your welfare. All things considered, I think it's for the best, a chance for you girls to see something of the world. A twinkle appeared in his eye. And if you should happen to find a husband on your travels, your mother will forgive all. I cannot promise that, Papa, Diana said gaily. But I can promise I won't dismiss any eligible gentleman out of hand. With that, your mother will have to be content. Run along now. I can see you're itching to tell Clary everything. Yes, you may take the letter with you. If you should like to write a response to enclose with my return letter to your aunt, please let me have it before you retire tonight. I should like to send my response in the morning. The door opened as Diana reached it to reveal her mother standing there. Lavinia frowned at her. Why are you here? You're supposed to be practicing the pianoforte at this hour. I sent for her, Lavinia. Come in, please, Arthur said, before Diana could speak. Run along, Diana. Perhaps you should be practicing your Italian. One eye closed in a wink before he urged her out, rescuing her from Lavinia's annoyance. Laughing and hugging herself, Diana hurried to find her sister, desperate to share the incredible good fortune which was about to befall them, courtesy of their loving aunt. Chapter 4. The salt spray stung at Diana's cheeks, whipped up from the waves by the freshening breeze, but she did not move from her position at the prow of the ship until she heard her name being called. Turning at the sound, she saw her sister waving from the quarter-deck, the door behind her which led to the cabins their party had occupied for the voyage, standing open. Diana sighed and took one last look at the coastline passing by on the ship's left side. They had been sailing within sight of the Italian coast for the last 2 days, ever since putting into Florence to discover Alex's mother and aunt had decided to go to Venice to visit Alex's cousin, who was married to a Venetian nobleman. Alex made the snap decision to follow on before letting the sloop he had chartered to convey them to Italy go on its way. They had made good time from England, and the captain was not unhappy to have paying customers so far as Venice anyway. Making her way back to join Clarissa, Diana had no trouble keeping her balance as the ship rolled slowly with the waves. They had suffered an unpleasant channel crossing and a ghastly passage of the Bay of Biscay, with even Alexander, who had crossed the channel several times in his time as a soldier, succumbing to the mal de mer. As they sailed along the coast of Portugal, the weather improved, however, and Diana began to find her sea legs. No sooner had they turned into the Mediterranean and passed the watchful fort at Gibraltar than the sea smoothed out, becoming glassy and reflective as a mill pond, and she discovered she was rather enjoying the voyage. "I saw the dolphins again," Diana said as she reached Clarissa. "They like to ride the ship's bow wave." "Oh, I missed them." Clarissa made a little pout. "Aunt Marianne sent me to get you, I'm afraid. The captain says we'll be entering the lagoon shortly and at the dock within the hour, so you need to finish packing your things." She had little left to do. The cabin she and Clarissa shared was small enough they had to be neat, taking from their trunks only the things they needed for each day. Still, Diana followed her sister inside. The ship did indeed dock within the hour, but it was another 3 before their party was able to disembark. Local customs officials came aboard to examine the papers Alex presented. Fortunately, he had a letter from some high official in the British government which seemed to satisfy them, and though they gave him some strict instructions about who to see in the next few days to have their stay approved, they also gave them permission to leave the ship. Alex went straight away to discover how they were to get to the address his aunt had left. Marianne, Diana and Clarissa remained on the ship, leaning on the rail and watching the goings-on in the lagoon with fascination. The gondolas were like nothing Diana had ever seen, long and slender with their high prow and stern, men in striped jerseys using long poles to move the boats to and fro. When Alex returned, it was with the news that they would take a gondola to their destination, a second one following with their luggage. Excited at the opportunity to ride on one of the exotic craft, Diana and Clarissa hurried down to the quay and jostled each other in their impatience, Clarissa almost falling into the lagoon when she jumped forward in an effort to be first aboard. "Settle down, girls." Marianne was obviously struggling to contain her laughter. "I'm eager to reach the end of our journey too, but I assure you I've no desire to take in any sea bathing en route." A little chastened by the near miss, Clarissa settled onto the narrow bench seat sedately, smiling sheepishly up at Diana and offering her hand to help Diana steady herself. "Sorry," she said. "No harm done." Diana understood perfectly. The excitement at having finally reached the end of their journey was too much to contain. She stared avidly around them as Marianne and Alex settled onto the other bench and the gondolier pushed away from the dock. "How far is it to where we're going?" Diana asked Alex. "He told me not very far." Alex nodded towards the gondolier. "Which, in Italian terms, could be 10 minutes or 2 hours. He grinned, the long, livid scar up one side of his face pulling his smile askew. "I recommend just enjoying the journey." It was hot, the summer sun beating down on them. Diana was grateful for the wide brim of her bonnet and wished for a lighter dress. Even though the one she wore was only thin cotton, it was already sticking to her in the humid air. She gazed around as the gondola glided smoothly through the water of the lagoon, making for the wide mouth of a canal. The gondolier said something in rapid Italian, and Diana listened carefully, wishing she'd had more opportunity to hear the language spoken by Italian natives before now. They spoke faster than she would have expected. She thought she knew the words, but the man seemed to run them all together. "I think he said that's the Grand Canal," she said, and Clarissa nodded in agreement. "And then something about St. Mark." "The Piazza San Marco," Alex said. "Oh, I read about that in the guidebook." Diana had read the little book she'd found in the Creighton Hall library at least a dozen times, and though it was 50 years out of date, she supposed the major landmarks would not have changed significantly. "That's where the Doge's palace is." "Shall we visit it?" Clarissa asked eagerly. "Does the Doge still live there?" "The last Doge was deposed by Napoleon," Alex advised her. "The Austrian administrator of the city lives there now, but we will certainly seek permission to visit and view any rooms which might be open to the public." The gondolier said something in even more rapid Italian and then laughed. Alex frowned, fired back a question in return. "No need to visit the Doge's palace," the gondolier said in slower Italian, slow enough that Diana could follow his words. "Palazzo Franchetti is only a little smaller and even more magnificent inside." Diana and Clarissa looked at each other in wordless speculation before turning their gazes on Alex. He shrugged, turning his palms upwards. "I haven't the faintest idea. My cousin Marietta is 15 years older than I. She married the Duca di Franchetti and moved to Venice when I was only a child. She has a son, I believe, who would be around 20 years old by now and has inherited the title since his father's passing. My aunt's note said the young Duke is getting married, which is why my aunt and my mother decided to make the trip to Venice." They were passing under a bridge now, the gondolier pausing in his poling to point ahead. "Palazzo Franchetti," he said, and Diana turned on the bench to look. "Oh my," she breathed, heard Clarissa echo the sentiment beside her. The palazzo probably wasn't all that much bigger than Creighton Hall, but was infinitely more ornate. 5 stories high and rising directly out of the canal, it appeared to take up an entire city block, such as they were in Venice, with the streets replaced by canals. There was a sort of landing stage at the front before some imposing doors, and the gondolier pulled them alongside. He chuckled as Alex handed him some coins, nodding cheerfully. Servants came hurrying out of the palazzo, and hands reached out to help them from the boat. Diana accepted a footman's steadying hand and stepped up onto the landing, looking about her in fascination. The servants, all male, wore a bright livery of orange and turquoise blue, with long trousers rather than knee breeches, and flat black shoes open at the heel. "Marchese di Glenkelly?" one of the footmen inquired of Alex, who nodded. "E la Marchesa?" He indicated Marianne. "E Lady Diana Creighton, Lady Clarissa Creighton." A wave of bows followed the announcement, deeper even than Diana was accustomed to seeing from English servants, and they were escorted inside, through a wide hallway with columns on either side, and into an elegantly appointed receiving room. Diana stared around, trying to take everything in, though some things were familiar, others were subtly different, subtly alien to English eyes. She took a seat on a sofa with elaborate curlicued gilded legs, upholstered in rich dark green velvet with gold thread decoration. Clarissa sat down beside her, eyes just as wide as Diana was sure her own were. A woman swept in, small and slight, but exceptionally well dressed, in a gown of shimmering emerald silk. Her hair was silvery white, her eyes bright blue, in a face which didn't look old enough to match that hair. Diana wondered if this was Alex's aunt. She'd already met his mother briefly, during her ill-fated few weeks in London. Alex rose with a polite smile and bowed, but there was no recognition on his face. He offered a polite greeting in Italian, and the woman laughed. "No need to make the effort," she said, in English which wasn't merely fluent, it was native. She was an Englishwoman for certain. "It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Lord Glenkelly. Your Aunt Elizabeth has become a close friend of mine, and I was delighted to make your mother's acquaintance too." Alex nodded. "But where are my manners? I am Elspeth Franchetti, the Dowager Duchess. Well, the senior Dowager Duchess. Your cousin Marietta was married to my son." "Your Grace." Alex bowed again. "Please, allow me to present my wife, Lady Glenkelly, and her nieces Lady Diana and Lady Clarissa Creighton." "I am delighted to have you all here at Palazzo Franchetti, and I hope you'll accept my welcome on behalf of my grandson, the Duke." She offered warm smiles all around. "Everyone is out at the present time visiting with friends, but they will all be back for dinner, and I hope you will join us to dine en famille." "We should be honoured, Your Grace," Marianne said. The Dowager waved a slender hand, a huge diamond on her finger flashing in the light. "We've 3 Franchetti Duchesses in this house now, and have decided all of us are sick and tired of the confusion engendered. Please, call me Lady Elspeth, and I shall call you Lady Marianne, if I may, since we also have 2 Lady Glenkellys." Marianne laughed and agreed, and Lady Elspeth beckoned in several footmen. We have been holding chambers in readiness for you, since your mother was quite sure you would come to join us, Glenkelly. Your trunks have already been taken up. Am I correct that you brought only the 2 servants with you?" "That's right, my maid Jean and the valet Simons," Marianne agreed. "We planned to engage some local servants." Lady Elspeth dismissed her suggestion with a wave. "We have a houseful here, several of whom speak excellent English. I will put a footman at your family's disposal, a girl to assist your maid, and a maid each for your nieces." Marianne tried to disclaim the necessity, but Lady Elspeth would not be gainsaid. She snapped out orders in rapid Italian, and the footman stepped forward, bowing deeply. They were escorted to a quite magnificent suite of rooms on the 3rd floor, a dozen interconnected chambers arranged around a central sitting room as large as anything Diana had seen in the townhouses of the elite in London, and even more richly decorated. She and Clarissa had a bedchamber each, with a connecting door between them, something she appreciated, as she was quite sure they would be sneaking into each other's rooms for late-night chats. 2 maids were already in Diana's chamber, unpacking her gowns and shaking them out. They both curtsied deeply as Diana came in, and one stepped forward. "Good day, my lady," she said, in very good though strongly accented English. "I am Gianna, and will serve you on your stay at Palazzo Franchetti. This is Piera, who will take care of your laundry. She does not have good English like me." "Your English is indeed excellent," Diana agreed, and then switched to Italian to add, "and perhaps Piera will not mind if I practice my very bad Italian on her." Piera giggled, hand over her mouth, and Gianna smiled. "If you wish to speak better Italian, we shall be honoured to help you practice, my lady," she said, diplomatically not commenting on Diana's current level of skill. "May I take your hat?" Diana was pleased to remove her bonnet and gloves. The humidity and heat was making her feel unpleasantly sticky. Gianna sent Piera off to tell footmen to bring in water, and showed Diana the large copper tub concealed behind a screen at one side of the room. A bath sounded heavenly, though she hoped it wouldn't be too hot. While the men brought in jugs of water to fill the tub, she selected the cleanest of her day gowns and set it aside to wear in the morning, telling Piera in her stilted Italian that all the others should be washed. "What of your evening gowns, my lady?" Gianna asked, looking at what remained once Piera had taken the mound of laundry away. She had only brought 3, and had worn none of them aboard ship. The pale green velvet was the least crushed, but would also be the hottest, an unpalatable thought. The overly embellished hated pink satin Lavinia had forced her to pack was equally unappealing, which left the simplest of the gowns, a fine teal silk with a silvery lace overdress. "If you can get some of the creases out, I will wear that one this evening." Gianna insisted she could having the dress looking as good as new before Diana had even finished her bath, and with that, the last of the footmen were ushered out and the door closed behind them. 5 minutes after that, Diana was luxuriating in orange blossom-scented water, just warm enough to be relaxing, a cup of pressed apple juice and a plate of small, delicious sweet pastries on a table at her elbow. Gianna worked what Diana thought almost amounted to magic on the teal and silver gown, somehow removing every crease it had picked up in weeks of being packed in a trunk. She combed Diana's thick brown hair out gently and put it up in an arrangement of braids, which looked subtly foreign to Diana's eyes when she looked in the mirror, but extremely pleasing. Donning the gown and tucking her feet into her favourite evening slippers, she felt refreshed and eager to meet the rest of the Franchetti clan. "You look lovely!" Clarissa poked her head around the connecting door between their rooms. "So do you." Clarissa smiled and swished her skirts. The pale apricot silk suited her very well and was a more grown-up style than anything she'd worn in England. In a very real sense, tonight was Clarissa's first entry into adult society. Wondering if she was nervous, Diana crossed the room to tuck her hand into her sister's arm. "Come, we shall go down together. Lady Elspeth said it's just the family tonight, and considering she's the matriarch, I suspect they'll all speak excellent English. No need to strain our minds with Italian just yet." "Which is a relief. because I struggle enough when I have to avoid saying something inappropriate in English. Adding a whole other language to the mix is surely a recipe for disaster." Clarissa laughed, though. "I'm hoping they'll all just decide I'm an eccentric Englishwoman." "Everyone will be charmed by your beauty," Diana said loyally. "And who knows, perhaps you'll meet some handsome Italian nobleman and he'll sweep you off your feet." Clarissa scoffed. "I'm not ready for that yet. I want some adventure first. If I meet any handsome men looking for a lady to sweep off her feet, I'll be pushing them in your direction." The two sisters proceeded down the stairs, arm in arm, directed by a footman who led them to a pair of double doors opening into a very grand salon, all white marble and gold and white furniture. Faces turned to them as they entered, Lady Elspeth's smile a welcome sight in a room more full of strangers than Diana had expected. There were at least 30 people in the salon. She spied another familiar face in Lady Glencallie, and then, casting her gaze around the room, looking hopefully for someone else she knew, was arrested by a tall man just arising from his seat. "You!" she cried in horror, as she came once again face to face with her nemesis. "You!" the Duke of Balford echoed, his tone and expression making it very plain. He was no more pleased to see her than she was to see him. Chapter 5. What was he even doing here? Dizzy with shock, Diana clung to Clarissa's arm. Alex and Marianne entered the salon on their heels, and somehow she found herself steered away from the Duke and pressed to sit down, a glass of sherry placed in her hand. "Is that him?" Clarissa whispered in her ear. "The demonic Duke himself?" Diana gulped the sherry a lot faster than was wise, and nodded. Clarissa's lips firmed, and suddenly terrified her sister would say or do something wildly inappropriate, Diana reached out to grab her wrist. "Don't you dare try and confront him, Clary." "But—" "No." The Duke was watching her from across the room, staring at her actually, as he spoke in low tones with Alex. "Leave it. I'll fight my own battles." Almost slamming the empty glass down on the small side table, Diana rose to her feet. "Stay here," she hissed at Clarissa, before crossing the room and offering a low curtsy. The Duke bowed in return, his expression a complex mix of emotions she couldn't quite decipher. "What an unexpected surprise to see you here, Your Grace," Diana said, doing her best to keep her tone light and airy. "It's quite all right, Uncle," she addressed Alex. "Balford and I are already acquainted." "So I understand," Alex said dryly, looking from one to the other of them. "If you'll excuse me, I need to greet my aunt and my cousins. I'll return in a moment to collect you for introductions, Diana." It was clear notice that she'd be quickly rescued, so she felt entirely safe turning to Balford and hissing, "What are you doing here?" as soon as Alex had walked out of immediate earshot. "I say," Balford said in response, "you've turned quite white. You're not going to faint again, are you?" And just like that, the anger flooded back into her, her cheeks going from white to scarlet almost instantly. "No, I'm not going to faint. Which is good, since your skills apparently don't include catching young ladies when they do." He had the grace to look a little shamefaced. "That was not my finest moment. I owe you an apology." Surprised by his words, Diana paused for a moment, lips parted as she considered what to say next. He looked down at her from deep blue eyes and surprised her again by saying, "I think we got off to a bad start, Lady Diana. Perhaps we could begin again. William Penhaligon, at your service." His bow was a little deeper and more flamboyant than technically correct for her status, and she recognized a sense of humour she never expected to find in him. "Your Grace," she acknowledged, and from the corner of her eye spotted Clarissa approaching. With a wince she turned to her sister, glaring, but Clarissa was impervious to filthy looks from her sister. "So this is your demonic duke," Clarissa said cheerfully, and Diana strongly considered pushing her sister into a canal. Balford, however, burst out laughing, his blue eyes twinkling with what appeared to be genuine mirth. "Your sister?" he asked Diana through his chortles. "Lady Clarissa Creighton," Diana said ungraciously. "The Duke of Balford." Clarissa curtsied, but she did it with her eyes narrowed and lips pursed, her expression showing she was not in the least impressed by his status. For his part, the Duke seemed highly entertained by her reaction. Diana supposed it might be quite refreshing for someone who was probably used to being fawned over by every young lady he met. "Enchanted, Lady Clarissa," Balford said. "I see you've met my nephew already," Lady Elspeth said behind them, and Diana turned to give the Dowager Duchess a respectful curtsy. "I met His Grace in London some few months past, my lady, but had no idea he was related to you." "Your nephew?" "Technically, step-great-nephew," Balford put in, lips twisting in that slightly sardonic way he had. "Lady Elspeth is my stepmother's aunt." "Julianne is the only mother you remember, you ungrateful imp, and she was ever my favourite niece." Lady Elspeth nudged him gently, a fond smile on her lips. "You are a part of this family, even without a blood tie to bind us." "Same as Aunt Marianne and I," Diana said impulsively. "She's not really my aunt. She was just married to my great-uncle for a while, but even though she's remarried now, we're keeping her." "I'm firmly of the belief that you can't have too many family members." Lady Elspeth glanced around the room, smiling. "As you can see, I'm fond of gathering them all together, too. You must come and meet everyone. William," she glanced at the Duke, "you will take Lady Diana in to dinner." He looked startled, but bowed his head in acquiescence to the forceful little Dowager Duchess's command. "As you wish, Aunt Elspeth." Diana fully expected him to make an excuse, to allow one of the lovely Italian cousins to monopolize his attention, but when the major domo entered to announce dinner, Balford came at once to her side and offered his arm. "It's all right, you know," she attempted to excuse herself. "I shan't mind if you don't wish to sit with me." "Lady Diana." His voice was low and warm, and she looked up instinctively to meet his eyes. "I thought you had agreed we should start again, as though we are strangers meeting for the first time." "I don't know if I can," she admitted honestly. They were in the dining room now, Balford drawing out a chair for her to be seated before taking his own beside her. He kept his attention on her all the while, his expression tightening as she spoke. "I understand. You have no reason to trust or even respect me." Startled by his understanding, she stared at him as he nodded to the footman waiting to fill his wine-glass. He seemed a lot less arrogant, more human and approachable. She might not be able to forget, not when he was the reason she was here right now, rather than dancing at some ton event in London, but she could at least try to get to know the person he really was. "So, I know why I'm here." She made a tentative overture. "But what brings you to Venice?" Balford darted a sideways glance at her, smiled a little crookedly. "Indirectly, you did." "Me?" Her eyes flew wide. "Not you specifically, I hasten to add. I'm sorry to say you were a pawn in my stepmother's game. She is quite determined to marry me off as quickly as possible, and has spent the last several months thrusting eligible young ladies under my nose." Diana thought that didn't sound so terrible. As a man, he had far more freedoms to walk away than the young ladies in question. Her cynical expression must have warned him she had little sympathy for his position, because he hastened to explain himself further. "Please don't misunderstand me. I love my stepmother. Lady Elspeth was quite correct that Julianne is the only mother I remember. She married my father when I was 6, and she has never treated me with anything other than a mother's loving care. I accept that she wants me to be happy, and she's trying to help, but—" He looked down, fiddled with a fork. "My father only died just over a year ago. "I'm sorry for your loss," Diana said quietly, a little shocked he was baring his soul to her in such a way, but perhaps he felt he owed her a debt, was offering up his own secrets to show her that he was worthy of her trust. "One of my half-sisters will make her debut next year. Julianne says she thinks I should be married by then, and I admit that the thought of marrying a girl the same age as Regina fills me with horror. So I told Julianne I would try to choose someone this year, and she rather threw herself into the project. It's been a continuous parade of pretty, well-bred young ladies for the last 6 months." "So why didn't you choose one?" Diana asked, unable to help herself. As a duke, he'd have had his pick, and she'd met some of the debutantes who were fated as the diamonds of that season. Beautiful, titled, wealthy, clever, accomplished, any one of them would have made a magnificent Duchess. Balford took a gulp of his wine before shaking his head. "Look, they were all lovely, yourself included. But how can you get to know someone in the middle of a dance floor, with every eye upon you, speculating whether this girl will be the one? When she is on her best behaviour and desperate to impress, frightened to put a foot wrong lest she suddenly become a pariah." Diana winced as the comment hit close to home. "How can I respect a young lady who pretends to swoon just so that I will catch her?" "I didn't pretend to swoon." Indignant, Diana sat bolt upright. "You didn't, no," he agreed, and she realised he wasn't talking about her at all. "Exactly how many young ladies have swooned on you?" she asked, suddenly wondering. Would a lady truly go to such lengths? Balford's eyes looked far too old for his youthful face when he answered her. "You were the 10th. Diana gaped. "In your defence, I think you were the only one who actually swooned. You were the 2nd that night, though." "No wonder you didn't catch me." He had the grace to look sheepish. "I should have done. Julianne was furious with me afterwards. Apparently you were out cold for almost half an hour. On the other hand, word got around that it's not a tactic which will work on me. Nobody has swooned on me since." "I'm so glad I could provide you with such a valuable service," Diana said tartly. "So I owe you an apology and my thanks. I am greatly in your debt, it seems." She was beginning to like him, albeit reluctantly. "We can discuss terms of payment at a later date," she said, as the footman cleared away the soup plates and set down the next course. "What is it?" Tilting her head to one side, she peered at the thick green wedge on her plate, topped with a small rolled piece of shaved ham and a preserved cherry. "Rock melon. Very light and refreshing." He used a sharp knife to cut the flesh of the fruit away from the rind, then slice it into smaller pieces before reaching over to exchange her plate with his own. "Here, try a piece." She speared a small piece with her fork and tasted it, finding the fruit less tart than she'd expected, cool and rather watery. It reminded her faintly of a pear. She tried another piece. "Good?" Balford asked, slicing up the other piece of melon. "Quite pleasant," Diana allowed. "You still didn't explain why you're in Venice." "You're direct, aren't you?" He smiled sideways at her. "Well, I stuck it out in London until May, even though I was thoroughly sick of the social whirl. Retreating to Balford Priory for the summer months was the escape on the horizon, but when the time came, I discovered how wrong I was. Julianne had decided to throw a months-long house party with a rolling parade of eligible young ladies. If I felt it was too difficult to get to know them in London, she'd bring them to me in my home, give me more time. It didn't help. It made everything worse. The Priory is my sanctuary. Every one of them felt like invaders." He shuddered. Maybe I was imagining things, but all I could see in every one of them was avarice. I couldn't take any more. When the letter came telling us Andrea had married, he nodded to the other end of the table, where the young Duke held court, his even younger Duchessa at his side. I jumped at the excuse to come visit and offer my congratulations in person. The Franchettis are Julianne's family, but they've always welcomed me as one of their own. I'm ashamed to admit it, but I sneaked out of the priory in the dead of night and only sent my stepmother a letter when I was about to board ship." "A daring escape," Diana remarked. "A cowardly midnight flit, I'd call it. Fleeing the terrifying prospect of being forced to spend hours in the company of pretty, charming young ladies, desperate to make themselves agreeable to me." His smile was self-deprecating. "I don't think you're a coward," Diana said thoughtfully, re-examining her assessment of his character once again. "It's not cowardly to feel you're not ready to step into your father's shoes, especially since he's only been gone such a short time. Taking a wife and going about the business of getting an heir, well, that would mean he's really gone, wouldn't it?" Balford looked quite shocked, and Diana realized she'd overstepped. Hastily, she stammered out an apology, flushing red with mortification, but he held up a hand to stop her. "No, please. You just put into words what I have been struggling to explain to my stepmother for months, Lady Diana. You're quite correct. I'm not ready to let go of my father, not ready to take his place." He glanced up the table at Andrea and Valentina. "And though my cousin seems happy with his arranged match, it's not for me. I'll marry when I'm ready, when I find the right woman to be the next Duchess of Balford." He didn't say anything about love, Diana observed, but then she rather thought he was aiming for mutual respect rather than actual affection in his marriage. Respect seemed to be the best one might hope for in marriages among the Ton, after all. "When you're ready," she said, "I hope you find the lady who will be everything you're looking for." They were interrupted by the lady on Balford's other side loudly demanding his attention, but he took a moment to murmur a thanks for her well wishes. Diana was left alone with her thoughts, since the seat on her other side was occupied by Alex's mother, who was busy gossiping with her sister across the table. "I've misjudged Balford," she thought, trying the dish which had been set in front of her, some sort of small game bird served with crisp stalks of asparagus. "He's not the arrogant dilettante I'd assumed. He's grieving his father still, and I suspect he was even more uncomfortable in the ballrooms of the Ton than I was." He'd shown unexpected flashes of humour during their conversation, mostly of the black sort directed at himself, but also he'd showed clear regret that she'd been caught up in the situation. She was beginning to feel almost charitably inclined towards him. Several courses of delicious, if rather unfamiliar, food later, and Lady Elspeth rose from the table, beckoning the ladies to follow her. They returned to the salon, and a maid brought in coffee and tea. Diana eyed the coffee several of the ladies were drinking doubtfully. The Italians drank it in tiny cups, which held scarcely more than a thimbleful, and it appeared thick and black, the scent strong and bitter. She was glad to accept a cup of tea from Lady Elspeth instead, the dowager remarking that she never drank coffee in the evenings, since it rendered her unable to sleep. Diana found herself sharing a couch with the new Duchess, Lady Valentina, who it transpired was just 17 years old. Her English was at about the same level as Diana's Italian, stilted and with a strong accent, but she seemed determined to try. "Andrea is half English, with 2 English grandmothers. He says he shall take me to London, so I must practice my English and become very good." "You are already very good," Diana said, recalling that Balford had said Andrea and Valentina's marriage was arranged. The young couple seemed quite besotted with each other, even so, and she rather tentatively asked if they had known each other well before the wedding. Valentina appeared to think about the question before answering. "The marriage was arranged when I was small," she said. "I have always known I should marry Andrea. Our fathers were good friends. When my father died and my brother became Conte, Andrea came to see him, to agree that the marriage should take place when I was old enough. We met then, and I thought he was very kind." "How old were you then?" Diana asked, curious. 14. Valentina blushed, cast her eyes down demurely. "I thought he was very handsome. I was pleased my father had arranged such a good match. I should not like to have to choose among many suitors, I think, like you must in your London seasons." "That's not quite how it works," Diana said dryly, "but then perhaps it was if you were someone like Valentina." She was exceptionally beautiful and had obviously been raised in an extremely wealthy household. Her dress was of the finest silk Diana had ever seen, stitched with tiny crystals and seed pearls, and a pair of diamond bracelets adorned her wrists. In London, she'd probably have hordes of lovesick swains composing poetry to her eyes and her glossy silken black hair. Valentina's face lit up, and even before the rumble of masculine voices reached Diana's ears, she knew the gentleman must be rejoining the company. She watched with a certain degree of envy as Valentina rose to her feet and hurried to Andrea's side, the young duke welcoming his bride with a kiss to her cheek and his arm slipped about her waist. "They're so in love," Clarissa whispered, taking the seat Valentina had just vacated. "Did you know it was an arranged marriage?" Diana kept her voice quiet. Clarissa's brows rose. "Well, it does still happen among the highest families in England, too," she said. "I suppose they must consider themselves very fortunate, then, that they've fallen in love, despite not getting to choose each other." Balford had entered the salon with Alex, in deep conversation with him. He looked around the room, his eyes catching Diana's briefly. He offered her a smile, and instinctively she smiled back. "I can't hate him any more. Not now I know what he's going through." Chapter 6. Will wasn't entirely sure why his gaze seemed to be drawn inevitably back to Lady Diana Creighton. He'd met many prettier girls, some of them were in this very room, but he found himself dwelling on her face, studying the animation of her features as she talked with her sister, the way her smile seemed to light up her eyes. He'd behaved appallingly towards her in London, and absolutely did not deserve even the slightest degree of her attention. Though he hadn't coined the awful fainting flower nickname, he'd done nothing to stop it when he heard it bandied about. He should have ruthlessly squashed it, but if he did so, then he would have invited censure upon himself for his ungentlemanly conduct in failing to catch her, and worse yet, walking away as she lay insensible on the floor. Lady Diana would be well within her rights to give him the cut direct and never speak to him again, yet she'd listened as he clumsily attempted to apologize. Not only that, but she'd seen right to the heart of him with that insightful comment about not being ready to step into his father's shoes. Will owed Diana Creighton a debt, and Penhaligons always paid their debts. He didn't know yet how he would repay her graciousness in hearing him out, especially since it seemed apparent her family had left London to get away from the gossip and sideways glances Diana had endured. "Yes, I've visited Venice several times over the years," he absent-mindedly answered a question Glenkelly asked him. "My stepmother took every opportunity to escape English winters." "So I dare say you've already seen all of the tourist sites. What would you recommend as your favourite?" It was Lady Glenkelly who asked the question, the beautiful redhead's eyes trained on his. She was quite the most strikingly lovely lady he had ever met, and yet his gaze slid again to the merely pretty brunette sitting on the couch, head bent towards her sister as the two of them spoke quietly together. "I should be pleased to show your party around some of the best sights, if you like," he said, dragging his gaze from Diana with some difficulty, wondering even as he said the words what on earth he was doing. Spending time with people he did not know well wasn't something he found pleasant. Indeed, it was normally a chore to be avoided as strenuously as he could manage. "My Franchetti relations have a great deal of influence in Venice, and invocation of Andrea's name will enable me to get you in to see a number of normally private locations. I know of a remarkable Da Vinci painting in the private chapel of a palazzo not far from here, for example." "That would be marvellous!" Lady Glenkelly's smile was blinding. "How very generous of you, Your Grace, but we shouldn't like to impose on your time." "It is no imposition." Once again he sneaked a look at Diana. "I should be pleased to. What are your plans for the next few days? Are you aware that the household plans to remove from Venice soon to escape the summer heat? Lady Elspeth has a villa at Schio in the foothills of the Dolomites, to which she likes to retire in the height of summer. Indeed, she has invited my mother and aunt to accompany her there, and extended the invitation to our party as well." Glenkelly nodded. "We shall certainly consider it. The heat here is wearying." Will was pretty sure that Glenkelly wasn't feeling the heat at all. The man had been a cavalry officer, had campaigned across the peninsula in heat equally as extreme, if not worse, but his expression as he looked at his wife showed exactly what motivated his concern. "The villa at Schio is more than large enough to accommodate you," Will agreed. "However, you might consider an alternative. Andrea wishes to take Valentina to visit her brother, the Conte di Bardolino. Their principal seat is at Bardolino, on the shores of Lake Garda, a place I have not visited, but I understand to be of outstanding natural beauty. We plan to travel with Lady Elspeth's party as far as Vicenza, but then continue west to Lake Garda, if you would consider accompanying us. I have no doubt the Conte would be delighted to have you join us." Lord and Lady Glenkelly looked at each other, communicating without words, before Lady Glenkelly flashed him another one of those dazzling smiles, thanked him for the invitation, and said they would discuss the matter. "When does everyone leave Venice?" Lord Glenkelly asked. 10 days or so, I understand. So there is really no time to lose on your sightseeing. Shall we say 9 o'clock tomorrow morning?" Lady Glenkelly wafted her fan, and he had the definite impression she was hiding a smile behind it. "That sounds very agreeable, but I do hope you will not ask us to do anything too strenuous on our first day." "I thought we might begin with a stroll along the Rialto and a visit to one of my favourite coffee shops." Will bowed to her with a grin. "Perhaps a visit to a church I know, which has a most beautiful painting of the Madonna by Titian afterwards." "That sounds delightful." Lady Glenkelly hid a smile again before saying, "My niece Diana has a keen interest in art. She will particularly enjoy the outing, I am sure." The Glenkellys were both well aware he'd spent the last quarter hour trying very hard not to stare at Lady Diana, he realised sickly. Lord Glenkelly was giving him raised eyebrows and a look somewhere between cynicism and warning. Lady Glenkelly merely seemed amused. "Venice has something for everyone," he said finally, "but anyone who appreciates fine art will surely fall in love with the city and her treasures." He was looking at Lady Diana again. He couldn't seem to help himself. She yawned behind her hand, and apparently Lady Glenkelly noticed that too, because she turned to her husband and laid a hand on his arm. "The girls are tired, Alex, and so am I. It's been a long day. I think we shall excuse ourselves and retire." "I shall come with you," Glenkelly said immediately, offering a polite tip of his head to Will. "A pleasure talking with you, Balford, and we'll look forward to seeing you in the morning." "I'll be in the breakfast parlour, or if you prefer to have breakfast brought to your rooms, I'll meet you at the dock at 9, Will offered. "I wish you a good night, Lady Glenkelly." She favoured him with another of those dazzling smiles, and he watched as the couple crossed the room to the settee. Diana and Clarissa looked up and seemed glad to be invited to retire, rising at once to follow Marianne across to where Lady Elspeth held court with some of the older ladies. She has a pretty figure. Diana's gown showed her small waist and high bosom to advantage, and she moved with a smooth, quick step, which made him think she liked to walk, was accustomed to striding out and moving with purpose. "The little English miss has caught your eye." Andrea, the young duke, came up beside him and spoke in rapid Italian, his tone amused. "No," Will denied, too quickly. "I met her before, in London," he attempted to explain himself. I thought she was boring then. Like every other marriage-minded miss with her eye on a title. I was unforgivably rude." "And yet," Andrea mused, as Diana glanced across the room at them, smiling and bending her knees in a slight curtsy before following her aunt out. "She seems to have forgiven you." "Not yet, I believe," Will said. I still have some way to go to make amends, but perhaps now she thinks I'm not a totally unredeemable horse's arse." Andrea burst out laughing, placed a hand on Will's shoulder. "I'm sure you will win her over if you want to, cousin." He did want to, Will discovered, as he allowed Andrea to steer him over to where two of their younger male cousins were conversing. Lady Diana Creighton had demonstrated an uncommon depth of insight during their short conversation, and he wanted to know her better. The fact she wasn't at all hard on the eyes was neither here nor there, he was sure. "Good morning, Your Grace." Diana curtsied gracefully, and he stopped one step into the foyer and stared at her. She was entirely alone, and wariness crawled up his spine, made him look around. "Don't worry, you aren't expected to take me out alone." She looked amused, and he winced, realizing she had accurately divined his thoughts. "My aunt broke a bootlace and returned to our suite to replace it, and my sister is actually just outside looking at the dock. She is rather fascinated by the gondolas, all things nautical in fact. I do believe, had she been born a man, she would have joined the Navy." "I beg your pardon." Embarrassed, he bowed slightly to Diana. "I should not have doubted you." "You're very gun-shy." She cocked her head and considered him unabashed. "I'd felt envious of some of the rich, beautiful débutantes, Lady Mary Gordon, for example, but it must be wearying to be swarmed with suitors who are desperate to impress, and even those who will resort to less than honourable tactics to get your attention. I feel rather sorry for her now, and I can see it's not all that much different if you're a man, even if you do have rather more freedom to be rude without risking social ostracism." Once again, Will was struck speechless by this young woman, by her insight and astute observations. Swallowing, he stepped forward and offered his arm, gesturing towards the exterior doors. "Shall we see if we can find your sister? I asked the houseboatman to be at our disposal this morning, so undoubtedly she is bombarding him with questions, and I do know his English is non-existent." "Both Clary and I have some Italian," Diana said a little tartly as she laid her hand on his arm, but then she smiled impishly. "Not nearly as good as we thought it was, however. Italians do speak very fast." "They do." Leading her outside, they indeed found Clarissa standing on the dock, peering at the glossy, brightly painted gondola awaiting them. The gondolier was keeping his distance, eyeing the young Englishwoman a little warily. "Your Italian is superb, though." Diana eyed him. "How often did you say you'd visited?" "This is my 5th visit to Venice, but I should also note that during the early years of the war, the entire Franchetti clan spent 2 years in England, and for most of it we hosted them at Balford Priory. I have 4 years in age on Andrea, but we get on very well. We practiced each other's languages until we were fluent enough to pass for native in them." "What an excellent way to learn a language," Diana approved. "I learned Italian from a very strict governess, by rote from books, with no expectation of ever visiting. It was merely another accomplishment I was expected to master." "I felt very much the same about Greek and Latin," Will admitted, and was rewarded by the brightest smile she'd yet bestowed on him. Her mouth was just a little too wide, an analytical part of his brain noted, for her face to be considered truly beautiful, yet what that meant was that when she smiled, the radiance of it felt like being bathed in pure sunlight. "Good morning, Your Grace." Clarissa looked away from the gondola long enough to spot him standing there, bent her knees in a perfunctory curtsy, and then looked back at the boat. "Do you know anything about these? Why are they so high at the prow and stern? And how do the poles work to propel them? Why not oars? I can understand why not a sail. There isn't much wind in between the buildings." "See what I mean?" Diana whispered, sotto voce, and Will laughed. "I do indeed. I do beg your pardon, Lady Clarissa, but I have to confess I've never been curious about the design of the gondolas. I'll be happy to relay your questions to the gondolier, though." "I did try to ask, but I'm not sure if he didn't understand, or he just didn't know the answers." Clarissa frowned at the man, standing as far away from her as he could manage in the gondola's stern, looking determinedly in the opposite direction. Will thought she'd probably just intimidated the poor man into silence, but didn't say so. The younger Creighton sister was definitely the more forceful of the pair, even if he was discovering that Diana wasn't afraid to speak her mind when given the opportunity. The Glenkellys stepped out of the palazzo to join them then, and greeted Will with friendly smiles. Lord Glenkelly assisted his wife into the boat, and Will turned to help the two girls down. Clarissa barely touched his hand before jumping down, but Diana's fingers folded around his, and she leaned on him for balance, tentative as the boat rocked under her feet. "You won't fall in," Will felt compelled to reassure her. "I've scarcely ever seen anyone fall into one of the canals. It would be more than Gianluigi's life is worth to let you." "Oh, no doubt." She took a seat beside her sister. "I don't think I quite have my land legs back after so many days at sea, though. Everything still feels a little unsteady, so when the ground actually is rocking, I'm convinced I will topple head first into that slightly unsavoury-looking water." "I should never allow it," he promised gallantly, before taking his own seat behind her and nodding to Gianluigi. "Let us be off about your first Venetian adventure then, my friends." Chapter 7. The Duke of Balford seemed quite a different man to the arrogant lordling she'd first met on a London dance floor, Diana mused, as she relaxed and watched the beautiful architecture of Venice slide slowly by. He was kind and thoughtful. There was no advantage for him in giving up his time to show people he barely knew around Venice, and yet he had offered without hesitation. He leaned forward now, putting his arm between her shoulder and Clarissa's to point at a large building coming up on their right and tell them to look just past it, because there was a beautiful bronze statue to be seen in a courtyard there. "Oh, look at that lovely bridge coming up ahead!" Diana exclaimed a few minutes later, admiring the fine white bridge topped by multiple arches spanning the canal. "That is the Rialto Bridge." Balford called something to the gondolier, and a moment later the gondola angled over to the side of the canal and drifted to a stop at some stone steps beside a large white palace. "We'll disembark here." Accepting his hand, Diana looked about in fascination as he helped her out of the gondola and up the steps, murmuring a warning to be careful, as it was low tide and the steps were slippery with seaweed and slime. She was glad she was wearing sturdy half boots in anticipation of walking a good deal. "This is a handsome building," Alex said, looking up at the palace they now stood beside. "The Palazzo dei Camerlengi. Built by the same architects as the Palazzo Franchetti, incidentally, though this one is now a government building. I'm not sure precisely what function it serves now, to be honest." Balford shook his head sadly. "There used to be quite a spectacular art collection here, but when the French occupied the city it was all dispersed. Some has been returned to Venice, but it's mostly in the Accademia di Belle Arte now, I understand. Which you absolutely must visit, of course. It's not far from here, around another bend in the Grand Canal, but I'd say leave it for another day. Today, I want to show you one of Venice's hidden treasures." He led them around the palace and along a narrow way with shops on either side, before stopping at a narrow door standing slightly open. "In here." They followed him in, looking around in amazement as they realized they were inside a church. The arched ceiling, held up by white marble columns, was almost as high as the church was long. There was only space for half a dozen wooden pews, but all any of them could look at, with the spectacular art painted on the walls. And the ceiling, as Diana discovered, when Clarissa nudged her and pointed up at the cupola, a circle of angels around a heavenly deity arranged on an ethereally pale blue background. "What is this place?" Diana whispered in sheer awe. "The Church of San Giovanni Elemisinario, the almsgiver," Balford supplied, offering her his arm for support as she leaned back and tried to crane her neck to look at the incredible detail in the cupola's painted angels. "What you're looking at is a work known as Eternal God and the Glory of Angels by Giovanni Antonio de Sacchis, better known as Il Pordenone." "I don't know that word. What does it mean?" Diana frowned. "It's just the name of the town he came from, I'm afraid. Nothing poetic. Come look in this side chapel. There is a beautiful altarpiece there by the same artist, of Saints Catherine, Sebastian, and Rocco." She admired the painting, thought it actually better than the altarpiece in the main church, and said so. "I agree. Though some would have it that Il Pordenone is an inferior artist to Tiziano, I don't think that particular painting is one of Titian's best works." "Titian?" She looked at the painting of the grey-haired saint again. "Do you know, I had no idea he painted religious works. I saw 2 of his paintings at Bridgewater House in London, Diana and Actaeon and Diana and Callisto. For some reason, I had imagined he painted only mythological scenes." Balford laughed, and she tensed, thinking he was mocking her ignorance. He was shaking his head, though, smiling kindly at her. "Venice will teach you better. For many years, Titian was the premier artist here, employed to create hundreds of works in churches and palazzos all over the city." He pointed back at the side chapel they had just left. "He and Il Pordenone were great rivals." "And yet, I don't think we should ever have imagined this church was here, if you had not shown us," Diana marvelled. "As I said, one of Venice's hidden treasures. I do not by any means pretend to know all of her secrets, but I confess this little church is one of my favourites." "Thank you for sharing it with us." Impulsively, she squeezed his arm. "You may now consider yourself forgiven, Your Grace." He did not pretend to misunderstand, but he did shake his head. "You are too generous, Lady Diana, and you are also not going to be rid of me so easily." She laughed, and then covered her mouth as a priest at the altar turned around at the loud noise. "I'm not trying to get rid of you," she hissed, avoiding the priest's glare. "No, but I think he is. Come." He gathered Clarissa on his other arm as they passed her, and they met Alex and Marianne at the door. "That was quite remarkable," Alex said, as they left the quiet church and returned to the bustling, busy Rialto market streets. "Isn't it? And I must tell you, there are dozens of churches in Venice with artistic treasures just as remarkable, and yet Venice is nothing to Rome or Florence. Italy truly is an artist's paradise." With a broad smile, he gestured to a coffee shop a few steps further along the street. "And a gourmand's paradise as well. This place serves the finest sfogliatelli in Venice, or so my aunt always claims. She has several times attempted to hire the proprietor to work at the palazzo, but he will not give up his shop." They took seats at a table under a striped awning, and a waiter came out to greet them. Balford gave orders in that rapid-fire Italian Diana was still struggling to understand. She gave him a bemused look as he took a seat beside her, and he smiled. "I ordered cappuccino, which is a milky, frothy coffee for you all to try, and some of the sfogliatelle, which are sweet pastries stuffed with a creamy filling. I asked for a bag of those to take home for Aunt Elspeth, too. She will be most displeased if she discovers I came here and didn't buy any for her." His fondness for the dowager was evident, Diana thought, and laudable too. Once again, she thought how very different he was from her first impression of an arrogant, thoughtless man who cared nothing for anyone but himself. It was a mask, she suspected, which he donned in social situations where he felt uncomfortable. The waiter came to the table with a flagon and some cups, setting them down, and then returning a moment later with a platter piled with small pastries. "This is pressed grape juice," Balford said, reaching for the flagon. "I asked for it in case you didn't care for coffee. Unfortunately, they don't have tea. While it is drunk here, not every cafe serves it." "I haven't cared much for the coffee we've been served here so far," Marianne admitted, and Diana nodded in agreement. "It's very strong. I don't understand why they serve it so in such tiny cups. Wouldn't it be better to put it in a larger cup and make it weaker?" "That depends on your point of view," Balford said with an easy chuckle. "Some Italians would prefer it strong enough that your spoon stand upright in it." They all laughed, as he'd obviously intended, and he continued, "But cappuccino is quite different, I promise. You might find you don't care for it, but you cannot come to Italy and not at least try it." Diana was uncertain. Even in England she had always preferred tea. She only drank coffee with a great deal of cream and more sugar than her mother usually permitted her to take. One sip of the syrupy black liquid the Italians called espresso had been enough to make her purse her lips at the bitter, strong taste. The contents of the cup set before her looked promising, though. Milk whipped to a thick, pale froth floated atop the coffee. She peered at it thoughtfully. "Sip the coffee through the froth," Balford advised, and then leaned a little closer. "Just try a sip. If you really don't care for it, please don't force yourself to drink it on my account. I know not everyone likes coffee. Indeed, my stepmother calls it a vile brew in any form." She smiled and took a small sip. Her brows flew up in surprise, and she took another. "That is very pleasant, actually." Encouraged by her enjoyment of the drink, she accepted one of the pastries from the platter Balford had ordered, and was even more delighted. The pastry was flaky and sweet, the creamy filling delicately citrus-flavoured, melting on her tongue. Marianne sighed with bliss as she too discovered how delightful the pastries were, and promptly reached over to take another. "I quite understand now Lady Elspeth's attitude. I too should wish to hire this baker." They all laughed, and very shortly the platter was empty, and Alex got up to go inside, returning a few minutes later with another paper bag full of pastries. "To have with your tea this afternoon, ladies," he said with a grin, "since I doubt Lady Elspeth will wish to share hers. Perhaps I should simply send someone down every morning to collect a bag for us to have at the breakfast table," Balford mused. "Yes, please," Diana said enthusiastically, and he glanced at her and smiled, offering a little bow. "Consider it done, Lady Diana. Now, shall we take a walk? The Rialto is rightly famous for its shopping. I am sure you ladies can find something you wish to take a closer look at." Diana had never seen such an eclectic mixture of shops, all crammed in cheek by jowl alongside each other in the narrow streets. There were no horses and carts, which seemed strange after London. Men moved their goods in small hand-carts, or carried them in crates or barrels from boats which pulled up to the canal sides. The fish market was smelly but fascinating, with kinds of fish she had never seen before laid out on stalls, housewives haggling with the vendors for the prime specimens before their selections were wrapped up in paper packages. "Is that an octopus?" Clarissa gasped, and Diana craned her neck to look, shuddering at the sight of the large purple-red creature with far too many legs, lying on damp seaweed on the wooden counter. "Surely that's not for eating?" The two sisters looked at each other in horror. Balford, seeing where their gazes rested, chuckled. "A delicacy here. I prefer the small ones myself." He pointed at a large bowl, and fascinated and revolted, the girls leaned over to look. "They're tiny." Barely larger than the last joint of her thumb, the baby octopi were white and a great deal less alarming looking than their larger cousin. Diana still didn't think she'd care to eat one. "And you like eating these?" She looked up at Balford. "I didn't say that exactly. Just that I prefer them to the big ones." He laughed at her expression. "Polpo is what you have to watch out for if you happen to be in a restaurant with a menu. Don't worry that it'll be served at the Palazzo. Lady Elspeth happens to despise it." He was teasing, but it wasn't unkind, and Diana found herself giggling. Balford winked before leading them out of the pescaria and into the herbaria, which smelled a great deal sweeter, smelling herbs, spices, and a huge array of fresh fruit and vegetables. Diana had never seen oranges or lemons so large and juicy-looking, nor such tomatoes. Even the apples were vastly larger and seemed more brightly coloured than the ones she'd eaten back home in England. Her head swivelled this way and that, her mouth agape as she stared all about. "Look at those grapes!" Clarissa pointed, and Diana's mouth began to water as she stared at the vast piles of deep purple-red and bright grassy green globes, larger and plumper than any she'd ever seen. "They look amazing," she agreed. "Italy is famous for its wine. It stands to reason their grapes would be excellent. Shall we buy some? I'd like to try them." "Don't touch them," Balford warned as they approached the vendor. "It's a point of honour that they will choose the very best they have for you." Diana was glad that he stood back instead of stepping in to order for her, letting her try out her schoolgirl Italian on the vendor, an old man who listened intently and nodded, giving her a toothless grin before selecting 2 bunches of grapes for her, one green and one red. Alex had given both her and Clarissa some lire and scudo to carry in their reticules. She fished out a few coins and puzzled over them. The old man laughed, took the smallest coin, a silver half-lire, and gave her back a quarter-lire and a couple of copper coins. A 5 centesimi and a 3 centesimi. He gave you a good price on the grapes, Balford said, amused, as the vendor even found a ragged cloth bag for Diana to take the grapes in, since she had no basket. She thanked the old man prettily, rewarded with another toothless smile and a blast of Italian far too rapid for her to follow. Balford laughed, shaking his head, and said something quick in return. "Did you just tell him I was your cousin?" Diana checked as they walked away. "He thought you were my wife." "Oh!" Startled, she jerked back slightly, her hand falling from his arm. He reached down, picked her hand up and tucked it back into the crook of his elbow again. "He would have been shocked if I had told him we aren't related. In Italy, you'll soon discover that unmarried young women of rank are usually highly sequestered. Arranged marriages like Andrea and Valentina's are the norm." He smiled slightly. "And since our families are indeed connected, if in a very convoluted way, cousin is as good a description as any, wouldn't you agree?" "I suppose," she said doubtfully. "Diana!" Marianne called to her from a small shop a few steps away. "Come over here and look at this wonderful jewellery." "Yes, Aunt Marianne," she said dutifully, disengaging her hand from Balford's arm. "Please, allow me to carry your grapes." He smiled warmly at her. "The jewellers of Venice are rightly famous, and deserve your full attention." "He's really very nice," she found herself thinking, as she joined Marianne and Clarissa in the tiny jeweller's shop, the 3 of them barely squeezing into the tight space, and then she firmly told herself to stop thinking about him. The Duke of Balford was very handsome, and yes, he did seem far nicer than her original impression of him, but allowing herself to moon over him could only lead to heartbreak. He'd already told her that he really wasn't in the market for a wife, and even if he was, she quite simply wasn't the kind of girl he'd marry. She wasn't rich enough, pretty enough, or connected to nearly enough noble families. Chapter 8. A week later, Diana walked through the Rialto again, arm linked through her sister's, enjoying the sights and sounds all around her. On Diana's other side was Valentina, the young Duchess, who in the last week had become a firm friend to the sisters. Getting to know Valentina had brought home to Diana that what Balford had said about young Italian women of rank was quite true. They were extremely sheltered until after their marriages. Valentina looked at almost everything outside the walls of the Franchetti Palazzo with wide-eyed wonder. She'd also confided to the sisters that she was quite shocked by the talk she was exposed to now she was married. Some of the married Franchetti ladies said the most scandalous things, and even Lady Elspeth didn't bat an eyelid. "This vendor over here is where I bought those beautiful grapes," Diana said, leading Valentina over. The old man smiled his toothless grin at her, recognition sparking in his eyes, and spoke deliberately slowly as he greeted her, for which she gave him a grateful smile. "More of your wonderful grapes, good sir," she said in her slow, careful Italian. "I shared some with my good friend the Duchess of Franchetti, and she thought them very fine." The old man's eyes widened, and he bowed very low indeed to Valentina as Diana indicated her. "I am honoured by your notice, noble lady," he said. "Please, allow me to make a gift of the finest of my wares." "No gift," Valentina refused. "Not with how much I want to purchase. We will have grapes, and your cherries look excellent too." Diana had thought to bring a basket this time and handed it over for the vendor to fill. He tried again to refuse payment, but she placed 2 silver lire in his hand. "You didn't charge me enough last time," she insisted. We leave Venice tomorrow, and I won't be back, so please take it." "I will be back in a few months, however," Valentina said. "We go to visit my brother and plan to enjoy your delicious fruit as we travel." The old man bowed to her again, his hand closing around the coins. "This one is far beneath your grace's notice. The honor is too much." "Does all the bowing and scraping get to be too much eventually?" Diana asked as they walked away, their basket heaped high with fruit. Valentina gave her a bemused look. "I don't understand." Valentina's English was better than Diana's Italian, but she still tried again in Valentina's own language. The young Duchess still didn't understand, though, and Diana eventually realized it wasn't the communication problem which was the issue. Valentina had been raised to expect such deference as her due. Marrying a duke might have increased the degree of it slightly, but it was still completely normal in Valentina's world. Even though she was Lady Diana now, daughter of an earl, Diana didn't think she would ever become accustomed to being on the receiving end of such attitudes. She wondered if Valentina was even aware of her own influence, if she had even noticed that the vendor was telling his next customers that the Duchess of Franchetti herself said his fruit was the finest in Venice. Patronage was the name of the game. Diana glanced back over her shoulder to where two dukes walked side by side, heads bent together in conversation. How much power such men wielded, and more knowingly than women. Balford caught her eye and tilted his head, a questioning look on his face. She offered a slight smile and looked away again before he approached to ask if there was anything she might need. He had been quite startlingly attentive over the last week, acting the tour guide on numerous occasions for their party, showing them not just the sights of Venice every tourist was advised to take in, but also several of his personal favourites. Like the church of San Giovanni alla Macinario on their first day, a hidden wonder they would otherwise surely have overlooked. Clarissa had teased Diana quite mercilessly for the first couple of days Balford took them about, but even she had to concede he showed no marked preference for either sister. Lady Elspeth had also made clear, by some fairly unsubtle hints, that she hoped Balford would marry her granddaughter Chiara, Andrea's younger sister. And though Chiara was as yet only 14 years of age, well, Balford had said himself he wasn't ready to marry. Waiting 4 years for Chiara to come of age was nothing, when the end result would be the cementing of alliances between the powerful English and Italian duchies. Chiara was sweet, if very shy. Diana had met her once, though it was true what Balford had said about young Italian girls being highly sequestered. Andrea was nice enough, but he also seemed mildly concerned that his sister might somehow be corrupted by being exposed to the independent English way of thinking. Diana was pretty sure steps had been taken to ensure Chiara was kept well away from her and Clarissa. Certainly, it had originally been planned that Chiara should accompany Andrea and Valentina on their visit to Lake Garda to visit Valentina's brother, a trip on which Balford was also scheduled. But once the Glenkellys had decided they would accept the invitation to go along, Lady Elspeth had suddenly decided it would be best for Chiara to accompany her to her villa at Schio instead. Both parties of travellers intended to depart Venice the following day. Sad to be leaving, she had fallen rather in love with La Serenissima, the city of bridges, and was sure there were many wonders she had not had the chance to discover. Still, Diana was sure there were many more adventures yet to be had in Italy. Why, they would see the cities of Padua, Vicenza and Verona just on their way to Lake Garda. Padua, the city with the university which women had been permitted to attend. Verona, immortalized in the Bard's play. Never in her wildest dreams had Diana imagined she might get to visit such places, so she would not for a single moment express her regret for their departure from Venice. On this, their last day in Venice, they had a particular expedition planned after their visit to the Rialto. They were to visit the islands of Murano, a settlement just to the north of Venice, where the famous Venetian glass was made. Andrea had explained that all the glassmakers of Venice were forced to move to Murano centuries ago because the city fathers had feared the risks of fire were too great. Napoleon had closed many of the factories when he ruled the city, and the industry had not yet recovered, but the Franchettis patronized several small families of glassblowers who were yet practicing their trade. They took a rowboat across the lagoon rather than the gondola, the trip taking about an hour. The ladies leaned back against cushions, with their parasols held up to shade them against the hot sun, and nibbled on the grapes they'd bought from the toothless old market seller. Diana tried in vain to keep her gaze on the rippling waters around them, the other boats passing by, anything but the handsome, smiling face of the Duke of Balford as he sat at the boat's bow, leaning over to trail his fingers in the water and laughing as he chatted with Andrea. Valentina was deeply involved in a conversation with Clarissa, but Marianne, sitting beside Diana, clearly noticed the direction of her gaze. "They want him to marry the Lady Chiara, you know," Marianne murmured quietly, her words pitched for Diana's ears alone. "I'm sure it would be an excellent match," Diana said evenly. "In a few years, of course. Balford will be ready by then to take a wife, and Chiara's birth must make her an unexceptionable choice for his Duchess. Even her English is perfect." Indeed, the Italian girl had been groomed all her life for the position of Duchess of Balford. Small wonder Balford hadn't wished to engage in the marriage mart in England, although Diana had to wonder why his stepmother had pressured him to participate, since she was the one with the connection to the Franchettis. Did she not want Balford to marry into the family for some reason? Diana could not imagine why not. Some noble Venetian families had lost much of their fortunes under Napoleon's rule, and were not faring well under Austrian governance either, but the Franchettis weren't among them. Lady Elspeth and her husband had raised 11 children apart from Andrea's father, children who had married into noble families all over Italy and cemented trading alliances which profited all of them. Marianne took Diana's hand, a little to her surprise, and squeezed it. "I'm glad you're looking at the situation with clear eyes, dearest. I wouldn't like to see your heart broken." "Are you telling me not to fall for him, Aunt? The man whose ungallant actions caused me to be named the fainting flower?" Diana laughed a little, trying to indicate with her light tone how ridiculous the mere idea was. "Never fear, my heart is in no danger." Marianne's level gaze was a little too knowing, and Diana looked away, fixing her gaze on the island they were now fast approaching. "I hope I can find something for Mamma within my budget," she said, her voice a little too loud. "I should love to take a piece of Venetian glass home for her." Marianne squeezed her hand again and allowed the change of subject, saying kindly that if Diana needed a little extra, she would be happy to contribute towards the cost of purchasing a gift for Lavinia. "She, after all, gave me a gift beyond price, your company on this trip." Diana rather thought she and Clarissa were the ones getting something of incalculable value, for which she would be eternally grateful. She had no opportunity to say so, though, since the boat had now pulled up to the dock, and it was time for them to disembark. Andrea wanted to show off to Valentina, it soon became obvious, as the young Duke escorted them around the glass-making manufactories, and Valentina was delighted to be impressed by the skills of the artisans under the Franchetti patronage. Each artisan had a gift prepared for the new Duchess, as well as being eager to show off their skills and their wares to her friends. Diana marvelled at the delicate beauty of the pieces, and hardly dared to ask the price of a small soda-glass vase, which she thought her mother might like. The woman showing the pieces checked with her husband before quoting a price Diana couldn't imagine would be correct. 17 lire. Are you sure? She said doubtfully, doing a mental calculation. The piece would sell for the equivalent of 10 times that in London, she thought. 15, then, but not a centesimi less. The woman shook her finger. Oh, no, yes. 15 lire, absolutely. I'm taking it home to England. Can you pack it for me? Digging in her reticule, she found her coin purse and fished out the coins, handing them over. The woman beamed, accepting the money, and reached under the counter to pull out a small wooden box. Diana watched as the vase was filled with sawdust and then packed in more sawdust, the box filled with it until the lid was placed on, and then twine bound firmly around it until the lid was secure. "Diana, come look at these beads," Marianne called to her, and the woman waved Diana away, intent on finishing off the packing properly. Crossing the room, Diana found Marianne studying some delicate blown glass beads, dangling from fine wires and attached to ear bob screws. "Oh, how pretty!" Diana admired. "You should get those green ones, Aunt Marianne. They'll look magnificent against your red hair." The emerald-coloured beads glimmered with flecks of gold, shimmering in the sunlight pouring in through the window. "That's what I said, only I think she should get the sapphire blue and gold ones too," Clarissa agreed. "Those ones are on hooks, and my ears aren't pierced," Marianne pointed out. "Mine either." Diana touched her earlobes. Valentina had pierced ears, she'd noticed, favoured some large pearls dangling from golden hoops, which she wore much of the time. They looked very pretty, but still, she shivered at the thought of a needle stabbing through the sensitive flesh of her lobes. "I'm sure they can change the fittings over for ear screws, if you want that particular pair," a low voice murmured, and Diana glanced around to find Balford had come up behind her. He nodded to Marianne, lifting a finger to beckon over a young man, who listened as Balford spoke in his fluent colloquial Italian, and nodded eagerly. "Yes, sir, of course we can change the fittings. A matter of a few minutes, my lady." The young man bowed to Marianne. "Well, in that case, I shall take both pairs. What about you girls? Would you like to choose a pair each? My gift to you." Both Diana and Clarissa tried to cry that she was too generous, but Marianne was insistent. She held up a pretty pink and white pair of beads, holding them to Clarissa's ears, and Diana smiled, knowing her sister wouldn't be able to resist. Clarissa loved that particular shade of deep pink, even though their mother had decreed it was too risqué a colour for débutantes to wear. "You should get these ones," Balford murmured, and she looked down at where he pointed to a pair of beads in a stunning teal shade, flecked with silver. "They would go well with that pretty evening gown of yours." She stared at him in absolute shock. She would never for a moment have thought that he would notice the colour of her favourite dress, much less remember it well enough to match quite precisely the shade from this array of earrings in every colour of the rainbow. "Diana?" Marianne spoke her name, and Diana shook off her surprise. "Yes," she said. "Those ones. I like them very well, and they will indeed match that gown. How clever of you to notice, Your Grace." Although, perhaps he wasn't that observant. She'd worn that gown on 4 evenings of the 7 they'd spent in Venice, alternating it with the pink frilly one she despised. The pale green velvet one was just too hot in the climate, but she hoped perhaps the weather might be cooler once they reached Lake Garda, and she could wear it there. Still, she felt frumpy and shabby when comparing herself to Valentina, who wore a different gown every evening, each more stunning than the last. Chapter 9. Will watched as the shop owner carefully packed the earrings in wadded cotton before placing them in a small box and handing it to Diana, along with the larger box containing the vase she'd purchased for her mother. He was glad her aunt had bought her the earrings. He'd had a most inappropriate urge to buy them for her himself, an instinct he had to ruthlessly suppress. Even the suggestion of it would be a shocking impropriety. Still, he was glad she had them. And he couldn't quite keep from pointing to a glass dolphin sculpted from the same teal and silver glass as Diana's earrings and asking the shop owner to wrap it for him. Right now, he couldn't figure out a way in which he might give it to her without disastrous consequences for her reputation. But he had some time, weeks in her company hopefully, to work something out. All he knew was that he wanted her to have it. They went to a second glassworks, this one larger, with a row of apprentices working to make glass rods of different colours and thicknesses, which the masters then melted and twisted together to make the fascinating, colourful pieces known as millefiori. They were allowed to get quite close, to stand and peer over the shoulders of the apprentices and see the glass glowing red as it was melted and formed. The heat was intense, and from the corner of his eye, Will spotted Diana swaying slightly. Instinctively, he reached out to put a hand under her elbow and steady her. "I shan't faint, Your Grace." She glanced back at him and smiled. "Never fear." "Perhaps not." He smiled back. "But know that if you do, I will catch you." She laughed, her brown eyes twinkling. "It is terribly hot in here," she admitted, backing away from the proximity to the heat. "Perhaps we could go outside." "Of course." He offered his arm and walked her to the door and outside. They stood on the narrow bridge crossing the canal right outside the shop door, where a slight breeze stirred the hot, humid air. Diana turned her face to the breeze and breathed deeply. "The canals smell a little better in Murano than in Venice proper," Will said, a little inanely. "They do. Perhaps because there are so many more people in the city." She wrinkled her nose a little, glancing at him. "Truly, the smell isn't so bad. One can ignore it for Venice's beauties." "Did you get time to explore Florence?" he asked. "I know you visited there before coming here." "Sadly, no. As soon as we discovered Lord Glenkelly's relatives had travelled for Venice, we set sail again. I didn't even get to leave the ship." She made a little face. "But I think the plan is for us to travel overland back to Florence once we leave Lake Garda, which I am very much looking forward to." "Indeed, that will be something of an adventure," he agreed. "You will cross the Apennines, and though they are nothing to an Alpine crossing, still the scenery is magnificent." "Have you spent much time in Florence?" she asked. "I have never been there," he admitted. "I visited Rome twice, and Milan, but somehow Florence has never quite made it onto my itinerary." "That seems quite an omission, considering your otherwise encyclopedic knowledge of Italy." He was fairly sure she was laughing at him, but he took it with good humour. "Perhaps I shall ask Lord Glenkelly if I may join your party when you depart Lake Garda." He said it on impulse, the thought striking him that it would be a way to prolong his time in her company. Colour rose to Diana's cheeks, and she looked away, breaking their eye contact. "I am sure Glenkelly would welcome your company," she murmured distantly. Will wanted to ask if she would welcome his company too. Sternly, he suppressed the urge. She was an earl's daughter, and not to be trifled with. Glenkelly seemed very fond of her too, and he had no wish to incur the Marquis's anger. Glenkelly was a former soldier, and reputedly had been a very good one. Will had been trained by masters, but he did not for a moment think his skill with sword or pistol could match up to a man who had killed for a living. "There you are," a deep voice said dryly, and Will looked around to see Glenkelly standing in the shop's doorway, arms folded as he leaned on the door jamb. Wondering how long the Marquis had been watching them, Will was glad he had maintained a respectable distance from Diana on the bridge. "It's terribly hot in there, Uncle Alex." "His Grace was kind enough to escort me out for a breath of fresh air, such as it is." Diana turned an untroubled face towards Glenkelly, who nodded. "Quite understandable. I believe we're ready to leave now." He held his hand out in a clear gesture for her to return to his side, and she moved away from Will, walking down the bridge's curved side. She slipped on the damp timber, and Will lunged instinctively, catching her with a strong hand around her upper arm and keeping her on her feet. "Steady, my lady!" "Oh, my goodness!" Diana grasped at him, regaining her balance. "Careful," he said, letting go of her as Glenkelly stepped forward to take her hand, guiding her down the last few steps off the bridge. "These bridges can be slippery." "It's good to know you can be quick to catch a lady when she really needs it." Diana cast him a sparkling look, and he laughed, helpless against her wit. "I am at your service, my lady." Andrea glanced around when Will came back into the shop, looked from him to Diana with raised eyebrows. "I had thought the English miss wasn't of interest," He hesitated, perhaps a beat too long for a convincing denial, and Andrea nodded slowly. "I see." Andrea had never pressed him regarding a potential match with his sister Chiara, for which Will was grateful. It was Lady Elspeth and Andrea's mother, Lady Marietta, who had been pushing for the match. Will could not be less interested. He had known Chiara since she was a baby, had indeed rocked her in his arms. She was a sweet child, and he doubted he could ever think of her as a man would want to think of his wife, even with a few more years of maturity. "Chiara is a child," he offered, and Andrea nodded in understanding. "Yes, I had rather thought you felt that way about her. I am actually grateful my father kept me from meeting Valentina for so many years, despite the long-standing arrangement for us to wed. I didn't meet her as a child, but as the beautiful woman she is now." Andrea smiled fondly as he looked across to where his wife stood with Clarissa Creighton, admiring a delicate glass sculpture being shown off by an artisan. "Valentina likes your English miss. She is not like the women I know, but if she suits you, then the family will welcome her." "You're getting ahead of yourself," Will insisted. "I like her, but I don't think I'm ready for marriage. And Lady Diana does not think much of me, I'm afraid, after our bad start. She tolerates my presence, but little more. For a Duchess's tiara, a lady would do a lot more than tolerate you," Andrea said dryly, but Will shook his head, everything in him rebelling at the idea. How he was to manage it, he had no idea, but he wanted the woman he eventually married to choose him for himself, not his wealth and position. Venice at dawn was a mystical, almost magical place. The eastern sky over the Adriatic Sea was tinged a pale peach at the horizon, darkening to a warm orange as the sun began to rise, the waters of the lagoon glassy smooth as their boats cut through the water. The city's marble palaces glowed, reflecting the rising sun's rays, but Will didn't even notice them. His gaze was fixed on the pale countenance of the young woman sitting in the stern of the boat, her expression pure wonder as she gazed back at the shining city on the water. All too soon they arrived at the village of Campalto on the mainland and disembarked to find transport awaiting them in the form of 2 fine carriages and horses for the gentlemen, if they so chose. Baggage carts had departed the day before with most of their belongings and such servants as would travel with them, and would already be in Padua awaiting them. The Franchettis knew how to travel in style. They spent 2 full days in Padua, seeing the sights, before going on to Vicenza, where they bade farewell to Lady Elspeth and her party. From Vicenza, Valentina excitedly told them all it was only about 30 miles to Verona, but the mountainous country meant they would take 2 full days to traverse the distance, and from Verona 1 more day to her brother's castle at Bardolino, on the shores of Lake Garda. Will hadn't visited this part of Italy before, and found it incredibly beautiful, with the Alps looming ever-present to the north, and glorious countryside all around. Vineyards and olive groves were everywhere, and every rest stop on the journey was in a village which had a hotel serving the most wonderful food and wine. On their last day of travel, he stepped outside the inn where they had paused to partake of a luncheon and change the carriage horses, and found Diana sitting on a tree stump outside, sketchbook in hand, pencil sweeping rapidly over the page as she attempted to capture the view before them. Or at least that was what he assumed she was doing, until he walked close enough to see that she was actually creating a charming little sketch of the innkeeper's 2 children playing in the dirt with a puppy. "That is delightful," he said without thinking, and obviously startled her because she dropped her pencil with a cry of shock. "I do beg your pardon. I didn't mean to startle you. Here." Scooping the pencil up, he handed it back. "Thank you," she mumbled, cheeks red. She didn't meet his eyes, but returned to her sketch. "You're very good," he observed. Diana laughed, still not looking at him. "We are in Italy, the home of the great masters. Even in this small town, the church is decorated with frescoes more spectacular than anything I might ever dream of creating. And yet, your sketch is everything delightful. In just a few strokes, you have captured the essence of it. 2 children, happy in their dirt and with their pet. It is a scribble. She tore the page from her sketchbook, and for a horrified moment he thought she was going to crumple it up and toss it away, but she stood and presented it with a smile to the innkeeper's wife, who had come out to retrieve her children and was chiding them for dirtying their clothes. The woman accepted the sketch with cries of delight, running to show her husband, who came out to praise it and thank Diana volubly. A scribble which made 2 loving parents very happy, Will observed, as the drawing was passed around to admire. "The heights to which I aspire with my art," Diana said with a shrug. "It is an amusement." "You are very down on yourself." He wondered why. Looking down at the book she had left abandoned on the tree stump, he pointed to the sketch left topmost, now the picture of the children and puppy was gone. "Look at this. We passed that house yesterday. I recall seeing it, admiring the aesthetic of the ruin on the hilltop. You could have had it in your view for no more than 5 minutes, and yet I recognize it instantly, at a single glance." She looked at him uncomprehendingly, and he gestured towards the happy family now hurrying inside, looking for a place of honour to hang her sketch. "Those children and their puppy didn't sit still for 2 seconds together, and yet you drew their likenesses unerringly, unmistakably. Please believe me when I say that is unusual. I have had my portrait done twice, by 2 of the finest painters of the age, and the conniptions they both descended into when I twitched so much as a muscle had to be seen to be believed." Diana laughed at that, her stiff posture softening a little. "I have heard that. Father wanted to commission a portrait when he inherited the earldom, and was horrified when he heard how long the painter would expect him to sit still. Not about the cost, mind you." Her glance was wry. "He asked me to paint him instead. I completed it before we left for Italy." "And did he pay you what he would have paid the portrait artist?" She laughed again, picked up her sketchbook and folded it closed without answering. Her laughter had been answer enough, he supposed, watching her walk away back towards the inn. Riding away from the inn a short time later, Will wasn't particularly surprised to find Lord Glenkelly falling in beside him. He was a little taken aback by the former soldier's blunt words, however. "Lady Diana is under my protection. I'll not have her trifled with. I would never offer Lady Diana the slightest insult." Indignant, Will drew himself up before wincing. "More than I already have," he said sheepishly. "I mean, I find her charming." Too late he saw the other man's sly grin, stumbled over his words, and closed his mouth with a snap. "I believe you when you say you mean no insult to her, but I must still query your intentions." "I'm not looking for a wife at this time." The words were automatic, but even as he said them, he wondered if they were still the immutable truth they'd been when he left England just a few short weeks ago. "I see." Glenkelly's tone indicated more disbelief than acceptance. "Well, you know your own mind, of course, Balford. But I must request that you have a care for Diana's reputation. My wife is very fond of Diana and Clarissa, and I have come to rather like you. I should hate to have to call you out." "I should hate to have to face you across a field of honour," Will said honestly. "Indeed, I should quake in my boots if I had to, so I give you my word I will do everything in my power to avoid even the slightest appearance of impropriety." Glenkelly inclined his head. "I will accept your word of honour, Balford." That sly grin crossed his face again, tugging at the scar slashing down across his cheek, marring his handsome good looks. "But should you change your position as regards matrimony, I hope you'll do me the courtesy of advising me." It was obvious to Will that pursuing the topic could only lead to pitfalls he'd much rather avoid, so he merely murmured his agreement and hastily changed the subject. Chapter 10. After several days of travel, Diana was eager to reach their destination. The blue waters of the lake shimmered out the window on the left side of the coach, mountains rising steeply on their right. The scenery seemed to grow more spectacular with every bend in the road, and she leaned close to the window, staring out in delight and wonder. How Clarissa and Valentina could sleep when there were such sights to be seen, she could not imagine, but sleep they did, leaning against each other on the opposite seat, heads nodding with the rocking of the coach. "Diana," Marianne's voice said softly, and Diana looked away from the view to meet her aunt's gaze. Marianne seemed to hesitate, but then she reached out to touch Diana's wrist and said gently, "Is there anything you want to tell me?" Diana's brow furrowed. A small smile curved Marianne's lips as she saw her evident confusion. "I'm talking about the Duke of Balford," Marianne clarified. "Oh." Diana felt her cheeks flush, took a few deep breaths to calm herself. "There is nothing to tell, Aunt Marianne. We have made up our differences. He is a much better man than I understood from my initial poor impression of him. Indeed, I think him a very good man indeed." "I rather thought you had that opinion," Marianne said delicately. "And I rather suspect he thinks quite a lot of you." The blush was crawling down Diana's neck. She considered letting down the window, but they were traversing a rather dry and rocky part of the road, a great deal of dust kicked up. She stared out of the window and said nothing. "I will not press you," Marianne said, "but I wanted you to know that I am always here if you would like to talk." "There is nothing to talk about," Diana mumbled, still unable to look at her aunt. "Very well, but if that should change, I promise I will neither judge nor press you. Your happiness is my first concern." Marianne squeezed her fingers gently. "Whatever your hopes and desires are, or may come to be, I will always do my best to see them come to pass for you." Hot tears pricked at Diana's eyes, and she blinked them back, turning to Marianne at last and enveloping her in a fierce hug. Marianne's loving concern and calm trust was such an intense contrast to her parents' smothering overprotectiveness, even though she knew her parents were also motivated by love. "Don't break your heart, dear one," Marianne whispered into her ear as she returned Diana's embrace. "My heart is in no danger," Diana replied stoutly, wondering even as she spoke the words if she was telling the truth. Her heart gave a treacherous pang as she thought about the mere possibility of Balford holding her in any regard. "If you say so." Marianne drew back, giving her a somewhat disbelieving look, but she was kind enough not to press further, for which Diana felt exceptionally grateful. The carriage jolted, and Clarissa and Valentina both woke, looking about. Valentina leaned forward to peer out of the window, clapping her hands together with delight, her face suffused with joy. "We are almost at Badolino. Look, there on the hill above the lake, my brother's castello." The others looked where she pointed and let out cries of delight as they saw the castle, made of white marble, shimmering in the late afternoon sun. "I thought it would be like our English castles, all battlements and grim grey stone," Diana whispered to Clarissa as they climbed out of the carriage a quarter-hour later. "Me too," Clarissa admitted with a giggle. "But then, the palazzos of Venice are very unlike St. James or Kensington Palace. We should have expected that their castles are quite different too." Valentina had disembarked ahead of them, as befitted her higher rank, and flung herself into the arms of a man who stood in the courtyard awaiting them, laughing as he embraced her. "I dare say that must be her brother," Clarissa murmured, and with a nudge to Diana's ribs added, "Gosh, he's rather good-looking." Mario Maccarone, Conte di Bardolino, was indeed very good-looking. Classically handsome after the Italian fashion, he wasn't particularly tall, but was blessed with a mop of curly black hair, flashing black eyes, and cheekbones which could have been sculpted by Michelangelo himself. He was possessed of an overly dramatic disposition and a tendency to exaggeration, or so Diana assumed when he took one look at her, threw his hands up in the air, and declared he had been struck by Cupid's arrow. She was also fairly sure he was no older than she was. His thin, scraggly moustache looked like a rather desperate attempt to appear less boyish and more mature. So she kindly didn't laugh at his dramatics, merely smiled distantly and allowed him to seize her hand and bestow a flamboyant kiss on her fingertips. Standing back and nudging Clarissa forward, Diana was surprised to catch Balford with an expression on his face she could only interpret as black rage. She tilted her head and raised an eyebrow at him curiously. He caught her watching him and looked away quickly, his expression smoothing into blandness. What was that about, she wondered, but there was little time to think about it, as Valentina was seizing her arm and leading her towards the Castello's main entrance, chattering excitedly on about the guest chambers she had written to her brother to have prepared for their English guests. Diana had thought the rooms they occupied in the Franchetti Palazzo in Venice were extraordinary, and indeed in opulence they were unrivalled, but the view from their rooms at Castello Bardolino was utterly spectacular. Spellbound, she stared as Valentina flung open French doors leading out onto a balcony, her own private balcony, with a view out over the shimmering blue waters of Lake Garda to the soaring mountains of the Alps to the north. "Good Lord!" she breathed, stepping out onto the balcony beside Valentina. "But this is too much. Is this the best guest suite? You should not have." Valentina laughed and swept her hands out to the left and right. "Look, my friend. Every room on this floor and the one above has exactly the same view and the private balcony. Lord and Lady Glenkelly are next door to you in the corner suite, which is much larger and finer, I promise." "Will you mind very much if I just spend my entire stay right here?" Diana asked, quite in earnest. There was even a chair on the balcony, a comfortable-looking armchair of woven cane with a thick cushion on the seat. She was quite sure that she could sit there for hours upon end and never weary of the view. Valentina laughed and squeezed her hand. "If that is what you wish, our staff will keep you well supplied with food and drink, but I hope you will soon begin to wish for our company. I know my brother is already enthusiastic for more of yours." She went away with a giggle and a wink Diana tried to ignore. "The Conte did seem very taken with you," Clarissa said from the next-door balcony, making Diana jump. "Oh, I'm sorry. Didn't you hear me come out?" Hand pressed over her pounding heart, Diana shook her head. "No. And I don't want to talk about the Conte, Clary. I think he's younger than I am, for goodness sake." "He's younger than I am." Clarissa folded her arms and leaned on the balcony's stone railing, grinning wickedly at her sister. "He's Valentina's twin. Didn't you know?" 17. With a small laugh, Diana plopped down in her cane balcony chair and leaned back. "But of course he is. The only man who's ever really showed any interest in me is younger than I am." "The only man? I think not." Clarissa threw herself into her own chair and in a very unladylike gesture swung her feet up to rest them on the edge of the balcony wall. Seeing Diana's glance of reproof, she sighed and lowered them again. "Seriously, Di, you might fool Aunt Marianne, but I know better. Balford, firstly, I don't want to talk about it, and secondly, even if I did," Diana cut her sister off quickly, "this is definitely not the place. Anyone on any of the balconies could overhear." She pointed up, indicating the floor above and the balconies there. "And we might not be able to see them." A sound behind her made her glance around to see several burly footmen entering her suite, carrying her trunks and an empty copper bathtub, accompanied by a pair of maids who bobbed curtsies as they caught sight of her. Undoubtedly, she was to be just as thoroughly spoiled and waited upon hand and foot as she had been in Venice. With a warning glance at Clarissa, she rose and walked back inside the suite to greet the maids, grateful she had taken every opportunity to improve her Italian when they proved not to have a single word of English between them. The footman brought in pails of hot water to fill the bathtub, and once the maids had chivied the men out, Diana was encouraged to remove her dusty travelling gown and settle into the hot water, scented with orange oil, and wonderfully relaxing. One of the maids had slipped out when Diana got into the bath and returned a few minutes later with her arms piled high with brightly coloured bundles of fabric. The other maids scurried over to help, and soon they were shaking out dresses and laying them out on the bed. "Where did those come from?" Diana asked, pausing and racking her brain before repeating herself in Italian when they stared at her blankly. The dresses certainly weren't hers. "Lady Valentina sent them," one of the maids explained, speaking slowly so that Diana could understand her Italian. "When she married, she chose all new gowns, suitable for a married woman. These are her gowns from before, left here. She said if you could use them, they are for you and your sister." "How incredibly kind and thoughtful!" Diana exclaimed in delight. The maids shared a smile, probably not understanding her words, but certainly appreciating her delighted tone. They were very loyal to the family, Diana guessed, and considering Valentina's sweet nature, probably quite devoted to her. The gowns they held up for her inspection were beautiful, modestly cut as befitted an unmarried maiden, but of superb quality fabrics and exceptionally well made. Diana eyed them covetously, especially delighted by the strong colours and jewel tones, so much more striking than anything an English debutante was permitted to wear. The two maids soon had her out of the bath and standing in her shift, measuring one of the gowns up against her and chattering quickly to each other about alterations which would need to be made. "Choose which gown you would like to wear tonight, my lady," she was instructed. Diana hesitated only a moment before pointing to the gown which had caught her eye first, a rich creation of silk in a deep amethyst purple. Beams of approval greeted her choice before she was urged into the gown, and they set about her with needle and thread, making adjustments to the bodice where Valentina was obviously rather fuller in the bosom than she. Luckily they were close to the same height, Diana just a little taller, so the hemline could be left alone. A tap on the door heralded Clarissa joining her as the maids were making the final adjustments. Wearing a lovely gown in emerald green, Clarissa twirled about, grinning. "Isn't this a pleasant surprise?" "You look beautiful," Diana said sincerely. "Very grown up." With a twinkle in her eye, she teased, "Perhaps the Conte will transfer his admiration for me onto you." "I doubt it, considering the look I gave him when he kissed my hand," Clarissa noted dryly. "I prefer men, not boys." Diana had to laugh. "You should give him a chance. Wouldn't you like to be mistress of this beautiful castello? If all I wanted in a husband was an impressive house, I'd ask Pa to arrange a marriage for me." Clarissa swished the skirts of her gown. "Like you, I want something more." With arms linked, the sisters made their way downstairs, guided by smiling servants who gestured them to a large, airy salon with huge French windows opening out to a stunning terrace overlooking the lake, where a long table was set with gleaming crystal glasses and polished silverware on a shimmering white linen cloth. The young Conte rose from a chair close to the window, smiling broadly as he strode towards them. "Lady Diana, Lady Clarissa, welcome again to my home. We will dine shortly, but may I offer you some sherry?" His English was excellent, if heavily accented. Diana complimented him on it politely, and he beamed at her. "I had an Englishman as a private tutor for 3 years in my youth." She had to bite on her lips to avoid laughing, or saying something sarcastic like, "Oh, so many years ago, then." Clarissa, less tactful, let out a faint snort, and then detached her arm from Diana's and walked away towards the French doors, shoulders shaking slightly as she stared out at the view of the sun setting over the lake. "Your home is magnificent, my lord," Diana said, as the Conte handed her a glass of sherry. He beamed at her, joining her as she too drifted to the doors, drawn in by that astonishing view. "Thank you. And please, you must consider it as your home too while you are here. My sister tells me how fond she is of you already, that she is delighted to call you family, even if the connection is so distant she could not exactly explain it to me." He was really very charming despite his youth, and Diana returned his smile. Valentina is a delight. She has been far kinder and more welcoming than we might possibly have hoped.
Oh, she is an angel. And since you call her by her first name, you must call me by mine. I am Mario.
I don't know. She moved slightly, putting a little more space in between them. We did just meet. I don't want to be overly familiar.
As you please.
Unabashed, he shrugged.
Perhaps when you know me a little better.
The door of the salon opened again to admit Alex and Marianne, Balford following them in, and the Conte strode forward again, declaring his great pleasure and the honour done to his house by the presence of such distinguished guests. Chapter 11. Will didn't even notice the young Conte's effusive greetings. He was too busy staring in awe at the vision of beauty gowned in purple, silhouetted by the setting sun on the far side of the lake. Diana Creighton was a pretty girl. He'd noticed that on their very first meeting before she fainted at his feet, and every moment he'd spent with her in Italy only had him appreciating more and more of her fine qualities. In a purple silk gown of the very finest cut, her hair elaborately curled and braided, she was lovely enough to rival any diamond of the ton, something the Conte di Bardolino had certainly noticed. It didn't take long for the stripling to hurry back to her side, his gaze fixed on her serene countenance as she gazed on the glorious colours the sunset painted into the sky. Will had never thought of himself as having any tendencies towards violence, but his fists clenched at his sides, and he took an instinctive step forward, a thought that he should toss the foolish young sprig in the lake for looking at Diana that way, forming in his head. Glenkelly stepped smoothly into his path, the movement so casual-seeming nobody looking on would have remarked it, but Will found himself brought up short as a solid shoulder glanced his own, knocking him back a half-step.
"Do beg your pardon, Balford."
Glenkelly glanced at him, an unspoken warning in his eyes, and Will took a deep breath, gathering his composure again.
"Not at all. My fault entirely. I wasn't paying attention," he murmured.
"I rather think you were, actually," Glenkelly said, and Will flushed. Saved by the arrival of Andrea and Valentina, Will turned gratefully to his cousin.
"You did not tell us how magnificent this place was, Andrea. And what a place to grow up, Valentina."
The young Duchess laughed softly. "We do not always appreciate what is right in front of us until it is gone, do we? Venice is beautiful, of course." She squeezed her husband's arm. "But a part of my heart will always reside beside the shores of Lake Garda."
"Which is why we shall always journey here every year."
Andrea patted her hand fondly.
"So let that be a criteria when you look for a wife, Will. Choose one whose childhood home is a place where it is no hardship to spend time."
"Provided she cares to return there," Lady Glenkelly put in dryly. Uncertain what she meant, Will stared at her. Her expression tightened, her beautiful face as still and cold as marble, before she murmured, "My father saw me as an asset to be traded for his own advantage. My childhood was not a happy one."
"I'm sorry,"
Will said, knowing the sentiment was inadequate. He knew a little something of the lady's history. Her first husband had been much older than she and notoriously possessive, not even permitting her to speak with other men. Her eye-catching beauty meant she was pursued as soon as her mourning period was over, but she accepted Glenkelly's suit almost immediately. They had become engaged the very night Will had first met Diana. During the last week, Will had discovered the affection between Glenkelly and his new wife was actually of long standing, but Marianne had been forced to accept the Earl of Creighton when Glenkelly went away to war. The couple were very much in love, Will thought. Even more so than Andrea and Valentina, who were obviously besotted with each other in the first throes of youthful adoration, the Glenkellys were more mature, knowing of their own minds, and certain in their faith in each other's hearts. The Conte had finally torn his gaze from Diana long enough to notice his sister's arrival and came over now to kiss her fondly on both cheeks. Mario seemed quite a likeable lad, Will thought grudgingly, who obviously thought the world of his sister and was overjoyed she was happy in her marriage to Andrea. They were soon being invited out to the terrace, taking seats at the table, and a procession of footmen began carrying out dishes topped with domed silver lids, setting them on the table with great flourishes as they removed the lids. Diana cried out with pleasure and applauded, and something hot and tight curled painfully in Will's belly as she turned a radiant smile on Mario. "I'm not jealous," he tried to tell himself. "I have nothing to be jealous about. I'm not looking for a wife, but she is looking for a husband. I should be happy for her. Mario is a fine young man with a title, a handsome estate, and a bright future. He'd be a good match for her. So why do I want to vomit at the thought of them together?" "You must try the polenta taragna and the osso buco," Valentina told him, gesturing to Andrea to pass the dishes to Will. "They are Lombardy local delicacies. Is the torrone for dessert, brother?" she called down to Mario.
"Would I dare serve a dinner for you without it?" he answered with a laugh, before explaining for the edification of the other guests. "Torrone is a kind of sweet, a nougat, I think the word is in English. Flavoured with honey and almonds, it has always been one of Valentina's favourites."
"It sounds delicious," Diana enthused. "But then everything looks wonderful. What is that dish with the yellow rice, and how do they make it yellow?"
"Risotto alla Milanese, and the colour comes from the saffron threads it is cooked with."
Mario beamed at her interest. Will took a gulp of wine, his appetite non-existent. At least the wine was good. Excellent, in fact. And, of course, it was from vineyards owned by the Macarone family, as Valentina proceeded to tell him with great pride. Within moments, Mario was declaring his intention to take his guests on a tour of the vineyards on the morrow, and Diana was expressing great delight in the idea. And Will thought about crawling deep enough into the bottle that he wouldn't be in a fit state to join the party in the morning, but in the end he held his hand over his glass when an attentive footman moved forward to refill it for the third time. Because it might feel like torture watching Mario flirt and laugh with Diana, but given the opportunity to spend more time in her company, he would take it no matter the circumstances. He just didn't particularly care to think too hard about why he might feel that way. Will was a little surprised when Diana fell into step beside him as they walked through the vineyard the following morning. The ladies had ridden up from the castello in an open landaulet, the men on horseback, and no sooner had they left the carriage and horses in a yard beside the large barn housing the winery operations than Mario was hurrying to Diana's side, offering his arm and monopolizing her attention. Looking around, Will saw Mario now deep in conversation with the Glenkellys as Alex pointed to some vines and asked questions. Marianne was watching him and Diana, a curiously knowing look on her face. Will looked away hastily and offered Diana his arm as she picked her way daintily along the rough ground. She smiled sweetly, switched the parasol she was holding to her other hand, and curled her fingers lightly around his forearm. "Are you not feeling quite the thing, Balford?" she inquired. "You look, well, I should almost say, dyspeptic. Rather like my father used to after losing a case before the magistrate. Did you drink a little too much of that rather excellent wine last eve?"
"You are very direct today."
He glanced down at her. "Well," she shrugged, "we are friends, aren't we? Am I not allowed to be concerned for your health?"
"Of course we are, and I appreciate your concern."
He debated what to say, eventually shrugged.
"Perhaps I did overindulge a little. It was very good wine."
"As the Conte is eager to show off." Diana rolled her eyes. "He is a very obliging host."
"He admires you."
The words spilled from Will's lips. He wanted to take them back at once, immediately wondering if perhaps he was serving the other man's cause by making Diana aware that she had a genuine suitor. "Oh, He is at that puppy love stage where he will fancy himself in love with every girl he meets." Diana shook her head. "To him, I am an exotic novelty, that is all. He will soon realize I am as dull as dishwater and would not suit his flamboyant nature at all as a wife."
"You are far from dull."
"You are kind to say so," she said, but he could tell she disregarded his opinion. Why did she think so little of herself? A dog barked, and a moment later 2 huge hounds came galloping down the rows of vines towards them. Instinctively, Will put himself in front of Diana, but she stepped around him with a laugh and bent down to greet the dogs, who immediately leaped up to lick her face. "Jupiter! Minerva! Behave yourselves!"
"How do you know them?" Will asked in bemusement.
"Oh, I woke early today and went for a walk down to the lakefront. I met Mario, the Conte, out exercising his dogs. They're terribly sweet. The white one with the red ears is Jupiter, and the brown one is Minerva." Both dogs were wriggling with sheer delight as Diana patted them, obviously her devoted slaves already, though Minerva curled a lip and rumbled in her chest when Will reached to rub her ears. He made a strategic retreat and put his hands behind his back.
"Are they bothering you, my lady?"
Mario came striding up, smiling broadly. He chided his dogs gently in rapid-fire Italian. Minerva abandoned Diana for her master, but Jupiter remained leaning against Diana's legs, tongue lolling happily.
"Traitor," Mario laughed. "But I quite understand. Lady Diana won me over immediately as well."
"Oh, I have that effect on most people," Diana said airily, laughing, before casting a sly sideways glance at Will. "Except for his Grace of Balford, though. My native charm failed me disastrously at our first meeting."
"I would say rather that my own lack of perception was to blame for me not being instantly bowled over by you," Will said, after a moment of surprise that she was teasing him. "After further acquaintance, I am, of course, entirely in your thrall by now."
Mario's smile slipped away as he watched the two of them bantering lightly with each other, and Will felt a momentary satisfaction. It didn't take the young Conte long to recover his composure, though, and Mario snapped his fingers for his dogs before offering his arm to Diana.
"Please, allow me to show you the treading vats. In October the grapes will be ready to harvest, and we celebrate with a festival when all the townspeople come to the winery. Perhaps you will still be my guests, can attend the festival with me."
His voice trailed away as he led Diana away through the vines, the dogs trailing at their heels, Will left alone to follow them down the hillside. October, he thought. He was supposed to be back in England by then, having promised his stepmother in the letter he had left he would return when the House of Lords sat again in the autumn. Yet the thought of leaving Diana in Italy, here where Mario Macaroni would undoubtedly be doing his best to woo her, was utterly unpalatable. Kicking moodily at a clump of soil in his path, he followed the couple down the hill. His hand found its way into his pocket, and he fingered the gold pocket watch there, the watch which had been his father's. "I think you'd have liked her, Pa," he murmured, as Diana's laugh drifted back to him on the breeze, a delightful, honest giggle, so different to the artificial chimes the young ladies of the ton tended to affect. "I think you'd have liked her a lot." Chapter 12. Life at Castello Bardolino settled into a comfortable pattern. Every morning, her maid would bring a tray of delicious pastries and hot chocolate to Diana's room, and Clarissa would come to share them with her, sitting on the balcony overlooking the lake, shimmering blue in the morning sun. Once they had broken their fast, they would choose from the multitude of lovely gowns Valentina insisted she no longer wanted now she was married, and drift downstairs to find the rest of the party, which had now expanded significantly with the addition of some dozen local Italian gentry, young men and women Mario and Valentina had known all their lives. There were plenty of activities they could take part in, playing games on the lawn, riding some of the fine horses from Mario's stables, or taking a boat out on the lake, going to visit several ancient castles and beautiful churches scattered in the little villages spread along the lake shore. One day they took a boat to a secluded sandy cove, and the ladies all swam in their shifts, the gentlemen sitting on the shore with their backs politely turned. Today, some 2 weeks after their arrival, a special outing was planned. They were to travel by boat some 3 miles southward down the lake to visit a peninsula on which Mario assured them they would see something special, though he and Valentina both laughingly refused to disclose exactly what. Dressing in one of the lightest gowns from Valentina's recycled wardrobe, a pale yellow cotton Diana rather thought might have once been one of the other girls' favourites from the soft, worn feel of the fabric, Diana crammed a bonnet on her head to protect herself from the fierce Italian summer sun. Already she had gained quite a spray of freckles across her nose and cheeks, and was grateful her mother wasn't here to see them. Lavinia would have thrown up her hands in horror and forbidden Diana to go outside until the freckles faded. "So what is the surprise?" Diana begged Mario to tell them once they were all settled on the boats, 2 good-sized sailing vessels the family kept as pleasure crafts. "Oh, good morning, Balford," she greeted Will as he stepped into the boat and took a seat beside her. He smiled a little tightly and looked away, leaving her to wonder why he looked so moody. She had no opportunity to ask, though, because Mario finally relented and began to explain that they would be visiting the Grotta di Catullo, the ruins of an ancient Roman villa. "Did Catullus actually live there?" she asked, eyes wide.
"Nobody knows for sure," Mario told her, "though he certainly did visit the area. His family was from Verona, and he holidayed at Sirmione, the peninsula where the grotto is located."
Diana soon realized she had seen the grotto's walls from the castello. She had assumed it was another castle, but as the boat approached, she recognized now that it was more a ruin than it had appeared from across the lake. It was even larger than the magnificent Castello Bardolino, and she could not help but be impressed by the skills of the Romans, building almost 2,000 years earlier. An actual castle rose just behind it, Castello Sirmione, she was informed, but it did not overpower the stunning sight of the villa.
"It isn't actually a grotto," Will muttered in her ear, falling into step beside her as they walked between high arches. "It's just the vines overgrowing everything which makes it feel like it's underground."
"It's quite vast. And to think, one family lived here." She looked about the sprawling site.
Will shoved his hands in his pockets. "It looks about the same size as Balford Priory," he said. "Which isn't in ruins, of course."
"And also isn't quite so old, I should think," she teased gently, hoping to see him smile. They had all been having such a pleasant time staying at the lake, except for Will, who seemed to have become more withdrawn and grumpy by the day.
"Parts of it date to the 12th century.
Will paused to look through an archway into a darkened, cave-like space.
"Look, this must be where one of the hot springs comes to the surface."
A thin steam hung in the air over a pool of dark water with a crumbling bricks around. Despite the heat of the day, a chill suddenly crawled up Diana's spine. She took a hasty step back and stumbled on the uneven ground, falling backwards with a cry. Will's reaction was lightning quick. He whirled around and grabbed for her, one strong hand snapping around her wrist, the other around her back. He hauled her back upright, and she lurched forward, crashing against him and grabbing onto the front of his waistcoat.
"Are you all right?"
he asked urgently, and she could only stare up at him, shocked and trembling. "Yes, I just tripped."
"I have you."
He had released her wrist, but kept his other arm around her, strong and steadying, holding her pressed against his body. Never in her life had she stood so close to a man, close enough to see the flecks of gold in the deep blue of his eyes, feel the heat of his body through his clothes. The fine silk of his waistcoat crumpled between her fingers as she clutched him, and dimly she became aware that she should let go, should step back, put a decorous distance between them. She didn't move, and neither did Will. He stared down at her, his lips slightly parted as though he was about to speak, though he said nothing. Diana licked dry lips, whispered, "Will?" Still he did not speak, but his eyes darkened, hooding slightly, and he leaned down towards her, bending his head. "Is he going to kiss me?" "There you are!"
a voice cried close by, and Will let go of Diana and stepped back rapidly, putting his hands behind his back and swinging around to face away from her, moving so fast she swayed, briefly unsteady without his support.
"Did you get lost?"
It was Valentina and Andrea who had come to find them, Valentina looking curiously from Diana to Will before disengaging her arm from her husband and coming forward to take Diana's.
"We were looking for you everywhere. Mario wants to show you his favourite spot."
Diana looked back over her shoulder at Will as Valentina half dragged her away. He wasn't moving, standing with his shoulders hunched, staring into the darkened room with the pool in it. She felt entirely strange, almost disconnected from her body, and yet every nerve hummed with intensity, every part of her intensely aware that only a few moments ago she had been pressed up against his tall, strong body. He can't really have almost kissed me. The thought was so ridiculous she forced herself to dismiss it. He'd merely caught her after she stumbled, had probably been about to make some pointed quip about her clumsiness. There had been nothing in it. Why, Valentina hadn't even noted their closeness, and surely she would have.
"I found her,"
Valentina called to her brother, and Mario turned to greet them with a broad smile, offering his hand to help Diana climb up a steep flight of crumbling stone steps. Assuring her that the steps were safe and he would not let her fall, he led her to the top and pointed out the view he wanted to show her, a beautiful prospect of his castle back across the lake. Murmuring appropriately enthusiastic praise for the view, Diana held onto Mario's arm because she had no choice. As they started back down the steps again, she spotted Will near the bottom, watching them with his arms folded and brow furrowed. She offered him a tentative smile, but he turned away and stalked off, alone. "Come, my servants have prepared a picnic for us," Mario announced, and Diana really had no option but to walk with him to where some blankets had been laid beneath the shade of some large olive trees, picnic baskets open to reveal bottles of wine and loaves of bread. Will did not join the party who sat down to the picnic, continuing to explore the ruins alone, and despite the merry atmosphere among the young people sitting beneath the olive trees, talking and laughing as they ate and drank, Diana wished she was walking with Will instead. She found herself watching him, his tall form straight and strong, as he moved along an ancient, overgrown wall.
"You seem distracted,"
Valentina said, moving over to sit beside Diana, and she blinked and mustered a smile for her friend. "Just soaking in the atmosphere," she said vaguely, and Valentina nodded, accepting the explanation.
"We must start back soon. My brother thinks an afternoon storm may blow in down the lake, and we don't want to be caught out on the water if it does."
"Of course," Diana said, her eyes sliding back to Will again. Valentina pursed her lips and then said slyly,
"Balford, he looks very high for his marriage prospects, I think. He turned down Chiara, after all, and she is a duke's sister. Lady Elspeth says he looks to ally with a royal family, perhaps the Austrians."
Suddenly finding it difficult to take a breath, Diana had to swallow several times before she was confident her voice would sound normal when she spoke.
"He is a duke, and there are very few of them in England who are eligible. It's quite possible the English crown would ask him to marry a foreign princess to cement an alliance."
Valentina nodded, a look of sympathy on her face.
"I was lucky Andrea's father chose me for him."
"And luckier still that you love him, and he you," Diana pointed out.
"Indeed,"
Valentina agreed, turning a lovesick smile in her husband's direction.
"You know, I did not love him at once, though. At first I liked him and respected him. Love came later."
"Yes," Diana said softly, making herself look away from Will, her heart aching. "I think that's usually how it works." Diana fitted in here, Will thought, as he watched her from the corner of his eye. Sitting in between Valentina and Mario, she conversed with the siblings in Italian which was almost fluent now, her delicate hands moving expressively in the air in front of her as she talked. Mario couldn't tear his gaze from her, which was only indicative that the young count had excellent taste, Will supposed.
Mario had seen Diana's sterling qualities from the very first moment. He would appreciate her as she deserved to be appreciated, treat her like a queen. Will kicked moodily at a small rock for no particular reason other than that it was in his path. He quite recognised it was his own stupid fault Diana had a poor opinion of him. He had been intolerable at their first meeting for reasons which seemed stupid and petty now, looking back at them. There was quite simply no excuse for such ungentlemanly conduct. He was lucky she even deigned to speak to him, though he supposed it would have been rather awkward if she did not, considering how much they were thrown into each other's company here in Italy. His higher rank meant giving him the cut direct wasn't exactly an option for her anyway. He sighed and kicked at another rock, twitched slightly as someone fell into step on his other side. Glancing across, he raised his eyebrows at Clarissa, automatically offered his arm for her. She didn't take it, waving him away with a smile. "Thank you, I am quite sure-footed." She was, too. He watched as she danced up a flight of shallow, crumbling steps, agile and graceful, and wondered why nothing about her made his heart beat fast. Clarissa looked so much like her sister, and there was only a little more than a year between them in age, yet it was Diana for whom he yearned. Diana, who would probably have tripped up halfway up those steps, and he'd have had to catch her. The memory of how she'd felt in his arms scalded his cheeks scarlet. He'd almost kissed her. What in heaven's name had he been thinking? Thank God Valentina had called out at that moment, or Will would have done something unutterably stupid, and probably had his face justifiably smacked for it. "Come and look," Clarissa called down to him. "There's a lovely view from here." "Castello Bardolino again?" Will asked sourly, but he started to ascend the steps. "No." Clarissa looked as though she was about to laugh, but she held it in. "We're on the wrong side of the villa for that, I think. No, there's a beautiful little church just across the water." Reaching the top of the steps, he saw she was correct. He also saw something that alarmed him, black storm clouds massing to the north, over the mountains at the far end of the lake. "I don't like the look of those clouds," he muttered, just as a shout reached them from below. "It's Uncle Alex," Clarissa said unnecessarily, as Will could now see Glenkelly standing at the foot of the wall. "There's a storm coming. Mario says we can beat it back to the Castello, but we need to go, now." Alex pointed towards the boats. "On our way," Clarissa called, and she did accept Will's offered arm this time, as they descended and joined the others hurrying back to the boat. Mario was assisting Diana, and Will's urge to go and help her himself was strong, but he held back. Until she stumbled and fell, full length on the ground, and then Will almost flung himself forward, scooping her up in his arms. "Are you all right?" he asked gruffly. "You should have caught her." He cast an accusatory glare at Mario, who looked sheepish. "I'm fine," Diana tried to insist, but he could see a bleeding scrape on the palm of her hand. Refusing to set her down, he strode swiftly to the first boat and lifted her in, climbing in beside her and plucking his handkerchief from his pocket. "You're bleeding," he said succinctly, when she tried to pull her hand from his grasp, and she gasped and looked down. Her face went quite white when she saw the blood seeping from her palm and dripping to stain her dress. "Oh, I don't like to see blood." "It's all right if you need to faint," Will said gruffly, quickly covering her hand with his handkerchief. "I'll catch you." "Well, that is quite a change of attitude," an amused voice said, and he glanced up to see Marianne settling down on the other side of Diana. She had cloth napkins in hand, obviously from the picnic basket, and reached to lift his handkerchief, quickly checking Diana's hand. "Not too bad, but I should like to clean this and wrap it. Don't look if you don't like blood, Diana. Talk to her, Balford. And yes, if she faints, please do catch her. I promise I won't make you marry her." The look in the Marchioness's eyes said she was well aware he wouldn't require any such coercion to request Diana's hand. "Don't be ridiculous, Aunt Marianne!" Diana's voice was high-pitched, and she refused to meet Will's eyes. I am surely the last woman in the world His Grace could be prevailed upon to marry. The boat was moving now, Mario and two of his friends rapidly raising the sails and adjusting them to catch the freshening breeze. Will cast another look at the storm clouds, wondering if they really would make it back to the castle before the storm hit. Perhaps, he judged, and hoped Mario was a good sailor. Marianne used Will's handkerchief to clean dirt and grime from Diana's hand before wrapping it carefully in one of the napkins and then asking to see her other hand. "It's fine," Diana said, showing her. "I think that one landed in some grass. What about your knees?" Diana blushed, peeping at Will. "I'm sure they're fine." "I think perhaps I should take a look. If you'd give us your back, Balford, but just stay there. Make sure nobody else gets a peek." Will was fairly sure Marianne was laughing in her sleeve at him, but he turned his back gallantly, narrowing his gaze at Mario when the Count cast a glance in their direction. Mario turned away hastily, tugging on a rope to adjust the sails, and Will humphed under his breath. "All fine," Marianne said, and Will politely waited a moment or two before turning back around. Diana was still blushing and not meeting his gaze as she tucked her skirts tightly around her legs, and he ached for her embarrassment, wishing he knew what to say to make her feel better. They made it back to the wooden dock below Castello Bardolino in the nick of time, or perhaps not even that, because fat drops of rain were already beginning to fall as they climbed out of the boat and hurried up to the castle's sheltering walls. Will didn't hesitate before putting his hand under Diana's elbow to help her, rather than taking her injured hand onto his arm. She cast him a sideways glance and then smiled unexpectedly. "You were quite heroic today, Will." "Heroic?" He blinked at her. "You caught me from falling once, and then rescued me when I did fall. I should have had a great deal more uncomfortable day without your intervention." He shrugged awkwardly. "It was no more than any gentleman should do." "Perhaps," she allowed, "but it was you who did it. You, who are entirely sick of young ladies falling at your feet." "Falling purposely at my feet," he corrected. "Accidental falls are quite different, and I know you well enough by now to be certain you would never shame yourself so much as to throw yourself at anyone's feet on purpose." "I just regularly do it by accident," she said, with a wry smile. "Most particularly at yours, it seems, for which I do heartily apologize." "Pray, do not. I would hope to always be there to catch you." The statement, a pure and simple truth, seemed to almost hang in the air between them. Diana's eyes rounded with surprise as she stared up at him, and then Marianne called out to her to come inside and change her gown, and the moment was lost. Chapter 13. The time had come when he needed to make a decision, Will recognised. Lord Glenkelly was giving him more and more frequent stares whenever he and Diana were even in a room together, and though the Marquis had said nothing as yet, he obviously wondered what Will's intentions were. Therefore, the morning after the party's trip to the Grotta di Cotullo, Will went looking for Alex. A helpful servant told him Lord Glenkelly was in the library, and Will headed up to the large room on the first floor, a room which was filled with almost more paintings than books. Will appreciated the artwork, but he didn't approve of the Count's failure to keep a decent library. He hadn't found a single book in it published in the last 10 years. Reaching to push open the door, he froze at the sound of voices inside. Alex's was one, the precise clipped tones which had commanded men in battle, quite distinct even when speaking in Italian rather than his native English. The other, younger and lighter, quicker and more impulsive, was Mario Maccarone, Count of Bardolino, and the owner of the castle in which they stood. "I am aware that you stand as guardian to Lady Diana in the absence of her parents," Mario was saying, "and so I appeal to you in my formal request for her hand in marriage." Will's heart stopped in his chest. Hand on the door handle, he struggled to draw in a breath of air as he waited for Alex's answer. Surely there was no other answer Alex could make but in the affirmative, Mario was a good match for Diana any way one looked at it, even if he was a couple of years younger than she.
"I see,"
was all Alex said, and Mario rushed on, as though concerned he might not have made his declaration clear enough.
"From the moment of your party's arrival, I have been enchanted by the Lady Diana's grace and charm. I can no longer imagine this castle without her in it. Even my dogs are besotted by her."
Alex made a non-committal sound. Will was intensely tempted to push the door open a little and see if he could spy Alex's expression, but there was far too great a risk one or other of the men would see him.
"Will you give your approval to the marriage, Lord Glenkelly?"
Mario asked, sounding a little desperate after the silence had stretched another minute or so.
"I have no objection," Alex said, "and you are correct that I do have legal guardianship over Diana at the moment. That being said, I have given her my assurance that I will not enforce my will on her, and as such, my opinion matters not at all in this matter. I leave the decision entirely in Diana's hands."
Mario stuttered out his thanks, and Will stepped back from the door, reeling with shock. He had to get to Diana, and now, because nothing was more certain than that Mario would rush straight to her and propose. Whirling on his heel, Will half ran down the hallway, desperate to get to Diana first. He knew she liked to take breakfast on her balcony with her sister in the mornings, and hoped she would still be there. Her maid looked startled to see him at the door, but told him to wait while she saw if her mistress would receive him. "Will?" Diana said as she came to the door, her eyes widening as she saw his face. "Is something the matter?"
"Might I speak with you in private for a moment?" he asked.
She hesitated, but then she closed the door behind her and placed her hand on his arm. "Walk with me." He would rather be somewhere Mario might not run across them, but he could quite understand Diana's reluctance to invite him into her rooms. Scrubbing his free hand over his face, he tried to find the words he needed, but could only blurt out awkwardly,
"Do you want to marry him?"
A frown pinched her brows together. "Who?"
"The Conte, Mario. Do you want to marry him?"
She looked faintly incredulous, as though the idea had never even occurred to her. "No, of course not. Why do you ask?"
"Because even now he's asking Lord Glenkelly for your hand. So, you might want to be prepared to be approached."
He was making a shocking mull of this, Will realized. He wanted to tell Diana to turn Mario down and choose him instead, but he couldn't seem to find the words. Diana stared up at Will, unable to think what to say. How could she possibly explain that she could never even consider Mario when her heart belonged to a stiff English duke who wasn't looking for a wife? That though she loved the rolling hills, sweeping vineyards and alpine meadows of Lombardy, her home was and forever would be England. "Thank you for the warning," she said finally. "I will prepare myself and find the words to gracefully decline."
"I could warn him off if you want," he offered, and impulsively she squeezed his arm.
"That is very kind of you to offer, but if I have managed to somehow accidentally give him the impression I would welcome his addresses, I must be the one to gently disabuse him of the notion."
"I wouldn't mind," he muttered, his eyes meeting hers. "Tell him you're not for the likes of him."
"The likes of him? Do not let Valentina hear you." Diana shook her head, thinking of her friend's reaction. Valentina had made no secret of her approval of Mario's admiration of Diana. "Mario is a count, a wealthy one at that, and I'm an earl's daughter. It would be an entirely appropriate match."
"But you could do so much better."
"Don't be ridiculous." She shook her head. "I embarrassed myself in my one brief outing in London and showed myself far too naive for Venice. I'm not rich enough or beautiful enough to marry well. Becoming Contessa here would be the best I could possibly hope for."
"And yet you'll turn him down."
He seemed to be arguing for her to marry Mario, and indeed, if her mother caught wind that she had turned down an Italian count, Diana would never hear the end of it. But after getting to know Will, Diana knew she could not settle for anything less than love. It was possible, she supposed, that she might one day fall in love with another man, but marrying Mario when she bore nothing more than a mild sisterly affection for him was unthinkable. "I could not be happy as his wife," she said finally. Trying a weak smile, she attempted to joke. "I am no more ready for marriage than you, it seems." His expression was entirely serious as he gazed down at her, but he nodded finally. "You have my support in whatever you wish to do, Diana. If you want to leave the Castello after declining Mario's proposal, I am at your disposal to see you safely to Venice, or England if you prefer." She hadn't even thought of that, but she supposed it would indeed be awkward to remain at Castello Bardolino once she rejected Mario. Confident Alex and Marianne would support her decision, she knew she wouldn't need to call on Will's help, but she was still touched by his offer. "You cannot know how much I appreciate your thoughtfulness, Will. Your friendship has been by far the greatest treasure I have found in Italy." He flushed a little, looked away bashfully. I will always stand your friend, Diana, no matter what." "Lady Diana!" Mario's enthusiastic cry reached them. Diana winced and looked back up at Will. "Would you have me stay with you?" he asked in an undertone. "Or I could—" "I must do this." She squeezed his arm once again before releasing it. "Thank you for everything." Mustering a smile, she left his side and walked towards where Mario waited. "Good morning, my lord. What a beautiful day it is. Shall we walk on the terrace?" That was a nicely public spot, she judged. She gave him no opportunity to suggest an alternative anyway, as she seized his arm and marched towards the stairs. "Of course," Mario said obligingly. There was nobody on the terrace yet, which Diana supposed was a good thing. Mario was likely to be put at least somewhat out of temper by her refusal of his suit, and the last thing she wanted was for him to be embarrassed in front of guests in his own home. Mario looked around as though wishing there were others there to witness, though, and she wondered if he thought she would be more likely to accept him in front of others. Quite possibly it hadn't entered his head she might decline, she thought wryly. She was extraordinarily lucky that she wouldn't be pressured to accept him. "I must tell you that from the first moment of your arrival here, I have been entranced by you," Mario began, turning to face her and grasping her hands in his. She opened her mouth in an attempt to cut him off, but he barreled on, speaking rapidly, the words spilling out. "I cannot imagine my life without you in it, so please, say you will accept me, accept my hand and my heart." "Stop," Diana said sharply, as he appeared about to continue with his impassioned speech, and he froze with his mouth open. "Mario," she softened her tone, "you are very sweet, and you have been the most gracious and generous host we could possibly have hoped for, but I'm afraid I cannot accept your proposal." His dark eyes narrowed. "Cannot or will not?" he asked. "As far as I'm concerned, there is no difference. I will not accept because I cannot be the wife you deserve. You deserve what your sister has with Andrea, a marriage of mutual affection and admiration." Attempting to soften the blow, she said, "I do not doubt you will find a young lady who will love and adore you as you deserve, and soon, but that lady is not me." He looked quite crushed, but oddly, she thought, not all that surprised, as though he had half expected her to turn him down. He kissed her hand, declared himself entirely heartbroken in his typically flamboyant way, and then said something she didn't entirely understand. "I think I knew from the beginning I could not compete. I wish my rival every success, even though I envy him from the bottom of my heart." Tight-lipped, he bowed before turning and hurrying away, his shoulders bowed, leaving Diana staring after him, utterly bemused. "What rival?" she said to his retreating back, but he didn't turn around. "He can only mean Will, but he has quite the wrong impression of our friendship." A jealous man was not an entirely rational one, she supposed. Turning to re-enter the castello, she encountered Valentina at the door. The other girl embraced her, asking excitedly, "Have you seen my brother? Has he spoken to you?" Of course Mario had told Valentina he planned to propose, Diana realized. She had probably encouraged him to do it. Valuing Valentina's friendship as she did, Diana hated to break the news. "I did, and Valentina, I am sorry, but I had to decline." Valentina's mouth fell open, her eyes opening wide. "You turned him down?" she said, in tones of pure disbelief. At Diana's slow nod, Valentina clapped her hand over her mouth with a cry of distress, and then rushed past her down the terrace, going in the direction Mario had taken when he left.
"I did try to tell her this would happen," a voice said dryly, and Andrea stepped out of the house, shaking his head. "She was so delighted by the idea of her dear friend marrying her brother and staying here at her home, she did not actually consider whether he suited you at all."
"He is a very nice young man," Diana said diplomatically, and Andrea laughed.
"He is, and in a few years he will find a lady who does suit him, and they will doubtless be very happy."
"I didn't realize his intentions to propose," Diana admitted, "or else I should have taken steps to more firmly discourage him before it got to this point. I would never for a moment wish for him to be hurt." Andrea waved a hand, dismissing her concern.
"It was at least half Valentina's idea," he noted, "and it will do her no harm at all to have one of her schemes not turn out exactly as she pleases. I love her, but I recognize she has been given her own way, perhaps a little too much."
That was a nice way of saying Valentina was a bit spoiled, Diana supposed. She said nothing, and Andrea smiled slightly.
"Our families are connected, Diana, and though I would have been glad to see a closer connection with your marriage to Mario, you have acted with great integrity in following your heart and refusing him. I think you will both be happier for it, even if he does not understand that just yet."
"Thank you for your support, especially since we're not really family," Diana felt compelled to point out.
"Alex is my family, and he considers you his family. That's good enough for me."
Andrea shrugged, a twinkle coming to his eye.
"Do not regret refusing Mario. I will make sure Valentina does not pout about it for too long."
She reached up to impulsively kiss his cheek, and Andrea chuckled.
"Perhaps we may yet become more closely connected, eh? Will is part of my family too, after all."
"Oh!" Diana felt her cheeks redden. She shook her head fiercely. "Everyone seems to have quite the wrong impression. There is nothing but friendship between Balford and I do assure you."
"Is that so?"
Andrea raised a dark brow. "Yes. We would not suit at all," she insisted. "I am entirely unsuited to be a duchess, for one thing." He looked quite cynical, but bowed in his usual mannerly way and said,
"If you say so."
"I pray you will excuse me." Diana decided it was time to make her escape before she said something she didn't intend. "I must find my aunt."
Andrea nodded. "You might wish to advise her that I have made the decision as regards our departure for Venice," he noted. "We will be leaving in 1 week, and you are of course welcome to travel with us."
"I think Lord Glenkelly rather intends to travel directly to Florence rather than return to Venice," Diana said, privately feeling very grateful their future path was already determined. Returning to Venice with Andrea and Valentina would be very awkward now she had turned Mario down. Chapter 14. Marianne's reaction to Diana's sheepish admission she had declined Mario's proposal was everything Diana could have hoped for. Marianne rose from her chair, seized Diana in a tight embrace, and hugged her soundly. "Good for you," Marianne said. "If you had decided to accept him, I should have done my best to talk you out of it." "Really?" "Really. Oh, he's pleasant enough, and would undoubtedly treat you well, but anyone can see he doesn't exactly make your heart beat fast. I was trapped in a loveless marriage the first time around, Diana. Having found my heart's joy now with Alex, I would not wish for anything less for you." With a final squeeze, Marianne let her go. Diana found herself blinking back tears. "Thank you," she whispered huskily, and Marianne kissed her cheeks, smiling warmly. "None of that, my dear. You have done exactly the right thing, although I must strongly suggest we all make a pact never to mention it to your mother. Lavinia might refuse ever to see me again if she discovered I not only permitted, but encouraged you in declining his suit." That was rather too close to the truth to be a joke, but Diana laughed anyway. "I certainly have no intention of ever letting her find out I turned down the opportunity to be a countess." "Perish the thought!" Marianne laughed along with her. Diana sobered quickly, though, admitting, "I feel so guilty about Valentina. She was upset, and she has been so very kind, giving Clary and me her gowns." "And this should obligate you to marry her brother?" Marianne raised a brow. "Well, no, but—" "No buts, my dear. Mario had a fair chance to win your heart, and he did not do so. You were disposed to look kindly upon him even by your friendship with Valentina and her obvious enthusiasm for a potential match. You cannot take blame upon yourself because things didn't turn out the way Valentina wanted. If I have learned anything in my life, it is this: do not make significant decisions about your future with any consideration for the happiness and convenience of anyone but yourself. Insofar as you have the power to set your own course, do not allow anyone else's wishes to direct your path." That was excellent advice, Diana thought, and felt doubly grateful that Alex and Marianne had allowed her the freedom to make her own choices, without seeking to influence her in any way. "Alex and I have already discussed our planned departure," Marianne went on. "In fact, Alex said we should stay a little longer to allow you to make your mind up about Mario, but now your decision is made, I think we will prepare to leave in the next few days. His mother sent a letter we received just yesterday. She was preparing to return to Venice, thence to take ship to sail around to Florence when it was sent. She will be back in Florence before we get there, since we intend to travel overland." Relieved she would not have to stay long in the awkward situation which would surely ensue here at Castello Bardolino, Diana thanked Marianne profusely again before returning to her room. Best to lay low for a day or so at least, she judged. Clarissa joined her, but to Diana's relief, her sister neither asked her to go over everything again or teased her. Instead, Clarissa just put her arm around Diana's waist and settled in to sit beside her on the chaise, announcing that she was looking forward to spending the day in her sister's company. Valentina came by to visit in the afternoon, and Diana stiffened in anticipation of a deeply awkward meeting, but Valentina was quite subdued. Andrea had spoken to his wife, Diana surmised, and Valentina only briefly expressed her disappointment before once again professing her deep affection for Diana and wishing her every happiness. "Andrea wishes to return to Venice as he has business to attend to, so we will accompany you as far as Verona. Andrea will assist Lord Glenkelly to obtain all the necessary papers and permits for your travel by boat." "Oh, we're not going by boat," Diana said. "We're going overland." Valentina smiled at that. "Part of the way, but Italy does have excellent navigable rivers. You will save a few days and be more comfortable taking a boat from Verona as far as Rovigo." "I need to look at a map," Diana realized, and Valentina at once sent a servant to get one. The distances were not so great as Diana had expected. As the crow would fly, she thought Rovigo looked a great deal out of their way, but Valentina was insistent it would be much more comfortable to travel from Verona to Rovigo by riverboat on the Adige, and then take a carriage south to Ferrara, thence to Bologna, and finally cross the Apennines to Florence. "You will need to overnight somewhere on the journey from Bologna to Florence," Valentina said wisely. "Twice, most likely. I have never travelled that way, but Andrea will know where you should stay.
He is writing letters for Lord Glenkelly to carry, to present to officials along your journey as you cross from one district to the next. The Franchettis have family in important positions all over Italy. You should have no troubles."
"Let us hope not." Diana pored over the map, looking at the towns they would visit along the route Valentina described. "Have you ever been to Bologna? What is there to see there?" They passed a pleasant hour discussing travels Valentina had undertaken with her father some years past, and when the other woman left, Diana felt at least somewhat more comfortable that their friendship was not irretrievably broken. A week after Diana declined Mario's proposal, they left Castello Bardolino. It was early October now, and the weather was beginning to turn cool, grey clouds constantly scudding over the mountains in the near distance. If they waited much longer, the weather would make crossing the Apennines an unpleasant and risky matter indeed, Andrea warned them, during the 2 days they stayed in Verona to arrange permits and travel documents for their journey. Thankfully, Mario had not chosen to leave his castle to accompany them, despite Valentina's pleas for her brother to winter with them in Venice. He had not importuned Diana again, to her intense relief, graciously accepting her denial at face value, though he did follow her with sad eyes whenever they occupied the same room. She had bid farewell to him with fondness, but without the slightest twinge of regret at her decision, riding away from Bardolino without a backward glance. Will had avoided her ever since that morning when he intercepted her and warned her to prepare herself for Mario's proposal. She wasn't sure why, but feared he might think she intended to set her cap for him. It had become increasingly obvious that Valentina, at least, thought that was exactly what she planned to do. No matter how many times Diana protested, Will was just a friend. The riverboats on the Adige were larger than the gondolas of Venice, but fashioned in almost identical style. Diana was entirely charmed by them, finding it extremely pleasant to float along slowly with the current and watch the charming scenery go by. She thought it likely they could have gone faster on horseback, but Valentina was correct. This was a much nicer way to travel. The party separated at Rovigo, with Andrea and Valentina continuing on down the river, whence they would eventually reach the sea and return to Venice by boat, whereas the English component of the group went ashore to join the horses and carriage Alex had sent word ahead to have ready for them. Diana bade farewell to Valentina, who wailed histrionically and clung to her neck. Diana felt a little teary herself. She had not expected to make such a close friend in Italy, and Valentina, for all her manipulations as she attempted to match Diana with her brother, had truly become dear to her. "We will meet again, I hope, dear one," she told the sobbing Duchess. "Next summer, coax Andrea to bring you to England. You will be the toast of London."
"I shall practice my English all winter," Valentina vowed through her tears, and Diana kissed her cheeks fondly before accepting Alex's hand and stepping off the riverboat onto the dock. Will was the last to disembark, embracing Valentina and sharing a brotherly hug with Andrea before stepping up onto the dock beside Diana. She smiled tentatively at him, but he looked away and headed for where 2 horses waited beside a pair of carriages, one carriage for the ladies and the other for their baggage and the 2 servants who accompanied them, Marianne's faithful maid Jean and Alex's man Simons, both of whom had travelled with the party all the way from England. Taking a seat beside Clarissa, Diana stared unseeingly out of the window as the carriage set off, wondering miserably if there was any way to regain the easy friendship she had finally found with Will. Perhaps he thought she should have accepted Mario. By any measure, it would have been a good match. Yet Will was the one who had warned her to prepare herself for Mario's proposal, had even offered to warn him off, had commented that she could do better. Did he think she had taken that remark as encouragement to set her sights on Will himself? Had Andrea or Valentina said something to him? She heaved an unhappy sigh, her eyes fixed on Will's tall, straight-backed form as he rode alongside Alex, conversing with him. She missed conversing with him, missed their friendship. "That is quite a sigh, Diana," Marianne noted, not unkindly. "I'm sure you will see Valentina again, you know."
She seemed quite enthused about the idea of visiting England. And you will be able to write to her. Indeed, Diana agreed, pulling herself together and pasting a smile on her face. She has become a dear friend, and I will miss her company. At least their parting provided an excuse for her melancholy, and she need not pretend to be entirely delighted to be travelling again. The party stopped at a hotel just to the south of Rovigo, which Andrea had recommended to them, before pressing on to Ferrara the following day, crossing the mighty Po River on a bridge which had stood since Roman times. They stayed 2 days in Ferrara, taking the time to tour the Este Castle, the moated medieval fortress at the city's heart. And for every minute of every day, Will was agonizingly, excruciatingly aware of Diana, of the wonder on her countenance as she admired the architecture of Ferrara's glorious cathedral, of the way her eyes drifted closed and she sighed with delighted bliss when she first tasted the local delicacy of pan pepato, a dense fruit and nut cake spiced with pepper and cinnamon and rolled in chocolate. On impulse, he paid a chef handsomely to write out the recipe for him, and then spent 2 days agonizing over how he might somehow ensure it was delivered regularly to Diana in England, before reluctantly accepting he could do no such thing. Every time he looked at Diana, he heard those fateful words again, the words she had spoken when he warned her of Mario's impending proposal. "I am no more ready for marriage than you, it seems." How could he tell her that his feelings on marriage had entirely changed since meeting her again in Venice? That he had left England entirely resolved on avoiding getting leg-shackled for as long as he possibly could, but now all he could think of was how much he wanted to be married, so long as Diana was his bride. He had tried to hint at his fondness for her the day they visited the Grotto di Catullo, but he had been clumsy with his words as usual, and she had only looked at him wide-eyed and puzzled, obviously not understanding his meaning, or interpreting it only as friendship. His horse whinnied and sidled under him, and Will realized he was holding onto the reins with a white-knuckled grip, his legs clamped to the poor beast's sides. Breathing out a sigh, he made himself relax, patted the horse's neck. They were almost to Bologna, the vast walls of the city rising up before them, where they would spend 3 or 4 days exploring before setting out to cross the Apennines. "You all right there, Balford?" Alex, riding alongside him, asked. "Of course. A little cold is all." Will pretended a slight shudder. "The weather is definitely turning for autumn, even so far south as we are." Alex was the last person he dared speak to about his feelings. Though Alex and Marianne had permitted Diana to decline Mario's suit, there was a world of difference between an Italian count and an English duke, and Will knew it. Hell, Alex had already nigh on given him permission to propose to Diana. If Will indicated he was even considering it, Diana would definitely be put under a certain amount of pressure to accept him, and that was the last thing he wanted. He sighed, mustered up a slight smile for Alex, and fished in his coat for his packet of identity documents as they approached the busy city gate. The guards were allowing most people to pass unmolested, but they straightened up at the sight of a group of travellers on good horses with quality coaches. Alex and Will traded cynical glances. They had already learnt a few coins in the right palms made everything go a great deal smoother, even though their papers were all perfectly in order. If they wanted to get into the city, find their hotel, and have their party safely settled in warm rooms before dark fell, it was time to put their hands into their pockets, or sit about for hours while their baggage was searched for contraband that could not be precisely defined when they asked what exactly the guards might be looking for. Within the hour, they were drawing up to the very grand-looking Hotel Grande Albergo Imperiale on the Piazza del Nettuno, though one look at the magnificent statue of Neptune standing high above a fountain in the square, and all of them at once forgot their weariness and eagerness to be inside. "Why, Neptune must be more than 12 feet tall," Diana marvelled, walking towards the statue with her face tilted upwards, eyes wide with wonder. Will instinctively grabbed her arm, drawing her to a halt, and a horse and cart clattered by, just missing running over her feet. "Oh!" Shocked, Diana drew back, collided with Will's chest. He drew her against him protectively before recalling himself and stepping back to put a respectable distance between them. "Here, allow me to escort you over." "Thank you." She looked a little shocked, holding tightly to his arm as he led her more cautiously across to the fountain. "I should have been more cautious, but I was quite taken by surprise with the statue. How old do you think it is?" She tilted her head back again to gaze up at the bronze titan. "About 257 years, Will said, straight-faced. "That is oddly precise." She turned her head to look at him, and he failed to suppress his laughter as he pointed to the Roman numerals inscribed into the marble tank at the base of the statue. "Oh, you are a dreadful tease." She laughed, though, before a sudden blush came to her cheeks. "Goodness, it is quite a shocking sculpture to be out in a public square in a Catholic country, don't you think?" Following her gaze, Will saw what she was looking at. The bronze water nymphs surrounding the base of the statue were depicted cupping their own breasts, water spouting forth from their nipples. Neptune himself was nude, he could see from this angle, though his private parts were moderately sized, compared to some art he had seen. "For a Catholic sculpture, it's positively pagan," he agreed, choosing to comment on that fact rather than the erotic nature of the sculptures. "But then, mythology has always been a popular subject for artists of all kinds." Alex had by now noticed the rather explicit poses of the nymphs and hastily declared it was getting far too cold for the ladies to be outside, putting a firm hand on each of Diana and Clarissa's shoulders and marching them towards the hotel. Grinning with amusement, Will offered his arm to Marianne, who was quite obviously stifling her laughter, and followed them into the hotel's warmly welcoming interior. Chapter 15. The following morning they set out as a group to explore Bologna. A fine rain had begun to fall overnight, but they shortly discovered the weather need scarcely affect them at all, because every street in the city seemed to be lined with porticos. Mile upon mile of them they walked, admiring the fine shops, visiting churches, and stepping into the art academy, which Diana was disappointed to find not overly endowed with fine art. Making their way back to the hotel later in the afternoon, the two men were keen to visit the tallest sites in the city, 2 square brick towers, at least one of which was visible from almost any point in the city. "It's around 320 feet high, I understand," Will said, as they finally approached the base of the taller tower. "The tallest tower in Italy, though not the tallest building. The dome at St. Peter's reaches higher." "It's not straight." Diana tilted her head slightly, squinting. "Neither of them are." Though the smaller tower was only 1/3 the height, she thought it actually leaned more severely, the top tilting vertiginously above their heads as they stood at its base. There was a shoemaker's stall just inside the entrance to the taller tower. The man explained he had the care of the building, called the Tower of Arsenelli. They were startled to learn it was some 700 years old, though looking at the rickety-appearing wooden staircase which wound up inside the building, Diana could well believe it. The shoemaker told Will there was a small fee to climb the tower, and Will put his hand into his pocket, fishing out some coins. Looking down at them, he made to select some, obviously to pay the man, and without thought, Diana reached out to touch his arm. "Oh, Will, don't," she said. "Not only is the tower leaning, but that staircase does not look in the least safe. Please." Putting her free hand to her chest in a vain attempt to still her heart, beginning to pound far too rapidly with fear at the thought of him ascending the ramshackle steps, she peered up into the dim, dusty darkness. "Don't climb up there. I should worry about you every step until you were safely down again." No sooner had she finished speaking than she realized she had overstepped, that she had no right to ask him not to do anything. Fully expecting him to laugh and brush off her concerns, she was surprised when he paused, studying her for a moment from those striking deep blue eyes of his. And then he finished selecting a few coins, dropped the others back into his pocket, and paid the shoemaker. "Thank you for the information, sir. I shan't be climbing today, however."
"There is a very fine view from the top," the man claimed, pocketing the coins swiftly. "Undoubtedly, but in a few days we shall ascend the Apennines, which are higher yet, and have fine views aplenty to be had." With one last glance upward, Will gave Diana his arm and escorted her out. She wasn't quite sure what to say to him. They had scarcely spoken in days, yet she was quite sure he had discarded his plan to climb the tower solely because she had asked it of him. She felt guilty now for depriving him of the pleasure he would undoubtedly have gained from the adventure, though at least the sick feeling in her belly at the thought of him ascending those derelict stairs was abating. "Do you not care much for heights?" Will asked, as they moved out of the tower's doorway, stepping aside as a group of young men came to enter, jostling each other and talking loudly. "I only mind heights if I think there is a real danger of falling. Admit it, those stairs looked quite decrepit." They did. Surprising in a country with an abundance of marble and stone with which to build, and considering the age of the tower, one would have thought the stairs would have been replaced by now with something more substantial. He placed his hand over hers where it rested on his sleeve, and even though both of them were wearing gloves, she felt the warmth of his touch. "I should not have thought anything of climbing them, to be honest, but I would not for a moment make you worry on my account." "I was being missish, and now I feel guilty for having made you miss out on an interesting experience," Diana admitted. Will laughed gently and shook his head. "It is hardly something I have been looking forward to all trip, merely a whim when I heard it was possible to climb it. You have probably saved me from sore legs tomorrow besides. 500 steps up and down again would be quite exhausting." Accepting his decision as made, she allowed herself a small smile in return. Clarissa came up on Will's other side then and claimed his other arm, chattering excitedly about all they had seen that day, and he turned his attention to her indulgently, leaving Diana alone with her thoughts. At least he was talking to her again, indeed had seemed to take note of her feelings when he changed his mind about climbing the tower. She would have to be satisfied with that. Her feelings were a hopeless tangle where he was concerned, but the distance he had put between them since she declined Mario's proposal had pained her greatly. As they walked back along yet another of Bologna's long porticoed streets to the hotel, glad of the cover since rain had begun gently to fall, Diana allowed herself to hope that her friendship with Will might perhaps be rekindled. If she were to assure him he was in no danger of her setting her cap for him, he need no longer concern himself with maintaining a proper distance, and they might be at ease with each other as they had been before. "I am greatly looking forward to reaching Florence, aren't you, Clarissa?" She looked across Will at her sister and spoke cheerfully as they approached the hotel. "Uncle Alex says his aunt fancies herself as a matchmaker and will no doubt know any number of eligible young men she is keen to present to us." Will stiffened, and she said quickly, "Although, of course, she does not even know you are accompanying us, Will, so you need not fear she will have a procession of young ladies ready to throw at your head." "I'm not concerned for that," he said. "But I had thought you had resolved against marrying an Italian." "When did I say that? Just because Mario did not suit me, that is quite a conclusion to leap to." She gave him a pert glance. "He was younger than me, and in no wise ready to settle down. He would have made an appalling husband." Will just stared at her for a moment, apparently nonplussed, before saying slowly, "So you are eager to find a husband in Florence?" "Well, if I do, at least I am assured I will be permitted to make my own choice," Diana said. "If I return to England unwed, my fate is far less certain. My father is keen to cement relations with any number of prominent lords. 2 daughters of marriageable age are far too useful to be wasted." "I see," Will said quietly, and then they were at the hotel, a footman opening the door for them, and Will released her arm. Diana felt a curious sense of loss as he stepped back and made her and Clarissa a polite little bow. "Why did you say that?" Clarissa hissed at her as the two of them walked up the stairs, proceeding to their shared room. "Say what?" Diana pretended ignorance.
Why did you tell Balford that you planned to allow Alex's aunt to matchmake you with some Florentian lordling? Because I have no objection if she does. Except for the fact that your heart is already engaged with a very English lord, who is not seeking a wife. Diana turned on her sister, her own hurt making her lash out. Every word I said was the truth, Clary. You know if we go home unwed, father and mother will not permit me, at least, the slightest amount of choice in the matter. And you will have to talk fast to convince them to allow you a season too. Clarissa froze, her lips slightly parted. You really think that? She said slowly. Mother made it quite clear before we left. Diana sank down onto the bed. She told me to find a husband, or one would be found for me. After a moment, Clarissa sat down beside her. Balford thinks a good deal of you, she said. We are friends, that is all. He's made it quite clear he isn't looking for a wife, and as a duke, he has certain obligations. Lady Elspeth hinted he might marry an Austrian princess for goodness sake. I am entirely unsuitable. Clarissa didn't say anything more, but she did put her arm around Diana's shoulders and hug her closer, offering comfort and sisterly solidarity. With a sigh, Diana rested her head against her sister's. I wish it were otherwise. She voiced the truth in a soft whisper. I wish he loved me as I do him. That he would ignore those obligations to marry well and choose me. Duchess of Balford. Clarissa kissed her cheek. Just imagine it. Oh, no. Diana laughed. No. He would be wise not to choose me, actually. I'd be a terrible Duchess. You would be quite magnificent, Clarissa insisted loyally, and Balford is a fool if he doesn't choose you. You must not speak to him of it, Clary. Knowing her outspoken sister all too well, Diana seized Clarissa's hand in hers and squeezed it tightly. You must not. Promise me. Clarissa sighed. You're making a mistake. Promise me. Very well. I promise. Diana kept glaring until Clarissa sighed again and elaborated. I promise I won't speak to Balford about the fact I think you would be the perfect Duchess for him, and I think he should marry you as soon as he can possibly contrive it. Clary? I promise I won't mention anything about you being head over heels in love with him either. God save me from interfering sisters. Diana couldn't help but smile. Everything will be fine, Clary. Things will all work out. I'm sure of it. Clarissa didn't look so sure, but she leaned back against Diana. If nothing else, this trip will be an adventure we remember all our lives, won't it? That it certainly will. Diana looked out of the window of their room, the room which faced right out onto the piazza outside, with the gigantic statue of Neptune and his risque nymphs. Let's not tell Mother about that particular view, Clarissa dissolved into giggles, and Diana smiled, satisfied her sister had abandoned the topic. For now, at least. Chapter 16. 2 days later, their party was once again on the move, departing Bologna on the last leg of their journey to Florence. On flat roads it might have been possible to make the distance in a single day, but the roads were far from flat as they began to ascend the Apennines, oxen being added to the carriage horses to help them up the steep ascent. They stopped at the first summit to gaze in awe at the view, the plains laid out before them shimmering in the morning sunlight, the walled city of Bologna looking almost like a child's toy from their great elevation. The wind was bitterly cold, and Diana shivered as she stood beside the carriage. A gentle touch on her shoulder made her glance around to find Will there, putting a blanket around her. "You should not stand in the wind too long," he said. "You will take a chill." "Oh, for heaven's sake!" Clarissa muttered impatiently, and not at all under her breath. Even though she stood not 10 feet distant, neither Will nor Diana heard her, both far too busy gazing wistfully at each other. Why doesn't one of them just say something?
They'll get there in time, Marianne said on her other side, and Clarissa startled. She hadn't heard Marianne move up beside her, her steps soft. Don't interfere, Clarissa. I know it's tempting to try and help things along, but you could do more harm than good. They're both being stupid. Clarissa scowled. And now Diana's lying to him. Marianne's brows arched. About what? She told him she plans to find a husband in Florence, else our parents will probably have lined up someone for her to marry when we go home. Sighing, Marianne linked her arm through Clarissa's. I hate to break it to you, my dear, she said, but it is highly likely your parents will have done precisely that. Why shouldn't Diana make her own choice if she finds an amiable gentleman in Florence? Because she's in love with Balford. Clarissa stamped her foot. A man who has made it clear he is not ready to marry, Marianne pointed out gently. He would change his mind if she would only give him some encouragement, Clarissa insisted stubbornly. You must see the way he looks at her. I have seen it, and Alex has spoken to him about it, and his answer was that he is not ready to marry. It was? Clarissa's step faltered. You must trust that we have your best interests at heart, darling. Marianne squeezed her arm and urged her to climb back into the coach. And you must also accept that we are not always free to follow our hearts. That's not fair. What isn't? Diana asked, climbing back in from the opposite side. Not wanting to admit to her sister that she had been talking with Marianne about Diana's romance with Balford, or rather the complete failure of it, Clarissa quickly made up a complaint about not being permitted to attend balls once they reached Florence, because she had still not turned 18. Diana at once agreed it wasn't fair, and turned her best persuasive arguments on Marianne, who fixed Clarissa with a hard stare. Clarissa offered her best innocent expression in return, knowing her aunt wasn't truly angry with her. They overnighted at a tiny village called Pietramala, where they were obliged to stop anyway, since it was the location of the frontier customs house for Tuscany. Alex had made inquiries and discovered it was by far the most recommended place to make an overnight stop, since there was a very comfortable inn there. They were pleased to discover the reports were true, the inn sufficiently supplied with well-appointed rooms and soft beds, and the innkeeper's wife an excellent cook. As with everywhere they had been in Italy, the wine was both excellent and plentiful, and after dinner Diana realized she had perhaps over-imbibed a little when she rose from her chair and swayed slightly. I think I would like to take a little turn outside before retiring, she admitted, else I shall feel dizzy when I lie down. Please, allow me to escort you, Will said immediately, surprising her. Oh, I am sure I will be fine on my own. Please do not put yourself out, she said, but he was already taking her hand to place it on his arm. I would be remiss in my duty as a gentleman if I let you go out alone into the night, he said, quite gently. Though we were assured brigands no longer haunt this route, a beautiful young woman wandering about alone is a temptation to any man who might not be over-troubled by morals or conscience. And, regrettably, such men are to be found everywhere. 15 minutes, Balford, Alex said, and I will have to come looking for you. It is too cold to be outside for longer than that anyway. Will took Diana's cloak off the hook by the door and held it out for her before shrugging into his own greatcoat. She tied her bonnet ribbons under her chin, thinking with amusement that she hardly needed to shelter her face from the sun, but the head covering might keep her warm. You are smiling, Will noted as he opened the door and led her outside. What has amused you? She gasped as a blast of chilly wind struck her cheeks. Oh, nothing of consequence. Goodness, that is icy. Indeed. He closed the door behind them and took her arm again, moving in close. The way he stood, she suspected he was trying to shield her from the wind, but the chill was making her feel better already, counteracting the overheating, soporific effects of the wine. Let us walk toward the church. She pointed up the narrow, cobbled street. It is only a few steps.
We can walk there and back within the quarter hour easily." Though it was dark, the way was clear enough, golden light from candles and fires spilling through the windows of the houses lining the street. Arm in arm, they walked up the steep hillside to the church and stood in the square before it. "Do you think it might snow?" Diana said, breaking the silence. Will looked up and then shook his head. "It's cold enough, but look up." She did, and gasped at the sight of the sky, not a single cloud in sight, the stars so clear and thick in the blackness, it almost seemed the whole sky was afire in white light. "I've never seen the stars so bright," she whispered, almost reverent. "Me either." Will turned slightly, still gazing up, and somehow they were chest to chest, Will's hands cupping her elbows as they both stared into the dizzying array of lights above them. Diana felt as though she was drowning in the starlight, falling into the endlessness of it, Will's hands the only anchor holding her to the earth. She leaned forward instinctively, seeking more contact, pressing against him, and he tilted his head down to look at her. "Diana," he said softly, his voice a low, husky rumble, and then he let go of her elbows. For a moment she swayed, bereft of his support, but it was only for the briefest instant, because he had only let go in order to wrap his arms around her, holding her as close as she had ever been to another human being. She could hardly breathe from the closeness of it, and then she forgot how to breathe entirely, because Will was dipping his head and pressing his lips against hers. His mouth felt hot, almost searingly so against her chilled lips, and she froze in complete shock. He pulled back instantly, his arms falling from about her so suddenly she staggered. "Oh, God," he said, his voice husky and raw with emotion. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do that, Diana. I hope you can forgive me." She took a deep breath, trying to steady herself, telling herself sternly that it had meant nothing. He was a young man who had found himself alone under the starlight with a young woman. A kiss was perfectly natural under the circumstances. He was obviously regretting it even now, distraught with himself for taking advantage, possibly raising expectations in her he had no intention of fulfilling. "Of course you are forgiven." She worked hard to keep her tone level, light and amused. "We have both had a little too much wine. Indeed, I feel almost drunk on the starlight. Let us walk back, though, lest my uncle come looking and gain quite the wrong impression." "Of course," Will said, his tone curiously flat, and then he was taking her arm, turning back towards the inn. The kiss, brief as it was, had rocked Will to the core. Drunk on starlight, Diana had said, and that was indeed how he had felt, but it was drunk on her presence, on the way she had leaned so trustingly into him as she gazed up into the shimmering sky. Helplessly under her thrall, he'd gazed on the delicate perfection of her features and lost his head entirely. Her lips had been so soft under his, her body yielding as he drew her in close, for that brief instant before she went rigid and he came to his senses. One more second, and she would doubtless have slapped his face for his audacity in stealing a kiss. All he could think to do was apologize. The tone in which she'd accepted his apology and dismissed the kiss crushed him entirely. It was obvious she thought nothing of it. Doubtless he was hardly the first fool to try and steal a kiss from her under the stars. Why, Mario had probably done exactly the same thing. The inn's door opened just as they reached it, and Alex stood there, obviously just coming out to look for them. He smiled and nodded approvingly as he saw them there. "Good. Marianne and Clarissa have made their way upstairs, Diana, if you are ready to go join them." "Yes," she said, and let go of Will's arm. She walked away without a good night, without so much as a backward glance, and he wanted to reach out and pull her back, draw her into his arms and taste her soft lips again, properly this time. Even though to do so in front of her uncle could lead to only one conclusion. "I think I'll walk a little longer," Will told Alex, ignoring the other man's quizzical glance. "I'm not yet tired."
"I'll walk with you," Alex said, to his horror. "Seems a shame to have put my hat and coat on for nothing."
Sure he was about to get quizzed again, Will couldn't relax as the pair of them walked back up the cobbled street to the church again. Alex said nothing until they reached the square, and then he spoke seemingly at random, not looking at Will, but gazing up at the stars.
"I did some research while we were in Venice. With Italy being a Catholic country, I was curious as to how two English citizens who happened to be Protestants might be wed in a legally recognized ceremony. Should a situation arise where two such people might wish to, of course."
Will was glad of the darkness. It meant Alex couldn't see the fiery red colour which had flooded his face. He didn't say anything, unable to trust his voice.
"It turns out that all such a couple need do is find an Anglican chaplain, there being one attached to every embassy His Majesty maintains, of course, to marry them, and have the chaplain provide them with a certificate to file once they return to England, in the international memoranda held at Doctors' Commons, which is a registry of births, marriages, and deaths of British subjects abroad."
"I see," Will said, when Alex paused significantly, obviously waiting for his response. His voice came out annoyingly squeaky, and he clamped his lips shut.
"The cost to register such a document is £1, which might well be beyond the means of some sailors with the Royal Navy or a merchant fleet who have taken wives overseas, of course, but is certainly well within the means of a nobleman whose heir must be unquestionably legitimate."
Will made a non-committal noise in his throat. Alex sighed, turned to face him, and spoke more bluntly.
"I can't make you marry her, Balford. But if you cannot see that Diana Creighton is a fine young woman who would make you an exceptional wife, you are much more of a fool than I took you for."
"I do see that," Will cried, unable to keep silent a moment longer.
"Of course I do. But I would not for the world have her obliged to accept me."
"Ah." Alex's tone conveyed deep understanding, and then he said,
"Yet, if you do not offer at all, she cannot accept, can she? Let me make something clear. My wife and I would never press Diana to accept anyone she did not want with her whole heart to wed. As you undoubtedly understand, the same cannot be said for her parents."
Will nodded.
"Yes, she made as much clear when she explained she intends to seek a husband in Florence. She said, of course she did. She doesn't want you to feel obliged to make an offer."
Will's mouth dropped open at Alex's dry observation. Could that possibly be true? Alex was watching him keenly.
"We have no intention of telling Diana's parents about the Count of Bardolino's declined offer, or about any other offer Diana might receive, unless and until she chooses to accept a suitor."
Will stood dumb, trying to think through the ramifications of what Alex had just told him. The Marquis watched him a moment longer before clapping a strong hand on Will's shoulder.
"I don't entirely understand why you haven't already pressed your suit, but in case you were waiting for my explicit permission, you have it. All I would ask is that if you do not intend to make an offer, that once we reach Florence, you gracefully remove yourself from our party."
Shock at the request, along with instinctive rejection, flooded Will. He understood why Alex was asking, of course. A single duke hanging around Diana would likely scare off any number of potential suitors, but the mere idea of making himself scarce to leave a clear field for a swarm of Florentian swains to pursue Diana made him feel quite nauseous. In that moment, everything became clear to Will. He must declare himself, and as soon as possible, making it clear to Diana that there would be no consequences if she should choose to reject his suit. And if she did reject him, well, he would do as Alex had requested and make himself scarce. With a broken heart, he doubted he would be able to spend another hour in her company anyway.
"Well, with my lovely wife waiting for me, I am for bed."
Alex let go of his shoulder.
"Don't freeze to death out here while you make up your mind."
Chapter 17. Will slept badly, but not because he was still struggling with his decision or owing to any deficiency in comfort of the inn's beds. No, he lay awake half the night staring out of the tiny window at the bright stars, planning how exactly he might gain complete privacy with Diana to plead his case, and rehearsing precisely what he would say when he did. It was the early hours of the morning when he finally fell asleep. When Alex's man came in to stir him in time for their planned departure, though, he rose invigorated, excited for the day ahead. One thing he had certainly resolved: he would propose to Diana before they reached Florence on the following day. Of course, he realized at breakfast that the first thing he would have to do would be to overcome the extreme awkwardness engendered by his reckless stealing of a kiss the previous night. Diana wouldn't even look at him, huddling in a corner and sticking like glue to Clarissa. Best not to push, Will decided, when his cheerful morning greeting met only a mumbled response and downcast eyes. He would find an opportunity later in the day to speak with her privately. The way through the mountains continued steep and rocky, though Will thought the roads quite well maintained. While they could have covered the rest of the distance to Florence in a day, they had been informed that there was an interesting sight to see called the Monte di Fo, an actual volcano it was possible to walk right up to. Though only a mile or so from the road, there was no path accessible even by horseback, and it was quite a scramble through the rocks to reach the site. The innkeeper from Pietramala had sent his teenage nephew with them as a guide, and the boy hopped and leapt about the rocks with the agility of a mountain goat. Will kept a close eye on Diana, almost hoping she would decide she required his assistance, but she and Clarissa seemed quite comfortable helping each other through the rocks and stones of the path, until finally they reached the summit of the hill and looked into the gaping vent at the top. "Oh," Diana said, in disappointed tones. "I expected to see burning orange lava. My goodness! Did you see that?" Will had indeed, a belch of flaming gas bursting up from the vent so close they could feel its heat. He lunged forward instinctively, wanting to pull Diana clear, but she had already stepped back, pulling Clarissa with her. "Phew, it stinks like rotten eggs!" Clarissa cried, retreating rapidly. The two sisters laughed, moving back to a safer and less malodorous distance. Relieved Diana was no longer standing so close to the vent, Will gave in to his own curiosity, moving a little closer. The local boy was standing almost on the lip of the vent and seemed to think he was in no danger, so Will moved forward to look as well. At least, until he happened to glance up at Diana and saw her staring at him with that look on her face he'd seen at the foot of the tower in Bologna when she'd begged him not to climb the dilapidated staircase. "She's afraid for me," Will thought, and then with a blinding flash of insight realized, "She's afraid because she cares about me." Without a moment's hesitation, he moved away from the vent, sending Diana a reassuring grin. Her answering smile was one of relief before she looked hastily away, avoiding his eyes again. She cares about me. He hugged the knowledge to him all the way back to the road. It might not be the desperate love he felt for her, but he was confident they could build a marriage based on friendship and mutual respect, and one much better than most of the peerage would ever have. The weather worsened as they journeyed on, and by the time they reached the inn at Le Masquere where they planned to overnight, it was raining heavily. Soaked and irritated, Will climbed down from his wet and weary horse and gladly handed it over to a groom before heading inside, hoping hot baths were among the comforts the inn might offer. A hot bath was indeed quickly made available, followed by an excellent dinner of onion soup topped with melted cheese, rabbit pie, braised olives, and a delicious pasta dish with a spicy sauce of beans and tomatoes, all served with yet more excellent Italian wine. Hungry from the day's exertions, Will ate ravenously, clearing his plate and gladly accepting second helpings. Diana sat at the far end of the table from him, and the room was lit with only a few candles, so it wasn't until after he had finally set aside his cutlery that he noticed she had barely touched the food in front of her, merely pushing it around the plate with her fork. "Diana," he said, "are you feeling quite well?" She normally ate quite heartily, expressing enjoyment in trying local delicacies. When she raised her eyes to his, he noticed they were glassy. She was pale, and her hand shook as she raised it to her brow. I don't quite," she said, and then her eyes fluttered closed, and she slid bonelessly from her chair to land in a graceless heap on the floor. Once again Will was too slow to catch her, though as he leapt from his chair and scrambled to her side, he vowed he would never fail her again. Scooping her in his arms, he pressed a hand to her brow, horrified to find her burning with fever. Marianne's hand was right beside his, the Marchioness's eyes meeting his with shared knowledge. "Bring her to her room," Marianne instructed, and Will nodded, rising to his feet, holding Diana close to his chest. Alex stepped forward, making a gesture as though to take Diana himself, and Will's arms tightened. "I have her," he said, trying to keep his voice steady. "Please," he added. Alex moved back without a word, going to open the door for him, preceding him up the stairs and opening another door to admit Will to Diana's chamber. Marianne had called for her maid, and Jean was already there, turning down the bed for him to lay Diana down before shooing him firmly out. "Find out if there is a doctor here," Marianne said as she brushed past him, and then the door closed in his face, and he was left standing alone outside. Alex was comforting a distraught Clarissa in the parlour where they'd eaten. Will glanced in on them briefly before going in search of the innkeeper. "A doctor?" The man shook his head, looking almost amused. "Not in Le Mascare. In Florence." "How far is it?" Will was perfectly willing to get on his horse and fetch a doctor. 10 miles, but you will not easily find a doctor from the city willing to come all the way out here. But there are the nuns at the convent of Bosco ai Frati. It is but 2 miles from here. They will come in the morning." "If we send the carriage, would they come tonight? Lady Diana is very ill." The innkeeper shrugged. "Perhaps, for a donation to their order." Will didn't think twice before reaching inside his coat and pulling out his purse. Opening it up, he dumped the entire contents on the counter. A hefty pile of gold and some silver clinked as the coins chimed together. "Would that be enough?" The innkeeper's eyes bulged. "I think that would be sufficient, my lord," he said, in a slightly strangled tone. "Good." Will shovelled the money back into the purse and stuffed it into the man's hand. "You're coming with me, to convince them. Let's go." The coachman wasn't too pleased to be rousted out of the comfortable room above the stables he'd settled into, but the promise of extra pay finally had him up and grumbling, snapping orders at the grooms as they put the horses back into the traces. The horses looked, if anything, even less impressed than the coachman to be going back out into the rain, coupled now with darkness. The innkeeper produced several extra carriage lamps, though, and they were soon bowling through the night towards the convent, Will whispering silent prayers that his donation would be enough to convince the nuns to come. He need not have worried. Obviously, his anxious expression and stuttered pleas were sufficient, because the Mother Superior didn't even look inside the purse he handed her, just turned to gesture to a pair of acolytes who rushed away without a word needing to be spoken. Within the half hour they were on the road back to the inn again, this time with 2 nuns sitting on the forward seat, a large basket of medical supplies braced on the floor between their feet. There was no chance Will would be admitted to Diana's room, but equally no possible way he could sleep until he had some news of her condition. He asked for a bottle of wine and sat in the tap room alone, sipping at the wine and failing to concentrate on the book he held on his lap. At some point after midnight he heard movement upstairs, doors opening and closing before everything quieted again. Then, a few minutes later, footsteps descended the stairs, and Marianne slipped into the taproom. "Alex said he thought you were still awake down here." Looking at the wine bottle in front of him, she collected another cup from the counter, poured herself some, and took a healthy swig. "I was already quite sure before the sisters arrived that Diana is suffering from influenza, but I'm grateful to you for bringing them. They are skilled nurses and will take good care of her."
I shouldn't have kept her out in the cold last night, Will fretted, but Marianne shook her head at him, taking a seat at the table facing him.
Oh, I am confident she did not catch it last night. The maid who cleaned the rooms at the hotel in Bologna was coughing and sneezing quite dreadfully the day we left, and Diana insisted on giving her some coins. I dare say she caught it then and is just now showing the signs. Do not for a moment blame yourself, Balford. Her tone was so matter-of-fact, Will could not help but believe her.
She fell ill so quickly, he said. She seemed fine this morning when we stopped to look at the volcano.
That's the influenza for you. Marianne drank some more wine. She did sleep much of the afternoon in the carriage.
How ill is she?
Will couldn't voice the question he really wanted to ask. If he spoke the words aloud, that made them seem more of a possibility. Still, he felt the words hang in the air between them. Is she going to die? I will not mince words with you, or give you false hope, Marianne said, meeting his eyes levelly. She is very ill, and we both know the influenza can kill. While this is a comfortable enough inn, it is no place to nurse her, so tomorrow morning we will make her as comfortable as we can in the carriage, and press on.
It is 10 more miles to Florence, 10 miles on these mountain roads, which will take hours.
I am reliably informed the road is excellent from here. We will be there in under 3 hours, and Alex will go ahead of us to have the staff prepare a sick room for our arrival. There was little Will could say. Marianne had obviously made her decision, and he had no influence over it. He determined immediately that he would be there to escort the ladies in the morning, and said so, for which Marianne thanked him. You'd best get some rest in that case, she said, draining the last of her wine and setting the cup down. We'll be off as early as we can. Will nodded, knowing she was correct. He should go to bed and try to sleep. He also knew he would do nothing but stare at the ceiling until morning came. Chapter 18. They didn't depart so early as Marianne would have wanted, but a couple of hours after dawn she called Will upstairs to carry Diana down to the coach. Wrapped in a blanket, she looked pale, but fever flags burned scarlet on her cheeks, and her eyes were dull. "This is such a bother," she said, as Will lifted her up in his arms. "I'm sure I shall be fine in a day or so."
"I certainly hope so."
She felt small and light as Will carried her carefully down the stairs and out to the waiting coach. Her head lolled against his shoulder as though she was fighting sleep, her eyelids drifting closed. Clambering into the coach with her was awkward, but the maid Jean was waiting inside and helped to get Diana situated on the front-facing seat, pillows and cushions piled high to make her comfortable. Marianne and Clarissa both looked as though they had slept little, but they both found smiles for Will as he handed them up into the coach. The 2 nuns from the convent stood to one side, watching. Will took a moment to go over and thank them profusely for their aid before mounting his horse and following after the coach as it trundled out of the inn-yard. Will was very relieved to discover that Marianne's information about the road to Florence was correct. Within a very short time of departing La Mascara, the mountainous road became a much gentler one, winding through low hills before opening out into the beautiful Arno Valley, fertile fields, olive groves and vineyards all around, magnificent palaces and villas everywhere to be seen. They did not enter Florence itself, but circled around it on the northern side to reach the Villa Ginori, where Alex's aunt resided. Set on a thickly wooded hillside, it was an unspectacular long building of 3 stories, which turned out to be a great deal larger than it looked from a direct approach when they discovered it was built on a square, thus being 4 times bigger than it appeared on first impression. Alex's Aunt Elizabeth, the Contessa Ginori, was waiting for them, along with Alex's mother, Lady Glenkelly, and a veritable army of servants. Will had no opportunity to offer to carry Diana inside. She had been swept away before he even dismounted his horse, and he was left to follow the party inside. A quiet, grey-haired man in a very nice suit greeted him and turned out to be the Conte Ginori, owner of the house.
Lord de Glencallie went with one of my servants to fetch the doctor, the Conte explained, showing Will into a handsomely furnished library. We have set aside the north wing of the house for your party's use. It is a nasty influenza which has been raging this autumn. I hope the young lady will recover quickly.
Thank you, Will said, nodding as the Conte lifted a glass and decanter in his direction with a querying brow. It was not yet noon, but he still accepted the glass of brandy and gulped it down, savouring the burn on the back of his throat.
Lady Diana is very dear to me. Anything which can be done.
The Conte nodded, an expression of comprehension coming to his face.
I see. Please, be assured she will receive all the care and attention we can supply.
Thank you. To his shame, Will felt tears prick at the back of his eyes. Thank you very much.
You look worn out.
A kindly hand was placed on his shoulder.
I'll have a servant show you to your room, and show you where Lady Diana's room is. Do not worry about socializing with us. Take your meals in your room if you wish, until she is better.
The older man's kindness and understanding brought a lump to Will's throat. Unable to speak without resorting to a very unmanly display of emotion, he simply nodded and made a humming sound, but he was fairly sure the Conte knew what he meant. With another gentle smile, Ginori moved to the door and called in a footman waiting outside. Diana had never felt so ill in her life. She had felt tired and vaguely queasy as they journeyed to the inn at Le Masquere, but it wasn't until they sat down to dine and she had no appetite for even the delicious-looking spread laid before them that she realized she might actually be unwell. She had thought to retire early, but the room spun most disconcertingly when she tried to rise, and the next thing she knew, she was dimly aware of Will laying her down on a bed and saying something about getting help. The world dissolved into a hot blur of discomfort. Her skin felt tight and flushed, her head ached and her throat was sore. She began to cough and couldn't stop. Vaguely aware of Marianne, Clarissa and Jean fussing about, getting her undressed and into a nightgown, Clarissa crying as she applied cool cloths to Diana's brow, Diana thought she was dreaming when two nuns appeared, clad in dark habits and white wimples. One of them peered into her eyes while the other talked in Italian far too quick for her to follow, somehow getting her meaning across to Jean, who set to and helped prepare a tea. The tea was sweet, thick with honey, tasting of lemons and ginger, though even that could not disguise the underlying bitterness of willow bark. The nuns helped Diana to sit up and made her drink it all. By the time the cup was empty, she couldn't keep her eyes open, and they let her lay down and sleep. She actually felt a little better when morning came, especially after the nuns gave her another cup of their healing tea. Marianne explained that they planned to press on to the Villa Ginori, where they could get a doctor to see Diana and make her more comfortable. She was in no position to object, even if she had wished to. Will looked pale and anxious when he came in to carry her downstairs. She was suddenly conscious that she was still wearing her nightgown, although she also wore a robe and was wrapped snugly in a blanket. Her bare feet poked out the bottom, and she felt oddly vulnerable as he held her close to his chest. She was fairly sure he wasn't aware that he touched her face with his hand in a tender gesture as he set her on the seat in the carriage, but she held that touch close to her heart for a long time afterwards, dwelling on it even in the depths of the fever which raged over the next few days, holding tight to the hope that maybe he did care for her. The carriage ride to the Villa Ginori was miserable, every bump in the road exacerbating the aches in her body and the pain in her head, but it didn't last too long, and soon she was lying in a blissfully comfortable feather bed in a light, airy room, servants fussing about her. Marianne pressed her to drink some more of the nun's tea, and she gulped it down obediently, even though her sore throat made it hard to swallow. Clarissa told her afterwards that she slept for almost the whole of 5 days, though Diana remembered little of it. One day, though, she woke and found herself in an unfamiliar place, Clarissa curled up asleep on a cot beside her bed, a maid sewing in a chair by the window. Her throat still felt scratchy and sore, but her head was clear. Looking about, Diana took in the room, the yellow brocade curtains tied back at the sash windows, a view of a green hillside beyond. Olive groves, she thought, grey-green under a dull, cloudy sky. Inside the room it was warm, a fire crackling in the grate. Diana wondered what time of day it was. There was no sun to be seen, but she didn't even know what direction her windows faced. She tried an experimental clearing of her throat. The maid jumped and dropped her sewing, scurrying over to the bed and unleashing a burst of Italian a little too rapid for Diana to process at that moment. The maid's babble woke Clarissa, though, who jumped up at once and gave a cry of relief to see Diana awake, falling on her to embrace her closely. Diana was horrified to discover that Marianne had fallen sick some 2 days after she had and taken to her bed. Though she had fortunately not been as ill as Diana, she was still resting under Alex's strict supervision. "And Balford has been at your door every day, begging for an update on your condition," Clarissa said slyly, watching Diana's expression as she sipped slowly at a cup of chicken broth. "He has been quite beside himself." Diana considered and discarded any number of responses to her sister's teasing comment before deciding to save her breath. It wasn't as though Clarissa had actually asked her a question, after all. "He's only left the villa once since we arrived, I believe," Clarissa went on, still watching her closely. "He went into Florence to find a bank and cash a banker's draft." Diana could not see why that information was remotely of interest, and shrugged. "It turns out he spent every last penny he had on him at Le Mascare. Made a donation to the convent where he found the nuns who came to care for you. They were quite stunned. It was as much money as they would normally get in half a year." That made Diana's eyes widen, and she wondered if she could blame the telltale blush creeping up her cheeks on a return of the fever. She hid as much of her face as she could manage by taking another sip of the broth. The maid jumped up to answer a knock at the door. She held it close, so whoever was outside could not see into the room. Clarissa scrambled up quickly too, grabbing a shawl draped across the back of a chair and wrapping it around Diana's shoulders. She smoothed Diana's hair, but Diana could see from the dissatisfied twist to Clarissa's mouth that there wasn't much to be done with it. If she had been abed for 5 days, there would not be the slightest trace of a curl left in her naturally stick-straight hair. "Leave it, Clary. And don't you dare pinch my cheeks," she hissed. "You're as pale as your linens." "Oh, very well." Clarissa smirked at her. "I'm quite sure he won't care." "You're not going to let him in?" Diana put a hand over her mouth to suppress a small shriek as Clarissa went to join the maid at the door, saying a few words to the woman before swinging it wide and admitting Will into the room. He took 3 quick steps towards the bed before catching himself and stopping dead. His hands clenched at his sides, fingers flexing, his upper body leaning forward as though he desperately wanted to continue on to her side. To take her in his arms? Diana told herself she was being fanciful. "Balford," she said, conscious of the staring maid standing by the door. "I understand I have you to thank for fetching the good sisters to take care of me that first night." He shook his head. "It was nothing. It is good to see you awake and looking so much better. You gave us quite a fright." "It was quite unintentional," she attempted to say, but a cough overtook her in the middle of the sentence. Clarissa sprang back to her side anxiously, but Diana waved her away. "You must rest," Will said, as she was trying to get her breath back to speak again. "I apologize for intruding. My concern... Well, I'm sorry. Undoubtedly, I will see you once you are on your feet again." He bowed very correctly and backed away before she could think of anything to say to get him to stay. There was, of course, nothing she could have said anyway, Diana realized, once he had gone and she was lying back against her pillows, even having sat up for that short time, making her feel unaccountably weary. Clarissa allowing him into her room for even that brief moment was well outside the bounds of propriety, something Will must have known. If Clarissa told anyone, even if the maid gossiped, Will could find himself obliged to offer for Diana to avoid her reputation being irreparably damaged, something she was sure he would do, having come to know how deeply honourable he was as their friendship progressed. Diana was honest enough to admit, even if only to herself, that she would not be too distraught if Will found himself obliged to offer for her. She would, however, she thought, as she snuggled back down into the warm bed and closed her heavy eyelids, infinitely prefer he offered for her because he wanted to. Because his feelings for her were intense enough that he could not contemplate marrying anyone else. Because he loved her as she loved him, in other words. Chapter 19. Although Diana felt herself much better from that first day of waking up, she soon discovered she was not so strong as she thought. Clarissa would not hear of her getting out of bed until the next day at the earliest, and even then she flatly refused to have the maid bring a dress for Diana to don. "If you can walk to that chair by the window by yourself, I will be very surprised," Clarissa said, pointing. It could not be 10 steps to the indicated chair, and Diana scoffed, swinging her feet off the bed and taking the first step. She was only halfway there when her legs began to feel very strange, buckling beneath her quite alarmingly. Fortunately, Clarissa was ready for it, and looped a steadying arm around her waist to support her as she tottered to the chair and collapsed onto it. "Please don't say I told you so," Diana said, once she managed to find enough breath to get the words out. "Very well." Clarissa smirked as she swathed a thick blanket across Diana's knees. "The Contessa Ginori warned me, I admit. She said you would be very weak and tired for some days yet." "I have rarely felt so perfectly dreadful," Diana admitted. She rested her head against the cushioned back of the chair. "Though at least I don't feel as though I am liable to fall asleep at any moment. What a pretty view this is. Have you had an opportunity to explore, Clary? Please don't tell me you've been at my bedside the whole time." "Of course not," Clarissa said. "I've been in my own bed next door quite regularly." She laughed as Diana frowned at her. "I should not wish to explore without you anyway, Di. You'll be better soon, and we can go together. With Balford, who is eager to escort us, since Uncle Alex is busy with Aunt Marianne." She leaned in, her attitude confidential. "I think Aunt Marianne might be increasing. I heard the doctor talking to Uncle Alex, and he gave some quite different instructions for her care than for yours. I thought you said she was not as unwell as I've been." "She isn't, but Uncle Alex is still determined to swaddle her in lamb's wool." Clarissa grinned. "We shall let them tell us in their own time, It didn't take long for boredom to set in for Diana. She was manifestly not strong enough to get dressed and go downstairs, but being confined to her room chafed at her. Even when Clarissa fetched her drawing materials and encouraged her to draw the pretty view from the window, it could not hold her attention for long. At last the doctor pronounced her fully recovered on one of his daily visits to the villa, and Diana was permitted to put on a gown and proceed downstairs, where she finally met their host, a genial grandfatherly man, who patted her hand and told her not to regard it for a moment when she apologized for the inconvenience of descending on his house when gravely ill. Lady Ginori and the Dowager Lady Glenkelly welcomed her with open arms, declaring that they had been making plans for any number of entertainments for Diana and Clarissa to meet all their charming young friends, and were so delighted they could now proceed. Protesting would have been entirely useless, so Diana smiled, thanked them prettily, and said she hoped they did not plan anything too vigorous just yet, as she rather thought she might tire more quickly than she would like. The door to the salon where the older ladies were holding court swung open to admit a tall figure moving a little too hastily for grace. Will entered the room and stopped dead as all eyes turned to him. He paused, obviously collecting himself, and then bowed. "Your pardon for barging in, my ladies. I heard a rumour that Lady Diana was up and about, and had to see for myself." "How diverting!" Lady Glenkelly murmured, and both older ladies swivelled to look at Diana, who was once again having to fight down her blush. "As you see, Your Grace, I am quite myself again. I do thank you for your concern." "Indeed." Will stood still for a moment, apparently indecisive, before stepping forward and pulling up a chair beside her.
Well, I am very glad to see it. I have missed your company. And yours too, of course, Lady Clarissa, he added, an obvious afterthought which had Clarissa snickering behind her hand.
Have you seen much of Florence yet? Diana asked brightly, attempting to lead the conversation onto more innocent lines and head off the speculation she could see growing on the older ladies' faces. I am most eager to see the gallery of the Academy and Michelangelo Buonarroti's statue of David. Even the artists who have made sketches say they cannot do justice to its beauty with pen and ink.
I have confined my explorations thus far to walks around the Villa Ginori. Will bowed slightly in the Contessa's direction. Though the Conte has provided me with quite a list of sites to visit, and also set a carriage and driver at our disposal. Once you feel well enough to go out, we shall visit the Galleria, and you may peruse David to your heart's content.
Perhaps a less ambitious outing would suffice to start with, Lady Ginori suggested. Why don't you escort Lady Diana for a short walk in the gardens, Balford? You stay here, miss, she addressed Clarissa. I have a few questions for you about what exactly your parents were thinking, letting a girl your age gallivant around Europe. If you were my daughter, you'd still be in the schoolroom.
Diana rather thought Lady Ginori didn't mean a word she was saying to Clarissa, who smiled back at the older woman, unabashed. Indeed, it seemed very obvious they were setting up an opportunity for her to be alone with Will. She hesitated, but he did not, rising at once to his feet. Shall I send a maid to fetch your cloak and bonnet, Lady Diana? Since she had not the faintest idea where her cloak and bonnet might be stored, she nodded and accompanied him out to the hallway, where the items were soon procured, along with Will's caped greatcoat and top hat. You must tell me as soon as you begin to grow fatigued, Will said as they left the villa, walking down 4 broad steps to a raked gravel path.
I will, Diana said, not mentioning that she was already quite tired. She could go a little way, she reasoned, and Will seemed inclined to walk slowly. Leaning on his arm, she breathed in the cool, fresh autumnal air and smiled, turning her face up to the sun. She was too pale, Will thought, and she had lost significant weight. Her gown seemed loose on her form. The freckles she had gained over the hot Italian summer stood out starkly on her white face, but her brown eyes shone bright at least, and the smile on her face was a relief to see. He had been sick with worry over her. Diana falling ill just as he acknowledged his feelings for her had brought home to him just how very much he loved her. Will had spent the last week rehearsing several different versions of impassioned speeches in which he declared himself to Diana and begged her to marry him, but as they walked together in the Villa Ginori's gardens, he couldn't for the life of him recall a single word of any of them. Instead, he found himself mouthing inane platitudes about the weather and the gardens. Diana nodded along, saying little until they emerged between some high hedges into a small clearing. A fountain in the centre emitted a soft tinkle of water. "Oh, how charming," Diana said softly, and spotting a bench, Will asked if perhaps she would care to sit for a few minutes. "I would, thank you. Not because I'm tired," she added, he thought rather too hastily. "But this is a very pretty spot. Look at the fountain. Who do you think that goddess is supposed to be?"
"With a bow and arrow." The water poured forth from the arrow's tip, as well as spouting in delicate jets about the feet of the white marble goddess. "She can be none other than your namesake Diana, of course." She blushed a little.
"It could be the Greek goddess Artemis."
"In Italy." He raised his eyebrows. "Do not deny the lady her due."
Diana laughed, looking away and back to the statue. "It is a lovely sculpture, actually. Worthy of being in a museum or gallery. It seems almost a shame for her to be here in a private garden. I wonder how many people have ever seen her. Look at her bow and arrows, too. Bronze, do you think?"
"Indeed," he agreed, and thought that the metal was well polished, despite the water continually spilling over it. He suspected there was at least one member of the ground staff whose job included thoroughly cleaning and polishing the statue on a weekly basis at least.
It does seem that at every turn in Italy there is a wondrous new piece of art to appreciate. And that is when the scenery itself is not stunning to the eye. She waved a hand, encompassing the hillside rising beyond the gardens, the Apennines looming grey in the distance. "I must bring my sketchbook out here," she murmured, almost under her breath, and Will wondered if she had forgotten he was even present. "It's all in the way you look at it," he said, and Diana turned to face him, her brow wrinkling. "What do you mean?" "Somebody else might look at this and think it's rather ordinary, just another fountain in a garden, but you take the time to look a little longer, and your eyes find something special." "Exactly." She beamed at him. "It reminds me of you, actually." She frowned at him again, obviously puzzled. "I think perhaps I'm being tactless again," Will said, knowing he was, since every word of his rehearsed pretty speeches had entirely escaped him, and he was making this up as he went along. "But how often have you told me that you think you're ordinary, nothing special about you?" "Well, but I am," Diana said with a little laugh. "That's not tactless of you at all, merely observant." He shook his head. "I disagree, absolutely. In these last few months in your company, I have come to realize that you are by far the most extraordinary lady of my acquaintance." She looked startled and then blushed, casting her eyes down. "How kind of you to say so. I value our friendship very dearly, Will. Truly, I could never have imagined when I saw you in Venice and was so horrified to recognize you, just how close we would become." "I have never had a female friend before," Will admitted, "but I too value our friendship." "It is a shame we cannot continue as we have been once we return to England." She gave him a rueful little smile. "We will be far more constrained, you by the requirements of your rank, and me by everything expected of an unmarried young lady who has yet to make a good match. If I do more than acknowledge you as an acquaintance, I will be labelled fast or criticised for chasing you, setting my sights far higher than an earl's daughter should dare to look." "I thought you didn't plan to return to England," Will said, momentarily distracted from his line of thought by her speech. "I thought you planned to find a husband here in Florence." Diana looked away, back at the statue of the goddess. "Diana the huntress," she said softly. "Perhaps she could go out and hunt down a husband, but I don't think I have it in me. Perhaps I should just go home to England and let my parents choose after all. They do love me, I am sure of it. They will choose carefully and take my wishes into account." "Don't," he said, horrified. "Don't go home?" She smiled wistfully. "I can hardly remain in Italy forever, imposing on tenuous relations until I wear out my welcome." "That's not what I meant." Reaching out, he took her gloved hand in his, laced their fingers together. "Come with me." She looked at him curiously, delicate brows arched. "Where? Do you have further plans to travel afield?" "No, I have been away long enough," Will admitted. "There were letters awaiting me when I arrived in Florence from my stepmother, making it clear I need to return home, and soon. In fact, there is a Royal Navy ship in the harbour even now, captained by a cousin of mine, who is urging me to be aboard when he sails at the end of the week." "Oh." She lowered her eyes. "And there would be berths available for our party too?" "I'm sure there would, but I'm talking about just you, Diana." He squeezed her fingers gently. "I'm making a terrible mull of this, but the truth is, I cannot bear the thought of leaving you behind. We can be married at the embassy before we leave, host a reception once we arrive in London." He trailed off, because her mouth had dropped open and she was staring at him in what was clearly utter surprise. Before she could speak, he found his voice and finally managed to say what he was thinking, tell her the truth he'd been holding in for weeks. "I don't want to go home without you. I can't imagine my life without you in it, Diana. Say you'll marry me." Chapter 20. Diana could not persuade the slightest sound to pass her lips. Shock held her immobile, staring at Will, who cradled her hand gently between his, gazing at her earnestly as he waited for her response. "I see I've done an even poorer job of letting you know the depths of my regard than I'd realized," he said finally, a rueful smile twisting his lips, "because it is quite apparent from your reaction that you had not the slightest expectation of my proposal." "I never dared to dream," she managed to whisper finally, shaking her head. "I think I fell in love with you before we even left Venice," Will admitted. Diana lifted a shaking hand to her mouth, tears beginning to well in her eyes. "Oh, Will!" she gasped, and he groaned aloud, leaned in to pluck her hand away from her mouth, and kissed her. A blissful eternity passed, or perhaps it was only a minute or two, before Will lifted his head and gazed down at her. Diana clung to him, eyes still closed, not wanting to let go lest the wondrous dream come to an end. "Did you say yes?" he asked, voice low and a little hoarse. She laughed, opening her eyes at last. "Not yet, but I rather thought that kiss rendered it a moot point. Yes, though, if you need to hear me say it. We will have to ask my uncle's permission, though." "I already have it," Will admitted. Diana felt her eyebrows shoot up. "You asked him?" "Actually, no. But I rather think everyone but you has a fairly accurate understanding of my feelings for you. Long before even I myself did. Lord Glenkelly made it clear to me some days ago that he would not object should I ask for your hand and you choose to accept." He cupped her cheek tenderly in one large hand. "He also told me the choice would be yours, that neither he nor Lady Glenkelly had any intention of putting any pressure on you to accept me, or even, should you decline my suit, allowing anyone outside our party ever to know the offer had been made." Diana blinked back tears, realizing just how much faith Alex and Marianne were placing in her judgment. "I think they had a pretty accurate idea of just how I felt about you too," she admitted, "even though I have tried to suppress it. I wanted to keep disliking you. It would have been so much easier if you were truly the thoughtless, arrogant cad I first believed you to be." "I was thoughtless and arrogant," he admitted, "at least until you showed me the error of my ways." She shook her head, threading her hand through the crook of his arm and tugging gently, encouraging him to walk with her back towards the house. "You were grieving your father and trying to avoid being thrust into a situation you weren't ready for, and I was the literal embodiment of your fears. I have long since forgiven you your actions." "You are too good." He lifted her hand, pressed a kiss against her gloved fingertips. The loving warmth in his eyes made her tremble a little, the evidence of his regard a shock when she had harboured her own emotions close for so long. "What now?" she asked, as they ascended the steps to re-enter the villa again. "Who should we tell first, do you mean? I dare say the older ladies watched every minute of our interaction from the salon windows." Diana blushed at the mere idea of their kiss having been witnessed, her steps faltering. A moment later, and a door crashed open close by, followed by the quick patter of feet, Clarissa racing around the corner at a most unladylike pace, before flinging herself at Diana and embracing her. "I knew it! I knew he would ask! Took you long enough!" She threw a reproachful look at Will before hugging Diana tightly again. "Are you happy?" "Happy is far too mild a word for the way I feel," Diana chuckled, accepting Clarissa's enthusiastic embrace. "I am overjoyed, ecstatic, in transports of delight." "We must go up and tell Aunt Marianne." Clarissa clutched at her hand and tugged at her. "Hurry!" "No, wait, don't. You don't want to get tired too quickly." "Balford, why don't you carry her upstairs?" "Certainly," he said good-naturedly, and scooped Diana easily off her feet. "And since we are to be brother and sister, you'd best start calling me Will, I think." "Then you must call me Clary."
Clarissa beamed at him before starting to ascend the stairs before them.
"I shall run up and see if Aunt Marianne is receiving."
"She won't be receiving me, so I shall have a quiet word with your uncle," Will noted quietly as he followed Clarissa upstairs. "He was the one who looked into how we might legally get married here, incidentally. Though I admit, I have taken the time since we arrived here in Florence to discover the name of the chaplain attached to the British Embassy and write to him. I received a response yesterday that he is quite happy to perform marriages for English citizens and provide a certificate for us to take to Doctors' Commons on our return to London."
"You really have thought all this through?" Diana said wonderingly.
"Diana, I have been trying to work out a way to ask you to marry me since before we reached Bardolino. Watching Mario try to court you was nothing short of torture, especially when I thought you might actually welcome his attentions."
"Oh, no."
She laughed quietly and laid her head against his shoulder.
"I could not possibly have accepted him, not when my heart already belonged to you."
"If we weren't halfway up a flight of stairs, I should kiss you for that," he noted, making her giggle. They reached the door of the suite the Grankellys were using, which stood open. Alex was just inside, arms folded, a grin on his face. "You took long enough," he said to Will, who groaned as he set Diana gently on her feet. "Not you too. I could hardly barge in on her when she lay in her sickbed and propose."
"Leave him be, Uncle Alex," Diana chided. "He came to the point eventually. Even if he has just admitted to me, it has been almost 2 months since he decided he must."
Will threw up his hands with a laugh. "I confess it, I am a slow top who should have listened to you all sooner."
"So long as you recognize it," Diana said pertly, before squeezing his arm and slipping away through the other door into the bedroom at Alex's gesture. Marianne was out of bed, Diana was glad to see, sitting in a chair by the fire with a blanket on her lap. Her red hair was in a loose braid hanging over her shoulder, and she was a little pale, but her smile as Diana entered was bright. She held her hand out to Diana, saying in a slightly hoarse voice, "Darling girl, I confess Alex saw you and Will from the window, so I have some inkling already of why you are here." "Oh, no."
Sinking to sit on a footstool by Marianne's chair, Diana covered her blushing face with her hands.
"Did everyone see us?" "I suspect you were sent to that particular part of the gardens for a reason."
Diana made a miserable squawking sound into her hands, making Marianne chuckle and pet her hair lightly.
"It would only be a problem if you didn't want to marry Balford, my dear." "But I do!" Diana cried at once, lifting her face to gaze up at her aunt. "I love him most desperately. Watching the pair of you fall in love with each other has been quite the highlight of this trip."
Marianne touched Diana's cheek tenderly.
"He is everything I could have wished for you, and I think he will make you very happy."
Diana found tears trickling down her cheeks. Fishing her handkerchief from her pocket, she wiped them away.
"He's a good man," she whispered. "I was wrong about him at first." "Anyone can have misunderstandings, especially after a first meeting which went as disastrously as yours. It is a testament to both your characters that you were willing to listen and understand each other when you were thrown into company again. It would have been easy to hold on to your grudges like petulant children, but you didn't. I'm very proud of the way you acted, Diana. You will be a magnificent Duchess." "That's the one thing I haven't quite come to terms with yet," Diana admitted. "The Duchess part."
Marianne, formerly a countess and now a marchioness, smiled at her.
"I'm not concerned at all. From everything I have observed about being a duchess, you simply do whatever you please, and nobody dares criticize you anyway." "That will be nice if true." Diana considered it. The only duchesses she'd met, she realized, were Will's stepmother, very briefly, at that disastrous ball where she'd fainted at Will's feet, and here in Italy, the 3 generations of Franchetti duchesses, of whom only Valentina had a living duke. And yes, Diana thought, All those duchesses did exactly as they pleased, without apparent care for what anyone around them might think of their actions. Even Valentina, who was a very new duchess, was entirely unconcerned about the opinions of others. Certainly, I don't think anyone has dared to say anything critical about me since I became a marchioness, Marianne noted. Although that may have something to do with Alex looking fearsome at anyone who might dare. Or perhaps the rumours that you really did wreak divine vengeance on my father by dint of having a swan attack him after he was rude to you, Diana said, straight-faced, and Marianne looked shocked for an instant before going off into peals of laughter. People don't really say that, do they? Oh, my goodness! Diana decided not to mention that she had heard the rumour repeated in withdrawing rooms on at least 3 occasions before her family abandoned London. Instead, she chuckled along with Marianne and considered how rank conferred privileges which a smart woman could use to her advantage. Marianne's laughter was eventually interrupted by a fit of coughing, settled with a few sips of water. "You should go downstairs," she told Diana when she was able to speak again. "Else you may discover my mother-in-law and Lady Ginori have arranged your wedding to their liking, and you will have no say in things at all." "I don't really mind," Diana admitted, finding to her surprise that it was the truth. Like most young women, she'd always had nebulous dreams of a grand wedding with a beautiful gown and an admiring crowd, but now the groom was determined, she realised none of the rest mattered. Yes, she would like a pretty new gown and Clarissa to stand beside her, but if necessary, she'd marry Will dressed in rags on the dock before the ship which would take them back to England. "I'm glad to hear that," Marianne said with a sharp glance. "In my experience, young women who get caught up in the details of the wedding usually haven't thought too much about the actual marriage, which lasts a great deal longer." "I've thought a lot about what being married to Will would be like," Diana admitted. "Have you indeed?" Marianne arched her brows. "Well, one day quite soon we shall have a discussion about married life." Diana blushed a little, understanding that her aunt was talking about the marriage bed. "I'd appreciate that," she said. "My mother didn't tell me a lot. Just what to watch out for in terms of avoiding rakes. Useful knowledge, but not all you need to know." Marianne stroked her cheek again. "There's nothing for you really to worry about, my dear. Will loves you, and I have every confidence he will treat you with the loving respect you deserve." Chapter 21. When Diana adjourned downstairs, she found Lady Ginori and the elder Lady Glenckelly indeed busily planning the wedding, aided and abetted by Clarissa. Will sat by looking slightly bemused but not dissatisfied. He rose to his feet as Diana entered the room and came towards her with such an expression of delight at seeing her on his face, she felt warm all the way through.
"There you are. Is your aunt happy for us?"
"Overjoyed." Accepting his offered hands, she squeezed them lightly, gazing up into his handsome face. It was such a relief to be able to show her feelings, not to have to hide them behind a purely friendly facade. The major-domo entered to announce a visitor, which turned out to be Captain Fordham of His Majesty's ship Swiftsure. Will's cousin, Diana soon discovered, as Will introduced her as his fiancée, and Fordham looked briefly shocked before bowing deferentially over her hand. Diana saw Captain Fordham looking surreptitiously at her as he conversed with Will a little later, his brow creased with apparent confusion. She had the dreadful feeling he was quizzing Will about what, exactly, made Diana suitable to be the next Duchess of Balford, and it seemed apparent from the captain's expression that he certainly wasn't impressed by her physical appearance. The euphoria she had felt after the proposal was fading, to be replaced by a vague feeling of panic. Captain Fordham was just the first of Will's lofty relations who would look at her in that confused way, wondering just what exactly Will saw in her, why he would choose her when he could marry literally any lady he wanted. A chill raced through Diana, and she rubbed at her arms. Within moments Will was at her side, scooping a shawl from the back of a chaise and settling it about her shoulders.
"You must not take another chill," he murmured quietly. "Today has been a great deal for you, considering you are only just out of your sickbed. I have asked too much of you." Clarissa was making her way over, looking concerned, and Diana allowed herself to be convinced to go upstairs and rest before dinner. She was determined to return to the company for the meal, though, and insisted Clarissa help her into a pretty gown and put her hair up. Will returned to her side immediately she entered the salon, smiling broadly. He was carrying something in his hands, she saw, a wooden box, prettily inlaid. "This is for you," he said. "A betrothal gift, though I admit I purchased it in Venice with you in mind. Perhaps this will help you to believe you have been in my heart all this time." Accepting the box from his hands, she opened it and gaped to see what was nestled in strips of finely shredded paper inside, a teal and silver glass dolphin. A precise match in colour to the earrings she was even then wearing, it could only have come from the glass factory in Murano they had visited, that day they had stood on the bridge over the canal, and he had suggested travelling with their company. "Oh, Will," she whispered, awed. "You truly have admired me since then?" "Longer." He grazed a finger against her cheek tenderly, the tip of his finger just bumping her earring. "If your aunt had not bought these for you, I would have done so, and figured out some way to give them to you." "So you bought this for me instead?" She looked up at him curiously. "What would you have done with it if I had married Mario?" "Smashed it in a fit of rage, I dare say," he said, with a rueful grin. Instinctively, Diana held the box closer to her. "Well, I am very glad you did not." "What do you have there, Diana?" Alex rumbled, coming over and leaning to look over her shoulder. "Why, that is very pretty." By the glint in his eye, he did not miss that the delicate sculpture was a perfect match to her earrings. "You have carried that a long way, Balford." Will looked abashed, but met Alex's eyes steadily. "Some part of me knew, even in Venice," he said, "that my heart was inevitably hers." "If only you had written to Her Grace the Duchess to let her know that," Captain Fordham said dryly, coming up beside them. "She has been busy whetting the appetite of the ton, telling everyone that this upcoming season is the one where you will select a bride. Every lady with a daughter making her debut is plotting your capture. They will be fuming when you return to England already married." Will merely shrugged, expressing perfect indifference. Diana winced, thinking of her likely reception in London. All those disappointed mammas would make a very unfriendly welcoming committee. Captain Fordham appeared interested in getting to know her, or rather quizzing her about her family background. She held her own, she hoped, but then being an earl's daughter was certainly nothing to be ashamed of, even if her father was only lately come into the title after his uncle's passing. "I have not met the new earl," Fordham noted. "Was your father raised as the heir, then, since the previous earl had no son?" "No, the previous earl was until his passing still hoping to sire a son." Diana sneaked an apologetic look at Alex, who smiled at her encouragingly. "My father was educated at Cambridge and studied the law before practicing as a barrister in Durham. He had no expectations of the title." "I see." Fordham pursed his lips. She could almost hear him thinking, a barrister's daughter, raised to be a duchess. "But you know how it is," Diana said, smiling quizzically. "Only a direct heir can be afforded the luxury of a life without needing to forge his own path. Captain." Fordham's eyes widened, and then he bowed slightly to her, acknowledging the hit. From the corner of her eye, Diana saw Will's proud smile. She appreciated, too, that he had not intervened, allowing her to deal with Fordham's probing herself. Having successfully done so significantly increased her confidence. The captain stayed for dinner, and afterwards came to sit by Diana in the salon. He was rather nicer this evening, she thought, unbending a little to talk about his ship when she asked him about it. "And when must you sail for England?" she asked. "No later than the end of the week." He gave her a serious look. "I believe my cousin hopes you and he at least will be aboard, if he is able to find a chaplain to conduct the marriage ceremony for you before that."
"Oh, we have already resolved that matter," Lady Ginori interrupted them. "The ambassador is a good friend of ours. Ginori already sent him a note to request the chaplain's services. We are advised that Friday morning will be entirely suitable for us all to attend the chapel and see dear Balford and Diana married. If you have no objection, of course, my dear," she said to Diana, obviously as an afterthought. "I am grateful for your assistance and influence in the matter, my lady, and Friday morning suits me very well," Diana said with perfect truth. Lady Ginori beamed on her happily. "I am distraught that we have no time to organise you a trousseau, but Lady Glencallie and I will visit a silk warehouse or two and find some lengths of silk for you to take back to England with you, so you may have some new things made up when you arrive." No, I will not hear any objections." She held up a hand when Diana began to protest. "I have no doubt Balford will be delighted to spoil you, but you must have at least a few things, which nobody else in London will be able to match." Diana had little choice but to accept graciously, even while she came to terms with the time frame for her wedding, just 3 days away. And then she and Will would be boarding the Swiftsure to return to England. Realizing she didn't even know if Marianne and Alex planned to return along with them, Diana excused herself and moved to the other side of the room to sit by her aunt. Marianne, in conversation with the Count, reached out to take Diana's hand and squeezed her fingers. The kindly older gentleman, seeing that Diana was obviously eager to ask her aunt something, took only a moment to end the conversation and move on, leaving them alone. "The wedding is set for Friday, it seems," Diana confided. "Indeed? And are you happy with that?" "It is very soon," Marianne said gently. Yes. Of that she had no doubts at all. "But returning to England so soon, that I'm finding a little nerve-wracking. And I was wondering, will you be accompanying us?" Marianne hummed to herself a little, glancing across the room to where Clarissa sat at the pianoforte, playing a delicate air to entertain the company. "Alex and I discussed it, but no, not at this time. I believe I may be increasing," she kept her voice very low, "and am feeling quite dreadfully sick. I am assured it should pass off in a few weeks, but the thought of a sea voyage at the present time is quite unbearable. We will remain in Florence for a few weeks, go to Rome for a visit, and perhaps see about returning to England in the spring." "And Clarissa?" Diana said, but she already knew the answer. Marianne would leave the choice up to Clarissa, and Diana could not imagine her sister choosing to return to England any sooner than she had to. The freedom they enjoyed in Italy was too great to willingly give up for anything less than the kind of love Diana had found with Will. The following morning, a clatter of hooves and wheels outside her window heralded a carriage being brought round, and within minutes Clarissa was hurrying into Diana's room, a broad smile on her face. "Hurry and get dressed. Will says since you are to leave soon, there is no time to lose." "Time to lose?" Diana asked, reaching for the nearest gown hanging in the closet. "To see Florence, of course. We are to visit the Uffizi Gallery today." Of course Will would take her to the Uffizi. He knew how very much she had looked forward to seeing the legendary art collection contained within. She looked up into his face as he handed her up into the carriage and smiled, and his loving smile in return communicated that he knew exactly what she was thinking. With Clarissa accompanying them as chaperone, the three of them spent a wonderful day wandering the Uffizi's magnificent collection, Will even paying the curator to permit them into the Vasari corridor to view any number of artworks rarely seen by the general public and cross above the Ponte Vecchio to the Palazzo Pitti. Tired and hungry, they made their way back down to the lower level and went in search of somewhere to eat, which they found in a charming trattoria near the bridge. Feasting on ravioli filled with spinach and soft cheese drizzled in a butter sauce, and the delicious bread toasted and topped with grilled tomatoes, basil and olive oil, Diana thought she had never enjoyed a meal more, as she laughed and chatted with Will and Clarissa, utterly comfortable in their company. She was already regretting the parting with her sister to come, but knowing how excited Clarissa was at being permitted to remain in Italy, refused to let her sister know how much she would miss her. They walked back across the Ponte Vecchio to meet back up with their carriage, pausing to peer into the tiny goldsmith shops filled with dazzling jewellery. Will paused at one window, looking at a display of rings, before reaching for Diana's hand.
"Would you like a ring? A token of my affection for you. The whole Balford jewel box will be yours once we reach home, of course, but this is from me."
A personal gift, rather than just an heirloom which went along with the title of Duchess and all the duties it entailed, Diana understood. Smiling up at him, she said honestly, "I should very much like that." The jeweller was delighted to assist them, of course. He attempted to direct Diana's attention to some of the gaudier pieces, but after looking over his selection, she pointed instead to a simpler ring with a rich blue cabochon sapphire at its heart, surrounded by flower petals of tiny diamonds.
"An excellent choice,"
the jeweller said, hiding his disappointment poorly, but he perked up when Will pointed to a stack of heavy gold bangles and said he would take 2. Diana was startled when, in the carriage, he took the bangles out and handed them to Clarissa.
"I will no longer be with you to look out for you," he said, "and though I am confident Lord Glenkelly will do an excellent job of it, as he has been for months now, you will be my dear sister, and I would have you bear a tangible reminder of that, and be also confident in the knowledge that you will have something of value about your person, should you need it." Diana could not have loved him any more, as Clarissa gulped and slid the bangles onto her wrists, admiring their soft gleam before lunging across the carriage to give Will a hug. "Thank you for that," Diana whispered to Will as Clarissa settled back into her seat. Will squeezed her hand and brushed his lips lightly across her hair. "I know how much you will miss her," he said softly, "and I wish I was not taking you away from her. This is the least I can do, to perhaps set your mind at ease that she will always have resources about her, if she should ever need them."
"I love you very much," Diana said fiercely, uncaring that Clarissa could hear them, and Will's eyes kindled brightly.
"I shall buy her some more jewellery each day until we leave then," he said, his tone lightly teasing, though his expression was anything but. Diana found herself thinking she really must have that conversation with her aunt about the marriage bed. And soon. Chapter 22. 4 weeks later. If she were of a mind to believe that poor weather at the beginning of something was a bad omen, Diana thought, she might well be demanding the ship turn around right now and take them back to Italy. No sooner had the cry gone up that land had been sighted by the lookout in Swiftshawe's crow's nest, heralding the end of their journey back to England, than the skies had opened and the rain begun to pour down. It had not stopped in the 2 days and nights since, either, as they sailed up the Channel, making for their awaiting berth at Portsmouth. It had not been an uncomfortable journey. While the Swiftsure was a naval ship, rather than one configured for passenger comforts, she had previously been used as a fleet flagship and was possessed of quarters fitted for an admiral, quarters Captain Fordham had been pleased to place at her and Will's disposal. 4 weeks in close quarters with her new husband had only confirmed Diana's certainty that she was an exceptionally lucky woman. "We are tying up at the pier now,"
Will said from his perch on the window seat, where he had been watching with great eagerness as the ship navigated into the harbour and to her assigned dock.
"My cousin said he would send a man directly to the George Hotel to arrange rooms for us, so once he returns we can disembark."
"It will be nice to be on ground that does not move beneath my feet," Diana admitted, laying the book she had been reading down on the table.
"And be able to draw without a sudden lurch sending your pencil shooting across the page," Will teased gently.
"You know it to be true. 'Tis no wonder seascapes almost all appear to be painted from the viewpoint of somebody standing on land." Diana laughed, but she truly had missed being able to draw, and Will knew it. He reached for her now, fingers gently encircling her wrist, and pulled her to sit with him. Already the ship felt strange, the rocking which had been constant for so long stilled. Nerves welled up inside her. Now that they were back in England, her new life as the Duchess of Balford would really begin. Or in a few days it would, at least, when they reached Balford Priory, the Duchy's Devonshire seat. With just 4 weeks remaining to Christmas, Will believed his stepmother would already have removed to the Priory for the holidays, and if they went to London, they were likely to miss her, or have to set off again almost immediately anyway. Thus they would stay a day or two at the George Hotel until Will had managed to arrange a suitable conveyance for them. The pier outside was a hive of activity, men marching this way and that. A carriage rumbled into view and pulled up as close as possible to the timber pier. "That will be for us." Leaning in, Will pressed a kiss against her temple. "See, there are your trunks being carried to it. Are you ready?" The book she had been reading belonged to Captain Fordham, and there was nothing else in the cabin belonging to either of them, so she nodded. The captain himself met them as Will led Diana up on deck, offering an umbrella with a smile. He had been extremely pleasant throughout the voyage, but while Diana felt he and she now had something of a friendship established, she suspected he still harboured reservations about her as a Duchess. "All is arranged for you at the George," Fordham said. "I am for London in the morning to report to the Admiralty. I will call by your townhouse and see if the Duchess is still there, and advise her that you are headed for the Priory if so." "And will you be joining us at the Priory for Christmas?" Will asked, accepting the umbrella from his cousin and holding it solicitously to shield Diana from the rain. "That depends entirely on my lords and masters at the Admiralty, as you well know, but I shall hope to join you." Fordham offered Diana a respectful bow. "Your Grace, it has been an honour to convey you home." Suppressing the instinctive urge to curtsy, Diana instead inclined her head regally, telling herself it was time to start practising the attitude of a duchess. "It has been a pleasure to sail with you in the Swiftsure, Fordham, and I second Will's hopes of seeing you at the Priory soon." He offered another bow before escorting them off the ship and to the waiting carriage. Moments later they were rolling away from the noise and bustle of the docks, though they travelled for only a few minutes before pulling up again outside a handsome whitewashed building. Will made use of the umbrella again to escort Diana inside, where they were obviously expected, as the hotelier and his wife both waited to very obsequiously greet them and escort them above stairs to the best guest suite, where a separate room was prepared for each of them. Fordham had obviously requested servants be provided for their use as well, for which Diana was grateful. She had definitely missed the services of a maid these last few weeks. A hot bath was ready for her, scented with lavender, and she sank into it with a very un-Duchess-like groan of relief. A maid helped wash her hair and then wrapped it in a drying cloth as Diana luxuriated in the hot water, eyes closed. "Is there a gown you'd like pressed for this evening, Your Grace?" the maid inquired shyly, lifting the lid of Diana's trunk. "They all need laundering," Diana admitted. "The yellow silk is probably cleanest, I think. It was too cold aboard ship to wear it, but I don't suppose we will be venturing outside this evening." "Oh no, Your Grace. The cook is busy preparing a very fine dinner for you and His Grace. Best the George can provide. There's a private dining room for you downstairs. Right warm it is, with a good fire." "Then the yellow silk will be fine. I dare say it is sadly crushed, though. You'll find it right at the bottom." "'Tis beautiful silk, though, Your Grace." The girl had found the gown, held it up, giving it a gentle shake. "I'll run it downstairs to Elsie, and she can press it while you finish your bath." "Thank you," Diana said, but the maid had already hurried out. I could get used to such devoted service, Diana thought, closing her eyes and breathing in the fragrant steam from her bath. She smiled wryly to herself as it occurred to her that once she reached Balford Priory, she was likely to find herself overwhelmed by attention from servants. No doubt her mother-in-law would consider a single maid vastly understaffed for the retinue of a duchess, and would likely throw up her hands in horror once she discovered Diana had travelled all the way home from Italy without even that. Indeed, she had been the only woman aboard the Swiftsure. By the time the water began to cool, the maid had returned with her gown beautifully pressed. Hanging it up, she assisted Diana from the bath, wrapped a robe about her, and pressed her to sit by the roaring fire to have her wet hair combed out. Dry, clean, and dressed in her fresh gown, weariness suddenly assailed Diana, and she eyed the comfortable-looking four-poster bed wistfully. A tap on the door heralded Will coming to take her down to dinner, however, and the rumblings of her stomach convinced her to eat before she allowed herself to fall into bed. "You look magnificent," Will exclaimed, as soon as the maid admitted him to the room. "You have not worn that gown since Bardolino, I think." "You are very observant," she remarked. "It was too fine to wear while travelling, and too cool once we reached Florence." "It is beautiful on you." He lightly touched a curl of her hair, swaying against her neck as she turned her head to look up at him. "You are lovely in yellow, like sunshine. It makes me feel as though we are back in Italy." She did not say that she wished they were. She already knew how much he regretted their having to leave and return to England. Instead, she smiled and tucked her hand into the crook of his arm. "Let us see if the George can provide a dinner fine enough to make us glad we are home in England instead, then." Delicious smells wafted up the stairs as they made their way down, and Diana almost followed her nose into the public dining room, but the hotelier intercepted them and guided them, with a great deal of bowing, into a private dining room, small but very elegantly furnished, with another roaring fire warding off the winter chill. The table could have seated 10 at least, and a place setting at each end of it had Diana eyeing it askance. Surely she was not supposed to sit a full 12 feet from Will and shout at him in order to converse. Will, looking at the place settings, let out a crack of laughter and strode forward. "Ridiculous! Some people lose all their common sense when they hear Duke or Duchess." He scooped up knives and forks and redeposited them at the other end so Diana could sit alongside him. Relieved, she sat and allowed him to push in her chair. A moment later the door opened again and the hotelier came in, followed by 2 footmen and a maid, each carrying a covered tray. Diana noted the momentary hesitation as they saw the relocated place settings, but they all recovered smoothly and set about laying out the various dishes prepared for their dinner. Fish in a cream sauce, a ragout of mushrooms, veal and ham pie, roasted beef, lamb chops in minted gravy, Duchess potatoes, buttered carrots and peas, baked apples stuffed with raisins and sugar, custard tarts, and a cherry crumble with thick yellow cream to pour over were set out, and Diana suppressed the urge to laugh. "Is this all just to feed us?" she murmured to Will as the staff filed out again. "In theory, yes, but don't worry." Will cast her a wry grin. "None of it will go to waste. I'm quite sure the staff will be enjoying a late dinner once we have taken what we want from these dishes." It still seemed ridiculously extravagant to Diana, but she was hungry and everything looked delicious. She tried the fish, a succulent fresh place, and nodded when Will lifted the bottle of wine set for them, offering to pour her a glass. It was obvious to Will that his wife, and how delightful it was to be able to think of Diana so, was struggling to stay awake. She almost nodded off spooning cherry crumble into her mouth, and he reached over to ensure she didn't tip over her wineglass more than once during their meal. "I'm so tired," she mumbled, hiding a prodigious yawn behind her hand as they rose from the table. "Please tell me we need not be off at the crack of dawn tomorrow." Will had planned exactly that, the hotelier having advised him earlier that a suitable carriage, horses and driver had been procured for his use. With an indulgent smile, however, he changed his plans. "Indeed no, beloved. Sleep in as long as you wish. I will ensure nobody disturbs you until you ring for a maid." "You will be sleeping in your own room?" Her great dark eyes turned up to him. She seemed hesitant, and he realized why. There had been no rooms to spare aboard ship, of course. They had slept together every night. Diana was probably wondering if he planned to impose more formal rules and separate bedrooms now they were back on English soil. "Not unless you want me to, beloved," he answered her honestly. "Let's go on up and get ready for bed. I, for one, am looking forward to falling face first into those heavenly-looking feather pillows." She laughed, obviously pleased, and squeezed his arm. As they approached the foot of the stairs, however, a voice called out from the public dining room on the other side of the hallway. "I say, is that you, Balford?" Chapter 23. Will paused, his head turning.
Amberl? It is you!
The man who approached was almost as tall as Will, fair-haired and florid of complexion. He looked about the same age as Will, and he was vaguely familiar, though Diana could not place the precise occasion where she had met him before.
I heard you'd run off to Italy to avoid getting leg-shackled. Oh.
Seeing Diana on Will's arm, he paused.
Diana, Will said quickly, allow me to present Lord Amberl. He and I were at school together. Amberl, my wife, Her Grace the Duchess of Balford.
Knowing well by now that Will always chose his words carefully, Diana noted that he had not said he and Amberl were friends. She offered a polite smile and a small tilt of her head, hoping she had gauged correctly the degree of recognition a duchess should offer a baronet.
Your Grace, Amberl said, after a moment of obviously stunned silence.
He made her a creditable bow.
My felicitations on your marriage.
Thank you. Realizing it would be impolite to just walk away, but honestly feeling too tired to make conversation, Diana squeezed Will's arm lightly. I shall go upstairs and prepare for bed now, I think. Why don't you take a glass of wine and talk with your friend a little? Will looked as though he was considering declining and coming upstairs with her, but Amberl broke in.
Oh, jolly good idea. The hotelier just brought out a bottle of very nice port. Come and keep me company a little while, Balford, and tell me what you have been up to. I am for Guernsey tomorrow, and will be deprived of civilized company for a good while, I fear.
1 glass of wine, Will acquiesced, looking at her. She smiled to show him she really did not object.
I will be up shortly, he promised her, and she nodded. An honour to meet you, Your Grace, Amberl said with a bow, and she nodded, favouring him with a smile too.
No doubt we will have opportunities to become better acquainted in the future, my lord. I look forward to it. Turning away from them, she ascended the stairs, covering a yawn with her hand as she did so. She really was incredibly weary, looking forward to sinking into bed and falling into a deep, blissful sleep. Her steps dragged as she slowly mounted the stairs, and she supposed it was her own fault for moving so slowly, for Lord Amberl obviously thought she must have moved out of earshot when he said, Lord Balford, you married the fainting flower. What happened? Did she swoon on you again? He let out a loud, braying laugh. Thought you ran away to Italy to avoid getting leg-shackled to one of her ilk. Did she pursue you out there? Diana's feet felt frozen in place. She stood at the top of the stairs, clinging to the handrail, waiting with bated breath for Will's reply. Distantly, she thought of the old adage that eavesdroppers never hear good of themselves, but she had to know what Will would say. Glasses chinked, the door closed, and Diana could have screamed in frustration as the low rumble of Will's voice sounded, the words unintelligible through the closed door. She could hardly march back down the steps again and listen at the door, or burst into the room and call Amberl a rude oaf, much though the urge took her. The fainting flower, indeed. Feeling a little queasy and no longer sleepy, Diana turned away from the stairs and made her way to her bedroom, wondering if Will was even then laughing about the silly nickname with the other man. I'll thank you to keep a respectful tongue in your head when you talk about my wife, Amberl. Will was sure his expression resembled a thundercloud, but Amberl was obviously in his cups and continued oblivious. Oh, no disrespect intended. She's very pretty. Indeed, I congratulate you. Quite rich, too. You could do so much worse. Just didn't expect you to come back from Italy leg-shackled when you left to avoid that very thing. Truth to tell, it's why I'm off to Guernsey, to hide out and rusticate for a while. The mother's hounding me again, wants me to marry some horse-faced chit with a huge dowry to revive the family fortunes. Amberl shuddered theatrically. Can't imagine anything worse. Will stood staring at the drunken buffoon in front of him, wondering how he could ever have had anything in common with Amberl. Though he would not have called the other man a particular friend, they'd always got on well enough and shared in a number of pranks and scrapes in their school days. Will, it seemed, had grown up in the intervening years, though, and Amberle apparently had not. "Well, I wish you good luck in avoiding the state of matrimony," he said finally, thinking that the young lady Amberle's mother wanted him to marry was getting a lucky escape. "For myself, I'm finding it suits me very well indeed." "Long as she doesn't faint at the prospect of the marriage bed, eh?" Amberle guffawed again. Will finished the glass of wine a silent waiter had handed him with a single gulp and set it down on the table before standing again. "For the sake of our long acquaintance, Lord Amberle, I shall pretend you did not make that remark," he said icily. "But as I said, you will be respectful when you speak of my Duchess." Amberle opened his mouth, probably to make another boorish remark, but Will raised a hand to stop him. "Otherwise, I will make it my business to ensure your mother discovers post-haste which of your many properties you have decided to visit. I'm sure she, and your prospective bride, would be delighted to join you on Guernsey." Amberle's look of horror was obviously unfeigned, and Will felt a certain savage satisfaction as he turned on his heel and stalked out, hoping Diana would still be awake when he reached their rooms, and resenting the few minutes he'd been forced to spend being polite to Amberle. If being a duke was good for anything, surely it was that he could cut people dead if he felt like it, and there was nothing whatsoever they could do about it. He had absolutely no interest in spending a moment more than he had to in conversation with a juvenile buffoon like Amberle, not when he could spend that time with Diana instead. The room was dark and quiet when he slipped inside, lit only by the low light from the fire, banked for the night with a metal screen in front of it. Diana was a motionless lump under the covers. With a sigh, Will dismissed the servant who had waited outside the door, bolted it, and began to undress as quietly as he could. Slipping into bed beside Diana, he reached across instinctively to put his arm around her waist and draw her close to him, a sleeping position they had no choice but to adopt in the narrow bed they had shared aboard ship, and to which he had very quickly and happily become accustomed. He was startled to find her stiff as a post, and she flinched away from his touch. "Diana, are you well?" Leaning up on one elbow, Will reached for her face, horrified to find it wet. "Diana! Why are you crying?" She turned her face against his shoulder, apparently unable to speak. He held her close and rocked her gently against him, murmuring comforting nonsense into her hair, feeling how her shoulders trembled, though her sobs were silent. "What's happened?" he asked, when she stilled finally. "What has you so distraught?" "I heard what he said," she mumbled into his shoulder. Before the door closed. Will couldn't remember exactly what Amberle had said first, but just about every word out of the fool's mouth had been utterly offensive. He growled under his breath. "Did you hear me tell him to keep a respectful tongue in his mouth, or I'd remove it for him?" Her head popped up. "You didn't." "I might not have threatened violence quite so explicitly," Will admitted, "but I did make it clear I wouldn't tolerate any disrespect." "I don't see how you can stop it. I'll always be the fainting flower to some of them." "You will be the divine Duchess if I have anything to say about it." She laughed, as he'd intended her to, even if the sound was a little shaky. Her arms crept about him, and she clung to him tightly. "Amberle is an obnoxious oaf, and he was drunk," Will told her, "and even he did not dare say such things to your face. There is power in your title you haven't learned yet. Believe me when I say the fainting flower will be entirely forgotten in the desperate clamour to be invited to any social event you might choose to host." "Do you really think so?" "Considering the outrageous behaviour I have seen my stepmother get away with over the years, I know so," Will said dryly. "She long ago decided she would not care a jot what anyone thought of her, says and does exactly as she wishes without regard to anyone else, and is fated as one of the Ton's greatest originals." "I shall make a great study of her, but I don't know that I will ever be able to be so carefree,"
Diana said a little wistfully. The fact that you care so much for the feelings of other people is part of what I love so much about you, he murmured, peppering gentle kisses across her cheeks and nose. He felt her smile against his cheek, some of the stiffness leaving her body as she softened against him. I fear I will make a poor showing of being a duchess, she confessed, a soft whisper against his skin. You will be magnificent, he told her, with complete confidence. My divine duchess, indeed. She laughed again, properly this time, before her lips sought his, and they spoke no more of it for the rest of the night. Chapter 24. 2 days after the Swiftsure sailed into Portsmouth, the hired carriage Will had procured for them rolled between the twin grey stone lodges which marked the entryway to Balford Priory's grounds. Diana was snoozing, her head against his shoulder. They had spent a night in Salisbury, after not leaving Portsmouth until noon the previous day, and then risen early and travelled all day to reach the Priory before night fell, something they had not quite managed on this short winter day. They'd stopped 5 miles ago to light the carriage lamps, and now rolled up the Priory's long drive with only a small pool of light surrounding them, since the stars and moon were entirely covered by cloud. We're almost there. Will nudged Diana gently as he caught a glimpse of the first lights from the Priory's windows. The house was suspiciously well lit, and he sighed inwardly, suspecting that his stepmother was probably hosting a houseful of guests. He'd truly hoped she might not have come down yet, and he would have a chance to show Diana around her new home without scrutinizing eyes watching her every move. Diana roused, rubbing sleepily at her eyes. "Oh, 'tis dark," she murmured, leaning forward as he pointed out of the window. "Is that the Priory, Will? Goodness, so many windows." "And lights in every one of them," he murmured, making me think my stepmother is likely hosting quite a gathering. "Oh." She gulped, but smiled bravely when he took her hand in his and squeezed it. "Courage, my divine duchess." She laughed softly. "Are you planning to persist with that? Shall I call you my dashing duke?" "If you wish it. I am determined, however, that you shall never be identified by any other nickname." "I do love you so very much," she said, her eyes sparkling with happiness, and he leaned in to steal a kiss before the carriage finally came to a halt at the bottom of the steps. It was as Diana was stepping out of the carriage, her hand held securely in Will's, that she recognized his own tension. Of course, she thought. He had, after all, left for Italy to avoid having to step into his father's shoes, take on the entire responsibility of being the Duke of Balford. His return had been both inevitable and necessary, but he was clearly still affected, and just as clearly doing his best to suppress it for her sake, knowing how nervous she was. A surge of love overwhelmed her, and she tucked herself in closer to his side and squeezed his arm as they proceeded up the broad stone steps leading to the Priory's front door. She knew the manor had been renovated and added onto several times over the years, since Will's ancestor had been granted it under Henry VIII, but the front door was still from the original building, a great oaken thing studded and bound in iron. It swung open with an ominous creak, a scene straight out of a Gothic novel, she thought whimsically. "Your Grace," a shocked voice said, as a figure was revealed standing inside the foyer, an older man, at least 60, Diana estimated. "We had no word. Welcome home." "Jenkins." A smile creased Will's face. "The butler," he murmured in an undertone to Diana as he led her inside. Jenkins was staring at her, eyes popping. "Your Grace?" he said, querying. "You are correct indeed, Jenkins. Her Grace, the Duchess of Balford." Will grinned, obviously delighted at the old retainer's shock. Jenkins recovered quickly, though, bowing deeply to Diana before he even closed the door. "A pleasure to meet you, Jenkins, and to finally be at the Priory," she replied to his heartfelt welcome. "May I take your bonnet and coat, Your Grace?" he requested, and she nodded, tugging at the ribbon under her chin to free her bonnet.
"Whoever is it, Jenkins?" a female voice called. "We aren't expecting anyone else this evening, and we are just about to go into dinner. Is it something I need to deal with?"
"Only if you wish to welcome my new wife and I home, Julianne," Will said. There was a moment of shocked silence before his stepmother, the Dowager Duchess Diana supposed she was now, stepped into view, coming from a doorway to one side of the vast marble-tiled hallway.
"William,"
Julianne said, her mouth agape.
"And your wife?"
Diana remembered the Duchess well from the ill-fated ball where she had first met Will and fainted at his feet, but it seemed Julianne did not remember her at all, as the Duchess stared at her without the slightest hint of recognition.
"We have met before, my lady, but you may not recall," she said, offering a shallow curtsy.
"Diana is the Earl of Creighton's daughter," Will offered.
Julianne's eyes widened. "Oh, I do remember you. Where? Did you say that is Balford returned?" an excited voice exclaimed behind Julianne, and a lady came out into the hallway, followed by another, and then two gentlemen, and a very pretty girl of about 16, who Diana suspected was Will's half-sister, Regina. She had his dark hair and deep blue eyes, and the same dimple flashed in her chin as she smiled delightedly. Two very elegantly dressed young ladies joined the growing throng, both immediately preening and edging closer to Will, casting him inviting smiles. Diana winced internally at the contrast between her tired, travel-stained self and their fresh glamour, but Will didn't move a step from her side.
"I think perhaps we should all go back into the salon," he said, "so I can say something to everyone, and then perhaps you and Regina will accompany us to the study, and maybe Rebecca could come down as well, to welcome us home."
Julianne seemed in a state of shock. She just nodded and turned to follow Will as he led Diana through into a very grand salon. She looked about, trying to take everything in. The room was panelled in a beautiful golden oak, elegant landscapes in gilt frames hanging on the walls, tasteful furniture upholstered in blue and gold, matching the heavy curtains drawn against the darkness outside. Light blazed from at least a dozen candelabra, making it all too easy to see the avid expressions on every face turned towards them. There were around 20 people in the room, Diana estimated, all dressed in the first stare of fashion, and every one of them staring at her, obviously wondering who she was and why she was on Will's arm. She could almost feel the pressure of all those eyes, the weight of their judgment as they assessed her clothing and her person.
"Dear family and friends," Will began as Regina closed the door, "before I greet you all and tell you how happy I am to be home, please allow me to introduce you to my wife, Diana, the Duchess of Balford."
The words were like a stone dropped into a still pond, utter silence, and then furious whispers rippling outward. One of the elegant young ladies gave a dramatic little wail and slumped sideways in a swoon. Fortunately, she was seated on a couch beside a rather substantial older lady, so had a soft landing in the other woman's lap. Will's gaze slid sideways to Diana, and he smirked. Fighting to suppress sudden and wildly inappropriate laughter, she pinched his wrist lightly. Regina was the first one to reach them, stretching to kiss Will's cheek and reaching out to take Diana's hands with a friendly smile. "I am so very happy for you, dear brother. Congratulations! And welcome to our family, Your Grace." "Diana, please," she said quickly, grateful for Regina's warm welcome. "I have 3 sisters already, but I am delighted to gain 2 more in you and Rebecca. Will has told me so much about you both." "Sadly, he has not told us a thing about you, despite sending regular letters while he has been away," Regina said, with a chiding glance at Will. "Did you meet in Italy?"
"We met for the first time in London, actually, but encountered one another again in Venice when we were both guests of your Franchetti cousins," Will answered.
"You know the Franchettis?" Julianne exclaimed to Diana. "How?" Duchess Marietta is a cousin of my aunt's husband, Diana said, then realizing everyone was listening avidly, decided to drop Alex's title. The Marquis of Glenkelly. A familial connection indeed, and also the new Duchess, Valentina, and Diana have become particular friends, Will put in, obviously deciding to play up the Italian ducal connection too. Indeed, Valentina hoped to make a match for Diana with her brother, the Conte di Bardolino, but I am afraid I thwarted her plans by wooing Diana for myself. That was not precisely how it had happened, but Diana had no objection to Will editing the story slightly. Making it sound as though Diana had chosen a duke over a count would certainly please her mother more, if the story should happen to reach her ears, than the truth that Diana had rejected the count without even the faintest idea that Will cared for her. "Well," Julianne looked from Will to Diana and back again before putting on a rather forced smile and turning around. "Well, now you have all seen my stepson is indeed alive and well, and home again with his new bride, I'm afraid I must ask you to excuse us to have a little meeting en famille. Dinner is about to be served, and I will rejoin you afterwards. Lady Susan, perhaps you will preside over the table in my stead." She gave the other lady no opportunity to either accept or decline, gathering Will, Diana, and Regina, and ushering them briskly from the room before anyone else even had the chance to speak. Will took the lead, escorting Diana along the hall and down a side passage until they entered a study, warmly lit and again expensively furnished. A girl of about 13 was standing by the fire. She too shared Will's dark hair and blue eyes, which lit up as she saw them. "Will!" She almost leaped forward, her enthusiasm curbed by Julianne's sharp glance, but Will laughed and reached out to grab her up in a hug. "How tall you are grown, Rebecca! I declare you must be of a height with Regina." "She is," Regina said dryly, "and like to overtop me soon, I'm sure." Her smile was fond, though, and Diana deduced there was plenty of affection between the sisters. Of course, the introductions had to be repeated for Rebecca's benefit. "Married?" Rebecca exclaimed. "But why? You said you wouldn't get married until you'd seen Reggie and I both safely married off." Will winced, glancing at Diana. "Well, that was the plan. But I rather reckoned without falling hopelessly in love, you see." "Oh." Regina and Rebecca both clutched at their hearts and looked starry-eyed. Diana noted Julianne looked a good deal more cynical. "I made a dreadful first impression on Will, I'm afraid," she said, deciding to take the bull by the horns, fainting on him at our first introduction in London, so we had something of a history to overcome when we met again in Venice. "I am glad to say it did not take me long to recognize all of your most admirable qualities, although I was abominably slow in owning to myself how I felt," Will admitted, his fingers curling around hers. "You must be weary," Julianne said finally, "and hungry too, I dare say. Since we are missing dinner, let me arrange for trays in our rooms. Oh." She paused. "Will, I am still occupying the mistress's chamber." "And you must continue to do so," Diana said quickly. She and Will had already discussed the matter during the interminable days aboard ship. "Will tells me that there is a delightful suite of rooms adjoining the ones he is currently occupying. They will do perfectly well for me." Will had actually wanted to tell Julianne not to concern herself, since Diana would simply share his apparently quite palatial suite, but Diana hadn't wanted to shock her new mother-by-law. "The Emerald Suite?" Julianne pursed her lips. "Lord and Lady Aldmere are presently occupying it." "Then Diana will just have to share with me until they have departed," Will said firmly, putting his arm around Diana's waist. "We have just come from occupying far closer quarters aboard ship, Julianne. We shall be quite comfortable in my suite." Julianne looked quite appalled, but she darted swift looks at Regina and Rebecca and simply said, "We can discuss that later." Will opened his mouth, perhaps to say something tactless, but Diana spoke first, quickly. "I confess it's been a long day, and I should very much like a bath and a hot meal. I'm looking forward to getting to know you all better, but we have all the time in the world for that, don't we?" She smiled in as friendly a way as she could manage. Regina and Rebecca both returned it. Julianne sniffed a little haughtily, but nodded. "The ladies gather in the Egyptian room after breakfasting in our rooms," she noted. "Perhaps you will care to join us." "How kind! I shall be delighted," Diana said.
"You don't need her invitation to anything here," Will grumbled quietly in her ear as they ascended the stairs together a few minutes later. "It's your house now."
"Will, you're being tactless," she reproved gently. "Give her time. She has been mistress here for how long? Yes, she has been pressing you to take a wife, but she expected not only to help you choose that wife, but to have a set time frame on bringing her into the household and training her as a replacement, in effect. She certainly didn't expect you to just reappear one day and tell her that her services as hostess were no longer required."
"I didn't," Will defended himself, but stopped walking and looked sheepish as Diana cast him a cynical look. "I came a little too close to that, didn't I? I'm so glad I have you, Diana, to pull me into line when I start being arrogantly ducal."
She laughed and squeezed his arm. "So long as you continue to listen to me. I need your stepmother's goodwill. I have not the least idea how to be a duchess, you know."
"You are a magnificent duchess," Will said loyally.
"I am a tired, grimy, and very hungry duchess, so unless you wish me to become a snappy duchess, you will start moving again and lead me to your rooms. Else I shall attempt to go by myself, and no doubt become horribly lost in this vast place." She could already foresee disaster in the long hallways which all seemed to look alike. Balford Priory was significantly larger than Creighton Hall, in which she had managed to become lost any number of times in the first few months after her family moved in.
"Come on, then."
Will led her to a suite in, Diana thought, the tower which formed a corner at the western end of the house's front elevation. The bedroom was curiously shaped, like a quarter circle, with one long curved wall making up two sides, tall narrow windows fitted with leaded glass set in it. It was too dark to see the view outside, but she looked forward to seeing it in the morning. A veritable army of servants awaited them. A maid was quickly stoking the fires, more maids and footmen scurrying about with trunks and bandboxes. An older man Diana supposed must be Will's valet turning down the bed.
"Your Grace."
The valet bowed, a smile creasing his face.
"May I say what a pleasure it is to finally see you home?" "You may, Taylor."
Will smiled, a look of guilt flickering across his face.
"And may I proffer my apology for sneaking off in the dead of night and leaving you behind? I've no doubt it would have been you who found my note and had to break my news to the Duchess." "That was a conversation I would prefer to forget, Your Grace," Taylor said with a pained wince. "Diana, allow me to present Taylor, who does not deserve to have to put up with me, but does so anyway because I pay him exceedingly well," Will said with a fond grin. "Taylor, my wife, Lady Diana, the new Duchess."
"Your Grace." Taylor performed an elegant little bow to her.
"From all the staff here at the Priory, I hope you will allow me to extend our most heartfelt congratulations and wishes for your future felicity."
He paused before inquiring delicately,
"Did you bring a maid with you, Your Grace?"
"No," Diana admitted. "I'm afraid not. I was accompanying my aunt and uncle in Italy and sharing the services of my aunt's maid, you see."
"You don't need to explain anything, beloved."
Will squeezed her hand lightly.
"Consult with the housekeeper and ask her to assign a few maids for her Grace's personal service, please, Taylor. You might wish to advertise for a lady's maid, or seek recommendations, or was there perhaps a maid from your father's household?"
Diana shook her head, but then something occurred to her. Lord and Lady Havers were starting a training academy for household servants and skilled tradespeople. I could write to Lady Havers and see if she has anyone to recommend to me. I know Aunt Marianne's maid Jean came from the Havers household originally, and she is so wonderful."
"Redoubtable," Will agreed, obviously recalling Jean's efficiency and her dedication to caring for her mistress and the 2 Creighton sisters. "You should indeed write to Lady Havers, then. And in the meantime, I've no doubt there'll be plenty of the maids keen to do for you, Your Grace," Taylor said with a nod. "If you'll excuse me, I'll just see about your baths, and those trays should be here by now. Ah, here they are." Trays were indeed being carried in by a procession of maids, delicious scents wafting to Diana's nose. She almost moaned as her mouth began to water, and allowed Will to lead her to a small table by the window with 2 chairs set before it. More maids and footmen were scurrying past with pitchers and jugs of steaming water, obviously going to fill a bath, and even as she took the first bite of perfectly cooked roast lamb, Diana found herself thinking that it would be quite easy to get used to the little luxuries which came with her new position.
Chapter 25. Diana woke alone in the chilly light of a frosty morning, weak sunlight streaming in the windows of Will's chambers. Will's pillow beside her was cool, telling her he'd been gone some time. Risen early to go about the duties of the dukedom, she supposed, and rolled to her back, looking around the room, seeing it fully for the first time in the daylight. She liked the colour scheme, she thought, stroking her fingers gently along the edge of the covers atop her, fine Irish damask linen, which would likely have cost as much as the most expensive gown she had ever owned. The wallpaper was a pale blue with a muted gold pattern, the furniture a dark English oak, but not heavy as many such pieces were. Sturdy, with finely detailed ornamentation which must have taken a great deal of time to carve. The floorboards were the same colour, what little of them could be seen. Almost the whole floor was covered with an exceptionally fine carpet, all in shades of blue and gold. Aubusson, she suspected, and probably worth more than everything else in the room put together. A door creaked, and she saw a panel in the wallpaper open just slightly. A hidden door, and was it the only one in the room? An entryway to the servants' passages, obviously, as a small face peeped through, the door opening wider to admit a shyly beaming maid a moment later. "You're awake, Mum! You should have rung the bell for me, like." The girl's West Country accent was so thick, it took Diana a moment to understand her, but she spied the bell rope hanging beside the bed the girl was gesturing at, and nodded. "I only just woke up. Don't fret." "If'n you're sure, Mum? Your Grace, I mean." The girl looked briefly appalled by her own lapse into informality. "What can I get for your breakfast, Your Grace?" Diana thought wistfully of the delicious cappuccinos and breakfast pastries she had become so accustomed to in Italy, but she had also become very tired of the dull meals aboard ship since then. "Tea, please," she requested, "and toast, and whatever jam is made locally. Blackberry, perhaps." 4 different pots of jam were shortly delivered, alongside what Diana judged to be almost half a loaf of perfectly brown toast and some very fine tea. The staff were eager to please, she suspected, or perhaps terrified of Julian's wrath, should they in any way fall short of perfection in impressing the new Duchess. By the time she had finished eating, a small bevy of maids had efficiently remade the bed, rebuilt the fire, laid out fresh clothing for her, and stood ready to spring into action to serve her slightest whim. Determined to start off on the right foot, Diana smiled at all the maids and inquired, "Now, who is good with hair? Mine has not been dressed properly in weeks, and though it was washed last night, I fear you may have some sad tangles to sort out." 2 of the girls volunteered themselves, and Diana took herself over to the dressing table in one corner. It took the girls quite some time indeed to carefully comb all the tangles from her hair and put it up nicely, and one of them showed herself very deft with a curling iron to make some pretty little curls clustered at her temples and cheeks. Diana barely recognized herself when she looked in the mirror. Dressed in a violet silk gown which had been one of Valentina's parting gifts, she actually looked the part of a duchess, she thought. Good enough not to shame Will, at least, though she knew she would need to begin ordering clothing for a new wardrobe immediately. One of the maids guided her to the Egyptian room, where Julianne was already holding court to several other ladies. Regina and Rebecca sat at the side of the room, hands folded primly in their laps, obviously there to observe and learn how ladies should comport themselves. Both of them looked exceptionally bored, and Diana immediately resolved to find some way for them to escape sooner rather than later. Julianne greeted her cordially and introduced her to the ladies, Lady Altmere, Lady Clare Court, and Lady Susan Macfarlane, who seemed to be a particular friend of Julianne's. All three were of an age with Julianne, around 40 or so by Diana's estimate, and all very handsome and superbly attired in the finest of fashions. They eyed her intently, and Diana knew they were assessing everything about her, from her words to her clothing, and judging her. She allowed them to quiz her for a half-hour or so, describing her travels in Italy and making sure she mentioned her aunt, the Marchioness of Glenkelly, as frequently as she could manage, before carefully redirecting the topic onto the next season's fashions and moving over to sit with Regina and Rebecca. "And how are the two of you this fine morning?" she asked. "I wish it was fine," Rebecca muttered. "We could have gone riding, but Mother said it's too foggy and grey." It did not take much pressing to discover that horse riding was one of Rebecca's great passions. Diana admitted to not being a great rider, but she liked horses very much, nevertheless. "We did not own horses until Papa inherited the earldom, but Mother was determined we should have all the skills of young ladies, including the ability to ride. I confess I enjoy drawing horses more than riding them, though." "You draw?" It was Regina's turn to brighten. "And paint?" "Indeed. And you? Watercolours or oils?" "Oh, watercolours, though I should very much like the opportunity to try oils." "I said very much the same thing to your brother," Diana confided, "and he at once promised to buy me all the paints and canvas I could wish, and hire an instructor to teach me the techniques. I am sure I could convince him you should share in the bounty, if you would like." Regina's expression was pure delight. "You seem to have won over my daughters," Julianne murmured to Diana as they left the Egyptian room a couple of hours later, proceeding to yet another room Diana had not yet seen, where a light luncheon was to be served. "They are charming young women, and a credit to you," Diana replied. Julianne gave her a thoughtful glance. "You're not what I expected," she said forthrightly. "I wrote you off as an empty-headed ninny after that fainting episode. But Will would never have married you if you were, no matter how serious the compromise." "There was no compromise." Diana blushed scarlet. "It is a love match, then?" Julianne didn't look doubtful, just surprised. "I would not have thought Will the type to fall in love," she admitted. "Certainly in London, he was extremely pragmatic when I presented a list of potential brides for him to consider." Diana really didn't know what to say to that. "Perhaps he made an effort to appear so, to please you," she suggested finally. "But he also literally fled the country when he could not bring himself to pragmatically select one of your candidates, marry, and step into his father's shoes." "You may well be correct in that." Julianne inclined her head, gave Diana another thoughtful look, and then gestured to the head of the table. Diana balked. "I'm not ready to step into your shoes," she said, trying to smile politely. "I'm afraid you should have thought of that before you married Will and arrived here as the Duchess," Julianne returned, dust dry. "Start as you mean to go on, Diana. There are some very influential ladies here watching how you handle yourself. If I had any inkling Will might return with a bride, I would have spared you this, but we none of us have a choice now. You are the Duchess, and you need to start acting like it immediately." That set Diana back on her heels. She took a deep breath, pressing her hands to her stomach, where a host of butterflies had suddenly taken up residence. "I'm here for you." She blinked at Julianne, startled. "It is hardly in my best interest to see you fall on your face," Julianne pointed out dryly. "Regina will be having her come out soon enough, and I want to fire her off well." And if Diana was a disaster as the Duchess, Regina and later Rebecca's chances could be severely affected, she understood. She nodded. "We'll have time for me to help you, to familiarize yourself with all the things you will need to know. Unfortunately," Julianne gave her a wry little smile, "you have arrived at a very awkward moment, and you are going to have to smile and manage as best you can until this house party is over." Diana let out the breath. "I don't want to let Will down. Or you. I'll do my best." Julianne's smile was surprisingly warm. "That's all we can ask for." Her fingers touched under Diana's elbow, gently guiding. "Now, Duchess, take your seat." Will and several other gentlemen arrived to join them just as the ladies had all taken their seats. Will, of course, had to sit at the far end of the long table to Diana. She eyed him covertly, wishing he was by her side with his calmly reassuring presence. He looked directly at her, smiled, and then lifted his glass to her in a silent toast. She smiled back, and for a moment it was as though the rest of the room faded away, and it was just the two of them. And then Lady Susan Macfarlane, seated on her left, leaned forward and asked a question about her travels in Italy, and Diana was yanked sharply back to reality. Tearing her gaze from Will, she turned her attention to the influential lady. "I can do this." Luncheon passed with no major blunders, at least so far as Diana could tell, and afterwards she braced herself to return to the salon with the ladies and some more grilling from the ladies. However, Will intercepted her just outside the dining room, catching her hand in his, pressing a finger to his lips to urge her to stay quiet, and tugging gently. Grinning, she followed him unquestioningly through a discreetly placed door in the wainscoting, which proved to lead into what was obviously the servants' part of the house. The hallway was much darker and narrower. "Where are we going?" Diana whispered, as the door closed behind them. "Running away." Will's expression was conspiratorial. "I thought I detected a distinct look of desperation you shot me in there. Or was that not a plea to be saved?" "It was definitely a plea to be saved." She squeezed his hand. "Thank you. Julianne has been very kind, and your sisters are lovely, but I was feeling rather like a piece of art on sale in a gallery. Being critically examined, everyone discussing whether it is quite worth the price being asked." "You're worth every penny, my incomparable, divine Duchess." He pulled her into his arms for a kiss, and she melted against him. "While I would not be entirely averse to just hiding out in your suite," she smiled up at him when he lifted his head, "I think you had something else in mind." "Indeed. It is a fine afternoon, and I should like to show you one of my favourite places in the whole world." He claimed her hand again and led her along the passageway, ending in a small mud room where cloaks hung on hooks and boots were lined up on shelves. Diana found a pair of boots to fit her feet and chose a cloak from a peg, and they slipped out of the side door, cutting across the back of the magnificent manor house towards the stable yard. "The stables?" Diana asked, half resigned to it. She knew Will was fond of horses, had several times mentioned the fine stable of hunters and racers he maintained. "No." He kept walking, her hand clasped securely in his, and they passed by the stables, proceeding along a track into woodland which rose up around them, thick trees quickly swallowing them up. Thin autumn sunlight trickled through the canopy of oaks and beeches, fallen leaves a thick carpet of red and gold crunching under their feet as they walked. A tawny flash among the thick trunks made Diana twitch, and then gasp as the doe dashed across the path in front of them, before vanishing again. "I often see them here," Will said softly. "There's a big stag who's been shedding his antlers in a clearing just up ahead for the last few years. 9 prongs on them last year. And no, I'm not about to let anyone shoot him. He's the patriarch of the herd." Chapter 26. The clearing soon came into view, and along with it a small stone building, constructed of the same pale grey stone as the priory. "A cottage?" Diana queried. "Who lives here, Will?" "Nobody.
It's the Duke's private retreat." He grinned at her expression. "My grandfather had it built, and my father used it regularly. I was the only person who was ever allowed to interrupt him here." Diana followed him in as he pushed the door open, looking around to find that the cottage was really only a single room, a comfortably furnished one to be sure, with a flickering fire in the grate, a large, soft-looking couch, wing-back armchairs, shelves and shelves of books, a writing desk, and a dresser against one wall with decanters lined up on it, along with a bowl of fruit and some covered dishes. "An elegant little retreat," she murmured, unable to resist going to look under the covers and finding crusty bread rolls with butter and jam, and 2 different kinds of cakes. "Were there always cakes here when you were a child?" She cast him an amused glance over her shoulder. "I can see why you like the place so much, if so." "There were." Casting himself into one of the wing chairs, Will smiled reminiscently. "Though Father used to insist I eat an apple first, and I was not allowed to come here until my tutor was happy with the work I had done on my lessons for the day, besides." "Were you a diligent student?" "Exceptionally, with the lure of being permitted to come here." Diana moved across to the bookshelves and began to peruse titles, finding an eclectic mixture of novels and reference titles. The books would still reflect his father's tastes rather than his own, she thought, and then something else occurred to her. "Have you been here since your father passed?" she asked softly. "Once." He was staring into the fire. "I couldn't bear to be here alone. It was too quiet." Which was why he had brought her here, Diana knew instantly. Crossing to him, she turned sideways and plopped herself down on his lap, looping her arms around his neck, smiling at his startled expression. "Thank you for bringing me here," she said sincerely. "I promise I won't intrude without your invitation, but I hope you will one day soon be able to follow your father's example and bring your sons here for clandestine cakes. And perhaps your daughters too. In fact, I see no reason why you should not practice now. Rebecca is certainly still young enough to enjoy an adventure with her brother, perhaps Regina too, and they will be married and gone away soon enough. Enjoy their company while you have it." Will looked struck by the idea. "I asked Papa once why he didn't invite Regina here. Rebecca would have been too young. He never did answer me. I know he loved them, but they were daughters. I don't think he believed them to be worthy of his time, really." Diana gave him raised eyebrows. "I will do better by our daughters," Will said hastily. "And I shall seek to remedy some of his errors with my sisters, while they yet reside beneath my roof." "Good, because they are both delightful girls. You shall not regret spending time with them." "Are you missing Clarissa?" Will asked perceptively, when she snuggled down into his arms, resting her cheek against his shoulder. "A little," Diana admitted. "We have never been separated for more than a few hours in the whole of our lives. I am used to telling her everything." "You know you can tell me everything, my love." "I know." She reached up to press a kiss on his cheek. "But I am still getting used to the idea that you are to be my principal confidant now. And there are some things which are just not things I could ever discuss with a man, not even you, my dearest. Perhaps Regina and I may become close. Even Julianne. She was very kind earlier, actually." "She puts on a fearsome front, but she truly has a heart of gold. She has always treated me as her own son." "Oh, it's clear she is very fond of you." "She wants the best for you." Diana grimaced slightly. "I don't think she's convinced that's me, but she's decided she will try to make a silk purse out of this sow's ear." "A sow's ear?" he protested loudly. "Never again compare yourself to any part of a pig, my divine Duchess." She laughed, making no protest, as he continued to insist that she was already perfect, just as she was. Diana knew she was far from perfect. But she also knew that Will believed in her, and that gave her confidence to think that perhaps, one day,
she might just be the Duchess he already thought she was. Nestling deeper into his embrace, she sighed in utter contentment. She could never have imagined, when she fainted at his feet on their first meeting, that she might end up not only married to Will, but blissfully happy about it. Yes, there would be obstacles they would have to overcome. Diana's mother was likely to cause a great deal of fuss and bother, and quite possibly cause her daughter no little embarrassment as she crowed about Diana's triumph in catching a duke. There were plenty of members of the ton who might look down their noses at her, and a few young bucks like Lord Amberle who would still snigger and call her the fainting flower. Time, however, had a tendency to make such things fade away, and Diana was wise enough to know that the title of Duchess would cause all but the most foolish to ensure any whispers of opposition never reached her ears, or Will's. Especially if she did her duty to the dukedom and produced an heir, and though it was early days yet, she already had hopes in that direction. A secret smile on her lips, she rubbed her cheek against Will's shoulder, closing her eyes. At least until he said, "So, about those cakes." Laughing, she got up, going back to the dresser to collect the plate. "So long as you promise to share," she said, holding it tantalizingly just out of his reach. "Of course." Will looked injured. "I shall even give you first choice," he declared magnanimously. There was more of each type of cake than either of them could possibly eat, so his offer was nonsensical, but Diana still laughed and feigned delight, selecting one of the dainties before passing the plate over. She watched fondly as Will tucked in, imagining him in future years here with their children, sneaking them cakes and ruining their dinner. He would be the despair of their tutors and governesses, for who could reprimand a duke? "What are you giggling about?" Will asked. "Just thinking about the future," Diana replied honestly. "I like that it apparently amuses you so. You are coming around to the view that being a duchess won't be so bad." "Being a duchess would be awful, I suspect. Being your duchess? The most wonderful thing in the world." And she meant it. She could never have imagined, after their disastrous first encounter, that a scant year later she would be both married to Will and deeply in love with him, but here they were, and Will was looking at her with his heart in his eyes. There would still be trials to come, Diana knew. But she and Will would face them together. He would manage her embarrassing family, probably by putting on his imperiously ducal attitude and intimidating her mother into silence, and Diana would learn everything she could about being the perfect duchess from Julianne. When Clarissa returned to England, Diana would be ensconced at the peak of London society, able to help her sister avoid their mother's machinations and marry where she chose, rather than being pressured into a match. "You look pensive, my love." Finished with the cakes, Will leaned over to kiss her. "Does something trouble you?" "No, I'm only thinking of Clarissa again." Putting her arms about his neck, Diana kissed him back. "But I'm sure you can make me forget about everything outside of this cottage, beloved." "I shall certainly try, my darling." Laughing, he scooped her up in his arms and carried her to the chaise. "My divine Duchess," he whispered against her throat, and she did indeed forget about everything outside the cottage for quite some time. Author's Notes, Historical Accuracy, and a mea culpa. The Grotta di Cutullo wasn't excavated fully until later in the 19th century than this story takes place, but considering the height of the walls, at least some part of it must have been visible across Lake Garda as far as Bardolino, where the Castello Bardolino is entirely my own creation, I'm afraid. I hope you will forgive my artistic license in having my party explore the Roman ruins, a must-see if you ever get to visit Lake Garda. Most of the sites in Italy which Diana visits are still accessible today, including the stunning church of San Giovanni Ellemassonario, which is just as hidden away and difficult to find as I described. If you ever get the chance to visit Venice, do make the time to go and see it. I promise it's worth the effort of finding it. The Vasari corridor, made even more famous by being featured in Dan Brown's Inferno, is sadly closed to the public at the present time, but expected to reopen in the near future. And though the goldsmith shops are still there on the Ponte Vecchio, I really don't recommend making any purchases there. They're insanely overpriced. I hope you enjoyed reading Will and Diana's story as much as I enjoyed writing it. Stay tuned for more romance in times past coming your way soon, as Diana's outspoken sister Clarissa finds her own happily ever after in A Captain for Clarissa. Thank you for listening to A Duke for Diana, The Blushing Brides, Book 3. Written and narrated by Catherine Bilson. Copyright 2022. Audiobook production copyright 2023. The next book in the series is A Captain for Clarissa, where Diana's headstrong younger sister finds her own path to true love. For more books by the author, visit catherinebilson.com.